Captain, look at it. Su Jiqing actually beats someone up. Shen Ruyi couldn't beat Suan on her own, so she could only complain to Wang Weihua. It's a pity that Shen Ruyi didn't know that Wang Weihua was partial to Suan. After she complained, instead of reprimanding Suan, she scolded Shen Ruyi and Chu Qingyu. You still have the nerve to complain? You two don't want to work hard all day long, but you are active when you cause trouble. If you don't provoke Xiao Su, how can others take action? Okay, go back to work, and you will have to do your work today. If it's not over, don't go back tonight. Shen Rui's eyes turned red. Even if Suan bullies her, the captain also bullies her. She would definitely not make it easy for them if they looked back. No one around helped Shen Ruyi and Chu Qingyu speak. Not to mention Su and strength, most people really don't dare to offend him. Even if they are not afraid of offending Suan, no one will help Shen Ruyi and Chu Qingyu. The most annoying people among the members of the brigade are the urban educated youths who can't do anything. Shen Ruyi in particular is extremely hypocritical, which makes many members look down upon him. Suan gratefully glanced at the captain who spoke for him and went back. After Lu Wanning finished her work, she immediately returned to the educated youth point to move. She didn't have much, just a big package, and it took her 2 trips to carry it all to Suan. Sun Xinxin has already helped Lu Wanning clean up the house. It's been cleaned here. You can live in this room. But there is no furniture in this room. If you need anything, go to Carpenter Zhang's house and buy it yourself. Lu Wanning nodding, okay, I'll just buy it myself later. Lu Wanning bought a small wardrobe before, and now she plans to buy a desk. It seems that Suan's place is spacious and much better than the living environment in the educated youth spot. She had to have a good relationship with Suan before Su and would let her live here. If she hadn't established a good relationship with Suan, she wouldn't even think of coming to live there even if she was willing to pay rent. Just like Shen Ruyi wanted to rent a house from Suan, but Suan didn't agree. Lu Wanting came over and laid out her bedding. The room was almost tidy, and she came out to ask if there was anything she needed help with. Since they live together in the future, Lu Wanting will try her best to contribute. There is basically no work at the moment. When tomorrow starts, we can take turns cleaning. Sun Xinxin told Lu Wanting. Lu Wanting nodded. Of course, that's no problem. Suan simply said to Lu Wanting, do you want to come directly and have dinner with them? Lu Wanting felt that she was very happy to move in, and it would definitely be better if she could have dinner with them. Although Lu Wanting has never tasted the food cooked by Sun Xinxin, she has smelled it, and it is first class. Is that okay? Well, but if you come to talk, you have to pay for the food. You have to pay for the food. That's necessary. I can't eat for free. Okay, then it's settled. Lu Wanting felt like she was picking up the food. I got a big deal, and was very happy. Suan also saw that Lu Wanting had a relatively simple personality. Otherwise, he would not have let her live here casually, and even let her have dinner with her. During dinner, Lu Wanting went to the kitchen to help Sun Xinxin. However, Lu Wanting was quickly kicked out by Sun Xinxin, and it was better not to help if she came to help. Anyway, it's just food for 3 people, so it won't be a problem for her to keep busy. Lu Wanting couldn't help with the cooking, but insisted on washing the dishes. She would be embarrassed if she came here and did nothing. Guo Miao found out that Lu Wanting lived in Suan and even ate with Suan, and he was immediately envious. He knew Sun Xinxin's craftsmanship, and now that he thought about it, Guo Miao still had an unforgettable aftertaste. Guo Miao planned to go to Suan tomorrow to ask if he could come to join him. He would be happy to pay more for food. But when Guo Miao wanted to talk to Su and about the matter the next day, he found that Suan was gone. Guo Miao couldn't help but ask, why didn't Sister come today? Sun Xinxin explained, Sister and went to the city. Guo Miao was surprised. Went to the city? Can you come back today? Sun Xinxin shaking his head. Sister and has accepted a translation job and has to go out for a few days. It will take a few days before she can come back. Guo Miao. Well, the educated youths who are dining together can only wait until Suan comes back. Say it again. At this time, Suan had already pedaled his bicycle to the county seat. After arriving at the county seat, Suan put the bicycle into the space. It takes more than an hour to get from the county seat to the city. Suin went to the bus station and bought a bus ticket to the city. There are 2 buses every day in the county and city, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Suin bought the ticket, got on the bus, and waited for a while. It's not yet time for the car to leave, so we can't leave until we get it. Suin was not in a hurry. She was not in a hurry anyway. After waiting for about half an hour, the car was almost full before setting off. The cars at this time were definitely not as good as those made in later generations. In addition, the roads at this time were not good either. They were gravel roads, so naturally they were not as good as asphalt roads and cement roads. Because the car's earthquake resistance is relatively poor and the road conditions are not good, everyone will sway when sitting in the car, and people can easily get motion sickness. At this moment, Suin found a man and woman sitting in the seat next to him. Next to her across the aisle was a young, not very pretty, but still pretty. Next to her, leaning against the window, was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore glasses and looked polite. But Suin could tell that this man had a sense of vulgarity. The S expression was a little unnatural, so Suin observed it carefully. Suddenly, I saw this middle-aged man reaching out and stroking the S legs. They didn't know whether she was scared or threatened. Her body was tense, but she didn't dare to resist. Seeing that the S expression was getting more and more nervous, Suin frowned. Suin had only seen this kind of thing on TV before, but she didn't expect to see it live this time. No one around seemed to see what was going on here because there were many people suffering from motion sickness, and most of them were leaning back in their chairs with their eyes closed. Seeing this, Suin stood up immediately. The wretched middle-aged man, with his arms, looked at Suin. Suin said to the molested, "Hello, comrade, can we change seats?" They obviously did not expect that Suin would suddenly make this request. She had just been molested and was so nervous that she died. She, a young girl, felt disgusted when she was touched by a middle-aged man. But she didn't dare to yell, not because she was worried about ruining her reputation, but because this middle-aged man had a knife in his hand. The middle-aged man just now held a knife against her waist and threatened her. If she dared to resist, this man would probably stab her with a knife. Although she felt sick about being taken advantage of, it was still better than losing her life. Now that someone offered to change seats with her, she felt that she could be relieved. But looking at Suin's beautiful face, I thought that if this girl changed seats with her, she would probably be taken advantage of even more. So they agreed immediately, but thought about how to get herself out of danger without involving Suin. "Comrade, can't you really change with me?" Suin continued to ask the wretched middle-aged man by the window was already staring at Suin's face with a squinted expression. Although the little girl sitting next to him is good-looking, she is far less beautiful than Suin. The wretched middle-aged man thought Suin's face was particularly stunning. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? This appearance is even comparable to that of female stars. Thinking that Suin actually took the initiative to switch to him and give him a chance to take advantage, the middle-aged wretched man was very happy. So he pushed the next to him and said, "I just want to change seats with you. Those who are away from home have to help each other." The middle-aged man said, and continued to stab the S waist with a knife. The push was considered a threat and warning. This was a little entangled at first, but under the threat of this middle-aged and wretched man, she did not dare not agree. She stood up and looked at Suin with a stiff expression. "Okay, comrade, I'll switch with you." Seeing that they agreed and waited for her to get up, Suin sat over. This middle-aged wretched man was very happy to see Suin sitting over. Suin's skin looked so white and tender, and it probably felt even more sensitive to the touch. Unfortunately, as soon as he stretched out his hand this time, it was clamped tightly by Suin. "Rogue, this gay man is playing gangster on me," Suin yelled, and all the passengers in the car looked in their direction. The middle-aged man didn't expect Suin to react so quickly. He didn't even take action, but Suin started yelling. There were so many people at the moment, and the middle-aged man would definitely not admit what he had done. He said hurriedly, "I didn't. Why are you, a little girl, spreading rumors?" The people around looked at Sue, and with a look in their eyes. There was a hint of doubt. Looking at this middle-aged man wearing glasses, he looks like a cultured man. He is so old, so he wouldn't be able to do such a thing, right? But the who had just changed places with Sue and stood up and testified. Everyone, hurry up and help catch the bad guy. This man is really a gangster. He touched me just now. After hearing them, the passengers believed it. You arrested this man and sent him to the police. Yes, send him directly to the police. Being a hooligan is a serious crime. Oh, he looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect him to do such a thing. He is really shameless. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. He is such a beast. He is so old, but he can still do such a thing. That's right. He is so old, but he bullies a young girl. He has no shame. The middle-aged man knew that he could not escape this time. At this point, he was forced into a corner. He took out a dagger with his other hand and prepared to stab Suan. If it weren't for the woman shouting, he would not have been caught, let alone being sent to the police by these people. When seeing the middle-aged man stabbing Suan with a dagger, many people in the car exclaimed, "Be careful." The female comrade who has just molested hurriedly reminded Suan, "Comrades, be careful. He has a knife." Oh, it's over. He's going to kill someone. Everyone in the car was very nervous when they saw Suan, and they all thought that Suan would definitely be seriously injured this time. Compared to the nervousness of the people in the car, Suan was much calmer. Seeing the middle-aged man stabbing at her with a knife, Suan's eyes suddenly became sharp. She grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist and took the knife from her hand. Suan threw the knife directly out through the window. This set of movements was smooth and flowing, and the people in the car were secretly amazed. This little girl, how can she be so powerful? With such powerful skills, even the police may not be able to be better than her. The middle-aged man obviously didn't expect Suan to have such skills. He is a big man, but he see and even deal with a little girl. Suan was not polite to this man at this time. Dare to use a knife on her? Suan will let him know how powerful she is. So Suan stabbed the middle-aged man's hand. He twisted his wrist hard. The middle-aged man wailed in pain. However, everyone in the car felt that the middle-aged man deserved it. He bullied the little girl, took advantage of the little girl, and even wanted to use a knife to hurt her. So he should be punished. Fortunately, the little girl was good at fighting. If she was not good at fighting, she would not have been bullied like this. The middle-aged man was finally subdued by Suan, but Suan was worried that the man would escape, so he took out a bundle of ropes from his bag, actually from the space, and tied the man tightly. After arriving in the city, Suan planned to send this middle-aged wretched man directly to the Public Security Bureau and let the Public Security Bureau punish him. Such a scourge cannot be let go, otherwise he will definitely come out to harass other girls. In addition, Suan personally sent this bad guy to the Public Security Bureau, and maybe she could get a reward from the Public Security Bureau in the city. Anyway, she would not think that the money was too much, and it would be good to earn a few dozen more. Little girl, you look young and not strong, but I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. An old aunt stared at Suan, her eyes full of admiration. Suan smiled. I practiced a few moves with the elders at home. You are really a heroine, my girl. Fortunately, you caught him this time. Otherwise, he would have come back to tease other girls. Another old aunt looked at Sue, and with undisguised admiration in her eyes. Thank you for the compliments. I am also an ordinary person, but I just can't stand such bad guys hurting people. This time, dealing with him is also to protect myself from being taken advantage of. Sister, you were really awesome just now. When I grow up, can I learn a few moves from you? A little boy came up to Suan and asked with anticipation in his eyes. Suan smiled and touched the little guy's head and replied, Sure, when you grow up, you can learn from me, or you can join the army or the police. You can learn kung fu so that you can protect the people and punish the bad guys. The little boy nodded heavily. Suan's words also planted a seed of ideal in the little boy's heart. When she grows up, he will join the army, become a police officer, and deal with bad guys like this sister. At this time, The female comrade who had been molested just now said to Suan, "Comrade, hello, thank you for helping me just now. Did you know that there was something wrong with this man, so you changed seats with me?" Suan nodded. She did find out the abnormality first and asked to change seats. It was just a small matter. Suan didn't think there was anything wrong, so he said to the female comrade, "Learn from Lei Feng's good example. It's just a piece of cake, so there's no need to thank me." Although Suan said so, the female comrade was still very grateful in her heart. The most helpless thing for her was that Suan stood up to help her, otherwise she didn't know how much she would be taken advantage of. The female comrade asked Suan's name and introduced herself. Her name is Lin Xiaoxiao, and she is a broadcaster at the county radio station. This time she was going to her grandmother's house in the city, but she didn't expect to encounter such a thing on the road. Suan didn't mind chatting more with this female comrade. She would have to ask her to accompany her to the police station in the city to explain the situation. Lin Xiaoxiao naturally cooperated with all her strength. After all, she didn't want to see such a bad guy being let go and escape punishment. Anyway, it's not a big deal to go to the police station, so she went there. With Suan's capture of the bad guy, the atmosphere in the car became lively. Everyone chatted together as they drove. They felt that time passed very quickly. Soon, the car arrived in the city. After arriving in the city, the driver was also very helpful and helped drive the car to the gate of the police station. He waited for Suan to get off the car with the bad guys and then drove to the bus station. This time, Suan caught a bad guy, and these passengers certainly had no objection to sending them to the police station first. While waiting for Suan, Lin Xiaoxiao took the middle-aged wretched man off the car and went directly to the police station. Seeing two female comrades tying a middle-aged man over, the police were curious about what happened. Suan and Lin Xiaoxiao told the story, and the police quickly took it seriously. After all, being a hooligan is a serious crime these days. What's more, this middle-aged man is not only a hooligan, molesting a young girl, but also holding a knife to deliberately hurt people. Such a person must not be let go. Comrade, we will definitely deal with this person well at the police station. Suan nodded and then asked the police, "Comrade police, I helped catch the bad elements. Do you have to give me a banner?" The police officer was stunned by Suan's question. It was the first time he had encountered someone who took the initiative to ask for a banner. However, based on the fact that Suan helped to capture the bad guys this time, he could indeed apply for a banner. So the police officer said to Suan, "Comrade, please leave your name and contact address. We will send it to you after we confirm it." Suan heard the other party's answer, but rubbed his hands. Actually, the banner is secondary, and the bonus must also be arranged in place. The banner is an honor, and the bonus is what Suan wants most. But it is a bit tacky to mention money right away, so Suan deliberately took this detour. The police comrade met the cunning in Suan's smile, thinking that this girl seemed to have a low level of awareness. But thinking about what the other party had done this time, he agreed to it. After the police nodded, Suan smiled and left her name and contact address. After waiting for this matter to be settled, Suan left the police. Lin Xiaoxiao followed Suan and asked her, "Comrade Su, can I treat you to a meal? You helped me a lot, how about I treat you to a meal?" Suan refused. "No, the police will give me a reward, so you don't have to treat me to a meal." And I said, "It's just a small favor. You really don't have to take it to heart. Comrade Su, the reward from the police is the reward from the police, but I really want to thank you and treat you to a meal. Will you agree to it?" Facing Lin Xiaoxiao's sincere eyes, it seemed not good for Suan to refuse again. She thought about it and agreed. It's just a meal, and people with jobs can afford it. Seeing Suan agreed, Lin Xiaoxiao was very happy. Lin Xiaoxiao took Suan to the state-owned restaurant in the city. It must be said that the city is still the city, larger than the supply and marketing cooperatives in the county, and the supply is much better. Because it was Lin Xiaoxiao who invited them to dinner, after arriving at the state-owned restaurant, Lin Xiaoxiao asked Suan to order the dishes. When you invite people to dinner, you must order what they like. Suan looked at the supply today, and there were many delicious dishes. Suan asked for a pork elbow, a braised lion head, a roasted eggplant, and a vegetable and tofu soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup are definitely enough for 2 people. The main thing is that the food portions in the restaurant at that time are still very large, and a pork elbow has a large bowl. If Suin was not a big eater, 2 female comrades really couldn't finish such a large pork elbow. After ordering the dishes, the 2 sat down and waited for the waiter to serve the dishes. Soon, the dishes were served. Suin and Lin Xiaoxiao began to eat. Suin tasted the food in the state-owned restaurant in the city. It was not bad, but she still felt that it was not as delicious as the food made by Sun Xinxin. It must be Sun Xinxin's cooking skills. Following that girl, Suin had enjoyed a lot of good food. Everyone said that Sun Xinxin had taken a big advantage by following her, but only Suin herself knew that she had taken a lot of advantages by following Sun Xinxin. However, these dishes did not taste as good as those made by Sun Xinxin, but Suin still felt that they were delicious. She was a person who had lived a hard life. Compared with the life she had lived in the Su family before, she was very happy to be able to eat these now. Lin Xiaoxiao watched Suin eat. She ate a lot of dishes and even drank 4 bowls of rice in one breath. She herself could only eat 1 bowl of rice at most in one meal, and sometimes only half a bowl, so she didn't quite understand why a female comrade could eat so much. Suin met Lin Xiaoxiao's surprised eyes and smiled and said, "Comrade, are you scared by my appetite? I have always been a big eater." Especially after beating someone up, Suin ate even more. One's own physical exertion requires food to support it. Lin Xiaoxiao said hurriedly, "I'm not shocked, but it's the first time I see a female comrade eat so much. Haha, being able to eat is a blessing. My grandma always said that I should try to eat more, but my appetite is not good, and I can't even finish 2 bowls of rice. Then it's saving food. I'm wasting food if I can eat so much." If I wasn't a capable person, Suin wouldn't be able to support herself. Suin felt that, with her status, it would be difficult for an incompetent man to support her. So it's better to rely on yourself than on others. Suin is capable now, and doesn't need to rely on men. She can feed herself. Suin finished 4 bowls of rice and ate all the dishes without wasting any food. Well, it's shameful to waste food, and we should finish it like her. After dinner, Suin began to say goodbye to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao said, "Comrade Su, if you need any help in the future, please come to the county radio station to find me. I will try my best to help you wherever I can." Suin felt that she would not have anything to ask Lin Xiaoxiao in the future, but she nodded at this moment. While waiting to say goodbye to Lin Xiaoxiao, Suin went to the machinery factory in the city. When Suin went there, she took Xing Xiyuan's letter of introduction. It was easy to find the director of their machinery factory. "Where is this mechanical engineer now? Do you need a translator now?" The director of the machinery factory is named Peng. Director Peng said, "He is not here for the time being. He went to the city and will probably be back in the evening. When he comes back in the evening, he probably won't help with the equipment. Comrade Xiao Su, you just need to come early tomorrow morning." Suin nodded, indicating that it was no problem. She came to the city machinery factory to help with translation, and her accommodation and meals were arranged by the factory. The factory arranged a guest house for Suin. This guest house is close to the machinery factory, and the engineer from Country D also lives here. The 2 people's rooms are next to each other, and Suin is expected to meet him at night. As for the problem of eating, Suin can come to the cafeteria to get food. Of course, there is a meal subsidy. If Suin doesn't want to eat the food in the factory, she can go out and buy food. Seeing that there was nothing to do in the afternoon, Suin thought that since she was free, she might as well go shopping in the city. It happened that she hadn't been shopping in the city yet. Suin planned to stroll around the department store first. Women's favorite thing is shopping, and Suin is no exception. However, Suin may only stroll around and not buy things, but it does not hinder her feeling of happiness when shopping. Suin went directly to the city department store. The department store in the city is not small, with several floors above and below. But in comparison, the department store in Beijing is bigger. The goods are more complete. Suin walked around and felt that there was nothing to buy, but since she was here, she must not return empty-handed, so Suan bought herself a piece of Dacron fabric. Such fabric will be very nice to make a shirt to wear later. It was autumn, and she had to make a whole shirt to wear. In addition, Suan bought some snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, and brown sugar, which were the hard currency of the production team. After buying these, Suan left the department store and planned to go shopping somewhere else. At this time, Suan felt that a few little tails were following her. How alert is Suan? If you don't have a little alertness in the end of the world, you will be eaten by zombies early in the morning without leaving any residue. Suan quickly turned a small alley. The little tails who followed her also hurried into the alley. But when they caught up, they soon found that Suan was gone. Where is the person? Where did the person go? How come this girl disappeared in the blink of an eye? There is no road ahead. Suan was standing behind these people at this time and whistled at them. I'm here, Auntie. Hearing Suan's voice, the men who were following them turned around immediately. As soon as they turned around, they saw Suan standing there, with her arms folded, looking at them with a ruffian look on her face. She was obviously a good, pretty girl, but why did she look like these gangsters? She was even more arrogant than these gangsters. Seeing that they had been exposed, the men wanted to rush towards Suan and take the woman down directly. Suan really guessed the fact correctly. These gangsters thought Suan was very beautiful, so they thought about attacking Suan and selling her to human traffickers. With Suan's looks, she could probably be sold at a very good price. Unfortunately, these people had the wrong idea. Seeing the men rushing towards him, Suan directly turned back to the man who led the charge. Spinning kick. The 1.78-meter-tall sturdy man was kicked away by Suan. He flew in a parabola in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. The other men who rushed over showed some fear in their eyes after seeing Suan's good skills. They ran into a tough guy this time. They originally thought that it was a young girl and it would be easy to deal with. But now, it turns out that she has extraordinary skills. Knowing that they can't beat her, these men turned around and ran. Unfortunately, Suan didn't give them a chance at all. She rushed forward, grabbed one of them, and then threw him to the ground with a neat shoulder throw. Another man wanted to escape. Suan quickly stepped forward, grabbed the other's collar, and then pulled back hard, and the sturdy man was dragged to the ground. In a short while, the men who wanted to escape were knocked to the ground by Suan, and now they were crying in pain. Sister, we didn't recognize the real talent. Please spare us. Yes, sister. We won't dare to do it again. Sister, we were wrong. We were wrong. Suan sneered, if you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. Let you go? After I let you go, will you continue to bully people? Sister, we won't dare to do it again. We have never done this before. This is the first time, really. Who knew that we were so unlucky and ran into you as soon as we came up? The man who led the group had a bitter face, and that pitiful look did not seem to be pretended. Suan also observed the expression of the man when he spoke, and it did not seem to be a lie. After hearing what he said, Suan also felt that these people were quite unlucky. The first time they helped to kidnap someone, they met such a heaven-defying person like her. Yes, sister, please forgive us and give us a chance to reform. After this lesson, we have also learned our lesson. We really can't do such a wicked thing. Sister, you beat us and you also vented your anger this time, but please don't let us be sent to the police. Sister, if you can, hit us a few more times. We really had no choice but to kidnap you this time. Suan looked at the men kneeling in front of her and couldn't help rolling her eyes. They were all grown men, but they were just that low. She looked down at the men and asked them, Okay, then tell me, how were you forced to do so? If the reason is justified, I won't care about it. After Suan finished speaking, one of the men immediately explained the situation to Suan. It turned out that they were all childhood friends who grew up together. One of the men was called Liu Peng. Liu Peng's parents died, and he lived with his grandparents since he was a child. His family conditions were very difficult. Liu Peng didn't have much ability. After all, he was not smart in studying, so he didn't have much education. Now, the number of jobs in the city is relatively tight. Without background and connections, he couldn't get a job at all. He could only be a gangster until he was in his 20s. This poor family is not afraid of anything else, but the most afraid is that the family members will get sick. The poor can't afford to get sick. Look, Liu Peng's grandfather is sick and needs to go to the hospital for treatment. In order to cure his grandfather's illness and keep him alive, Liu Peng can only collect money. But no one in the surrounding neighbors is willing to help borrow money. Not to mention that everyone's life is not easy. Even if they live easily, they can't lend Liu Peng much. Everyone understands the principle of helping in emergencies, but not helping the poor. After lending to Liu Peng, most of the money will be wasted. Who doesn't have their own life to live? How can you always help others? Liu Peng couldn't borrow money, so he had to go to a gangster named Shiga to borrow money. The interest was indeed high, but there was no other way. In order to save his relatives, Liu Peng had to borrow. Later, his grandfather's illness was cured, but Liu Peng couldn't pay back the money he borrowed, and the interest was even a little scary. Finally, the man called Shiga suggested that he couldn't pay back the money, but he could help abduct women. If he successfully abducted 3 women, he could successfully offset the money Liu Peng borrowed. If Liu Peng disagreed and couldn't pay back the money, they would directly chop off Liu Peng's hands. Liu Peng really had no choice but to abduct people according to Qi Ji's request. And Liu Peng's childhood friends also came out to help his brother and worried that he couldn't do it alone. Who knew that they were unlucky and met Suan the first time they abducted someone. After listening to these people's words, Suan carefully observed their micro-expressions and didn't seem to be lying. It's understandable, but Suan doesn't support this kind of thing. Fortunately, he met her, but what if he met other women? Will they be harmed? Considering that these people were first-time offenders and not bad by nature, Suan felt that he could barely forgive them once. However, Suan warned, "I'll let you go this time, but if you dare to do this kind of thing next time, don't blame me for putting you in jail." Liu Peng and the others nodded quickly. Liu Peng could only think of other ways to pay back the money he owed, but he really didn't dare to do human trafficking again. "Hey, I don't know if Brother Seven will let me go, if I can't pay back the money," Liu Peng muttered with a bitter face. Hearing Liu Peng's words, Suan suddenly remembered something. Since it was Brother Seven who asked Liu Peng to traffic in people, this Brother Seven must not be a good person. Suan hated these human traffickers the most, and they must be punished. Liu Peng and the others might not traffic in people again, but as long as Brother Seven exists, many women will surely suffer. Is this Brother Seven very powerful? Suan asked Liu Peng. Liu Peng didn't know why Suan asked this, but he still replied, "Seventh brother is the leader of the gangs in our city, and he is very powerful. He has someone above him. Not to mention that we ordinary people dare not provoke him. Many people with a little status dare not provoke seventh brother." Liu Peng said, and told Su and about the specific situation of seventh brother. Seventh brother is not only a gangster, but also does black market business. In addition to human trafficking, he is not short of money. When Suan heard the words "not short of money," she became more interested in this seventh brother. Not short of money is good. It is estimated that he has a lot of treasures in his hands, and when she is dealing with bad guys, she can also make a lot of money. Suan said to Liu Peng, "Where does this seventh brother live?" Suan thought about making money, so she must know where he lives. Seeing Suan asking about this, Liu Peng hurriedly said, "Sister, why are you asking this? Although you are very powerful, I advise you not to provoke seventh brother. Otherwise you will definitely be unlucky." Suan snorted, "You don't need to ask me what I'm going to do. Just tell me where this seventh brother lives." Liu Peng didn't dare to ask any more questions when he saw Suan saying that. "Sister, shall I take you directly to seventh brother's residence?" Suan had the same idea, so she said, "Okay, take me there." Liu Peng and his friends walked with Suan for about 10 minutes, and when they arrived in front of a small alley, they pointed to one of the houses and said to Suan, "Sister, seventh brother lives here." Liu Peng didn't dare to get too close, as he hadn't done anything yet, and he didn't dare to appear in front of seventh brother, for fear that seventh brother would ask him to pay back the money. Suan wrote down seventh brother's residence. Very good. It was not convenient for Suan to move during the day, so He decided to wait until night to come and inquire about the situation. Suan said to Liu Peng, "Okay, I know you can go back, and I have to go too. After you go back, you don't have to worry, because you may not have to pay back seventh brother's money." Suan said, and turned away. Liu Peng didn't know what lawsuit Suan was involved in. Why did he come here and do nothing? And what Suan said was strange. Why might he not have to pay back the money he owed to Brother Qi? Suan saw that it was almost time for dinner, so he went to the state-owned restaurant and waited until dinner was over before going back. Not long after Suan went back, he washed up and went to bed to rest, waiting to go to Brother Qi's place when it was late at night. But just as Suan fell asleep, he heard a loud noise coming from next door. There seemed to be a radio playing songs in the room, mixed with the sound of ping-pong, which made Suan upset. Suan immediately went downstairs and complained to the staff. "If I'm not mistaken, this room, it seems that the foreign engineer is the one who is staying here." After receiving Suan's complaint, the staff immediately went to communicate with the foreign engineer. However, the foreign engineer does not speak Mandarin, and the receptionist can only tell Suan that they can't do anything or change a room. Suan thinks that this is not a language problem. Even if there is a language barrier, normal people know that they should not disturb others' rest in the middle of the night. This engineer from Country D is obviously the kind of person with no quality and no cultivation. Suan naturally has no good impression of such a person. Seeing that the staff of the guest house could not communicate, Suan went to knock on the door in person. When the person inside opened the door, it turned out to be a foreigner as Suan expected. Suan directly said to the engineer in D Mandarin, "Sir, it's very late now, I need to rest, your behavior disturbs me. I hope you can be quiet." The engineer from Country D saw that it was a young and beautiful girl, and looked Suan up and down with a lecherous look, and then said with a smile, "What a wonderful nightlife, miss. Are you sure you don't want to come in and have fun with me?" Suan saw that it was an old pervert, and said with a cold face, "Sir, please be respectful to me. I came to remind you to be quiet. If you look at me with such a lustful eye again, don't blame me for being rude to you." The foreigner obviously didn't expect Suan to be a man with a temper. Why is this Chinese different from other Chinese? Other Chinese women are willing to stick to him when they see him, but Suan actually rejected him directly. However, Suan's behavior made the foreigner want to conquer her even more. The foreigner stretched out his hand and tried to touch Suan's body. "Oh, miss, I want to know, how do you want to be rude to me? Why don't you go to the bed and be rude to me? I'll let you do whatever you want." Suan, how can there be such a disgusting person? Suan was really disgusted. Sure enough, many foreigners are perverts. It's a pity that this foreigner is so perverted that he wants to take advantage of her. Suan will let this foreigner know why the flowers are so red. Facing the hand extended by the foreigner, Suan directly pressed his wrist. Before the foreigner could react, Suan directly dragged the foreigner into his room and then closed the door with a bang. "Since you want me to torment you, I certainly can't be polite to you," Suan said, took out the tape and sealed the foreigner's mouth directly. She was worried that she beat the foreigner too badly and it would cause a commotion later. After sealing the foreigner's mouth, Suan began to beat him up. The foreigner obviously didn't expect Suan to have such a high fighting power just by looking at the delicate and weak girls. He was a tall man of about 90 years old and had a big build, but in front of the 1.6-meter tall Suan, he was as weak as a chicken. Suan attacked the foreigner and only stopped after the other party was beaten black and blue. Suan spoke in the language of Country D, looking down at the foreigner, and said, "Now you know how powerful I am, right? You are blind if you dare to mess with me. You'd better behave yourself now. If I find out that you have any wrong ideas again, I will beat you up." The foreigner understood Suan's words and nodded heavily. Suan then pulled off the cloth on his mouth and let him go. Waiting for Suan to leave his room, the foreigner was like sending away a demon. Are all Chinese women so scary? Before coming to China, he heard that Chinese women knew Kung Fu. He was a little skeptical at first, but now he really believes it. If a woman is so good at fighting, I really can't imagine how strong those who can really fight are. The foreigner, who was beaten with a swollen nose and a swollen face, was a little unwilling, so he reported to the police directly. Waiting for the police to come, the foreigner knew a little bit of simple Chinese, and with the help of hand gestures, the police understood what he meant. This was to accuse Su and of beating people. They found Su and to understand the situation. When they asked her if she really beat the foreigner, Su-an naturally did not admit it. Are you kidding? She beat people so badly. She was deliberately hurting people. How could she admit it? Comrade Public Security, this person wronged me. How could I beat people for no reason? Besides, if I really beat him, how could he not make any noise just now? The police thought about it and agreed. The foreigner was beaten badly. It's impossible that there would be no movement after being beaten like this, right? Besides, Su-an looked like a delicate girl and didn't look like someone who could fight. The foreigner was probably framing Su-an. In addition, there was no other evidence, so the police left after understanding the situation. However, as soon as the police left, Su-an went to the foreigner's house again and beat him up again. You dare to call the police? It seems that I haven't beaten you enough. Very good. Now I will beat you until you dare not call the police. After being beaten up by Su-an again, the foreigner was really obedient. At least, so far. He dared not provoke Su-an again. After sending Su-an away, the 1.90-meter-tall foreigner lay on the bed and cried bitterly. He had never been so aggrieved in Country D. How come he was beaten so badly by the Chinese when he came to China? That woman was terrible. When he goes back, he must have a good talk with his friends. Chinese women must not be married. They are simply tigresses. Su-an returned to his room again. Seeing that the foreigner was much more obedient, he lay down and continued to rest. When it was 12 o'clock in the night, Su-an changed into a nightgown and went directly to the residence of the seventh brother. What Su-an didn't expect was that when Su-an went to the seventh brother's side, the lights in the house were on. Are these people not asleep? I don't know why. What are they planning in the middle of the night? But no matter what these people do, Su-an will definitely not let this seventh brother go. There is no need to keep a scourge like a human trafficker. Su-an first went close to the house and listened for a while and saw these people discussing the recent situation of human trafficking. If you don't listen, you don't know. After listening, you will know that in recent months, seventh brother and his people have actually trafficked hundreds of women. The more Su-an listened, the angrier he became. He directly took out the drugs and used his supernatural powers to spread them. After a while, these people were knocked unconscious. After waiting for everyone in the room to fall to the ground, Su-an went in. After Su-an entered the house, he first searched it. Unexpectedly, when he was sweeping the house for property, he actually found some unusual letters from these people. After reading it, Su-an realized that in these letters, seventh brother also had contact with Country R. The seventh brother collected a lot of antique treasures and planned to transport these antiques from China out. Su-an naturally did not want to see the loss of national treasures. As a Chinese, Su-an still had a sense of national honor. This seventh brother not only trafficked in people, but also resold national treasures. It was really a pity that he died. There were a total of 6 or 7 people in this room, and Su-an did not let any of them go. He killed them all. After dealing with these people, Su-an began to plunder. Using his supernatural powers, Su-an could easily lock the location of the treasures. The seventh brother made a secret room, and all the treasures stored in it were swept away by Su-an. Looking at the boxes of antiques and a lot of gold calligraphy and paintings, Su-an felt that she was going to be rich. These things would be wealth if left to future generations. In the future, she wouldn't have to go up the mountain to hunt so hard. After this trip of plundering, how many times does she have to go into the mountains to earn that much? The money came too quickly, and Su-an planned to continue plundering the bad guy's wealth in the future so that she would not feel guilty. In addition to these treasures, Su-an also found a lot of goods, many of which were foreign goods. Chi-go is worthy of being a black marketer, and he can get these foreign goods. Then there is the money. Su-an got a total of 80,000 yuan in cash from here, as well as various bills. What a big fat boy. After looting this place clean, Suan left with satisfaction. From today on, she is a rich woman. She doesn't have to do anything. She can lie down and don't have to struggle. Suan almost laughed out loud. She was busy until the second half of the night before going back. It was not until the next morning that Chi Ji's men came here again and found that Chi-go was dead and all his things were looted. Someone was killed, and even if Chi-go was also in trouble, Chi Ji's men still reported to the police. The police came to investigate quickly. Some unknown force put pressure on them to investigate the cause of the death of the seventh brother and find out who took away the things from the seventh brother. However, this matter is too bizarre, and it is not easy for the public security to investigate. It is not difficult to explain that the seventh brother was killed, maybe he offended his enemies. But who can be so capable as to directly move out the things of the seventh brother? And there was no movement and no one noticed, which is simply impossible. After Liu Peng and his friends learned about the situation of the seventh brother, they were all very surprised. The seventh brother was a big man in their Qingyang city. Who in the underworld would not be afraid of him? But now the seventh brother died for no reason, and his things were taken away. Who is so brave to do such a thing? Liu Peng and his friends suddenly thought of a person, that is Suan. Yesterday, Suan asked them to bring her here and found out the address of the seventh brother. As a result, the seventh brother sent such news the next day. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Moreover, Suan said yesterday that Liu Peng might not have to worry about paying back the money. Isn't that right? Seventh brother is dead, who will urge him to pay back the money. After such a thing happened, those subordinates of seventh brother CA and take care of themselves, and no one will chase him to pay back the money. But if it is said that Suan did such a thing, they still find it incredible. How can a little girl have such a great ability? How can a person like seventh brother be easily defeated by her? Liu Peng and his friends still have to digest this matter. Of course, they will definitely not reveal a single bit about Suan's situation. If Suan really did this, then Suan has helped them a lot, and they will definitely not betray their benefactor. Moreover, if Suan really did this, he can kill seventh brother, and it will be even easier to kill them. Liu Peng and several childhood friends told everyone to keep this matter to themselves, and no one should tell anyone. As for Suan, after coming back from fleecing the sheep, he took a comfortable nap. After waking up in the morning and having breakfast, they went to the city machinery factory. Seeing Suan coming over, Director Peng hurriedly said to Suan, "Comrade Su, Mr. Charlie has arrived. Please come and be our translator. Without a translator, we really can't communicate." Charlie only knew a little bit of very simple Chinese, so communication was very difficult. The machinery factory didn't know what Charlie was going to say, so of course they couldn't cooperate with the work. Charlie couldn't understand what they said, and there was no way for Charlie to help check and repair the mechanical problems. Suan nodded. "Okay, let's go now." Director Peng took Suan to Charlie. Charlie was shocked when he saw Su, and Charlie still remembered how this woman beat him last night. Unexpectedly, the translator assigned to him by the machinery factory turned out to be this woman. Charlie was a vengeful person. Suan dealt with him, and he couldn't fight back, but he was thinking about how to make things difficult for Suan and the machinery factory. Charlie wandered around the machinery factory but ended up doing nothing. Director Peng saw Charlie was so anxious and hurriedly said to Suan, "Comrade Suan, what does this Mr. Charlie mean? Why don't you help our machinery factory solve the problem?" Suan translated Director Peng's question to Charlie. Charlie stared at Suan and said, "If your machinery factory wants me to solve the problems of these machines as soon as possible, no problem, but you have to agree to one request of mine." Suan translated Charlie's words to Director Peng at the same time. Director Peng immediately asked, "Mr. Charlie, tell me, what are your requests? We will try our best to do it here." Charlie glanced at Suan and then said, "If you want me to help you solve the problems of this batch of machines, you have to pay me $10,000 and you have to let this lady sleep with me for one night." Charlie thought that Suan was a translator hired by the machinery factory, so she had to obey the instructions of the machinery factory. He asked Suan, this woman, not to agree, but the machinery factory proposed it, and Suan might have to agree. Charlie had heard that job opportunities in China at this time were very rare. I guess Soo-eun would be reluctant to throw away such a good job opportunity. Soo-eun wanted to run away when she heard Mr. Charlie asking the machinery factory to pay her 10,000 yuan. After all, 10,000 US dollars is a considerable expense for any unit in China. Isn't it just asking too much for Charlie to make such a request? Bah! How shameless! After hearing Charlie still want her to sleep with him, Soo-eun couldn't suppress the wild power in her body. A perverted foreigner dares to hit on her? It seems that she was too lenient yesterday. Just when Charlie was proudly thinking that he could control Soo-eun this time, he didn't expect that this woman would punch him directly. Charlie was hit so hard that he saw stars and fell heavily to the ground. Director Peng didn't understand the situation at once, because he didn't understand what Charlie said. I don't know why Soo-eun was beaten up because of what Charlie said. What did this foreign technical engineer say to make Soo-eun go crazy? Director Peng saw that Soo-eun was still trying to attack Charlie, so he quickly grabbed Soo-eun. Comrade Soo, what are you doing? Why are you hitting Mr. Charlie? What if something happens? The machinery in our factory is still waiting for Mr. Charlie to repair it. Seeing Director Peng so anxious, Soo-eun calmed down a little and said to him, "This Mr. Charlie is a scumbag. I'm just angry. He said that his request is that the factory pay him $10,000 and let me sleep with him for one night." Director Peng heard Soo-eun's words and immediately understood why Soo-eun suddenly got angry and beat him up. This foreigner is thinking of being a hooligan. She's a decent girl, but you actually want her to sleep with you? Don't you think of her as a lady? It would be strange if Soo-eun wasn't angry. Any female comrade in China would probably be angry. In addition, Mr. Charlie said that their machinery factory has to pay him $10,000. Isn't this a lion's mouth? Where did they get $10,000? Who can have so much money? When this batch of machinery was originally purchased, Country D promised to be responsible for the subsequent maintenance. As a result, when it came to Charlie, they had to pay so much extra compensation. Isn't this embarrassing? Mr. Charlie covered his painful cheek and climbed up from the ground. Worried that Soo-eun would beat him again, Mr. Charlie stepped back a few steps, kept a safe distance from Soo-eun, and then shouted, "This time I will report to the police. You hit me and someone saw it. I will let the Chinese police arrest you." Soo-eun sneered, "You can try and see if the police will pay attention to you. You wanted to be a hooligan to me first. Do you know that in China, hooliganism may be sentenced to death? You. Mr. Charlie pointed at Soo-eun and was almost angry to death. Why is this Chinese woman so annoying? This is the first time he has suffered such a big loss at the hands of a woman. Charlie saw that it was useless to report to the police, but he was unwilling to suffer such a big loss, so he said angrily, "It doesn't matter if you can't report to the police. I tell you, if you don't apologize to me today, I can't repair these machines." Soo-eun knew that Charlie was thinking of threatening her. Did he think he could hold her back like this? Soo-eun sneered, "It doesn't matter if you don't repair it, I'll do it myself. Do you think only you people in Country D can repair machines? Are you kidding? What kind of machines has Soo-eun not seen in the 21st century? Compared with later generations, the level of machinery at this time is really too low." When Charlie heard Soo-eun's words, he felt that Soo-eun was very rampant. A Chinese, or a little girl from China, can she repair these machines in Country D? Not to mention the Chinese. Even people in Country D don't know how to repair these machines without professional training. Charlie looked at Soo-eun and endured the pain on his face and said, "You can repair our Country D's machines? Little girl, you are quite arrogant. If you can repair them, why would you ask me to come all the way to help you repair them?" Soo-eun said, "Then you don't know that there are mountains outside the mountains and people outside the people. I haven't repaired it yet. How do you know I can't do it? Today, I will open your eyes and tell you that we Chinese people are not threatened by you." Director Peng on the side listened to Soo-eun's words, but he didn't understand a word and could only worry on the side. Finally, Director Peng took advantage of the gap between Soo-eun's words and asked her, "Comrade Xiao Su, wait a minute. What did this Mr. Charlie say?" Soo-eun explained the situation to Director Peng. This Charlie harassed her first and wanted to report to the police. Reporting to the police failed, and now he wanted to threaten her to apologize by not repairing the machine. Director Peng saw that Charlie was unwilling to repair the machine, and he was very anxious. He looked at Suen and said weakly, "Comrade Su, what should we do now? This batch of machines is very important. If they cannot be repaired, production will be delayed. We are almost at the delivery date. If we cannot deliver the goods, we will have to compensate them later. Otherwise. Or else you should apologize to Mr. Charlie. I know that I may have wronged you in this matter, but we really have no other choice in the current situation of our machinery factory. In this way, you apologize to Mr. Charlie, and I will definitely compensate you." Director Peng knew that Charlie was at fault first, and it was not kind to let Suen apologize. But what can he do now? The machinery in the factory is really important and the production task is imminent, so it cannot be delayed at all. Suen can understand Director Peng, but he will not agree to this. She said calmly, "Director Peng, do you think that it's enough for me to agree to apologize? This foreigner obviously has no morals and no bottom line. After I apologize, he will continue to ask our factory to give him a bribe of 10,000 yuan and let me continue to sleep with him. Do you think I can agree to this?" After hearing Suen's question, Director Peng also lowered his head. Yes, if Suen apologized, that would be the end of it. But obviously, this Charlie is not someone who is easy to talk to. If you meet one of his requests, he will make more excessive demands. They can't keep compromising and giving in, can they? Director Peng can ask Suen to apologize to this foreigner, but it is impossible to ask Suen to sleep with this foreigner. Now it has reached a point where there is no solution. Director Peng can only sigh and don't know what to do. Suen looked at Director Peng like this and comforted him. "Director Peng, you don't have to be so discouraged. Since Mr. Charlie is unwilling to repair it, I can give it a try." Director Peng stared at Suen with his eyes wide open. "What? Comrade Su, you can repair the machine? Is this girl kidding? This is a machine from Country D. Except for the technical engineers of Country D, ordinary people really can't repair it. If the Chinese can repair it, the factory will not invite Mr. Charlie to come." Suen gave a very affirmative answer. "Yes, I have studied a lot of mechanical books and have some basic knowledge of mechanical repair." Director Peng, now you either let me try, or agree to Mr. Charlie's unreasonable request. Think about it carefully. Although Director Peng felt that it was impossible for a little girl like Suen to repair such an advanced machine, he felt that there was really no other way to choose at the moment. How about letting this girl try? It won't be a loss to try. If Suen really succeeded in the trial, they would not have to be controlled by Mr. Charlie. If Suen can't succeed, then think about what to do. Let's see if we can discuss this matter with Mr. Charlie and ask him if he can change his request. Director Peng plans to take Suen to repair the machine, and Charlie also wants to know if this Chinese woman can really repair it. When Suen can't repair it, he must humiliate this woman by the side. At that time, he will not only ask her to apologize to him, but also ask her to serve him well for few more nights. Otherwise, don't expect him to help repair the machines in the factory. Director Peng took Suen to the workshop and pointed to the machines that needed repair and said to Suen, "Comrade Xiao Su, these machines need to be repaired. Take a look and see if you can fix them." Suen came to the machines, pretended to take a look, and checked them. In fact, Suen used his own ability and quickly checked the damaged parts of these machines, where the problems occurred and where they needed to be repaired. It must be said that the Thunder ability is very useful and very suitable for repairing machinery. Suen pretended to check it and then said to Director Peng, "Director Peng, get me the repair tools." Director Peng asked hurriedly, "Comrade Su, can you fix this machine?" Suen nodded. "Well, it's not a big problem, I'm 90% sure." Director Peng was excited when he heard it. Suen is 90% sure? This is great. If this machine can be repaired, then there is no need to count on Mr. Charlie. Director Peng immediately took the repair tools and handed them to Suen. Suen took the tools and started repairing the machine ping-pong. Seeing Suen repairing these machines, Charlie's brows immediately frowned. Could it be that this Chinese woman really knows how to repair them? Director Peng and other employees in the factory stood not far away, watching Suen repair the machine. It would be best if Suen could fix it, otherwise they would still be controlled by this foreigner. This was obviously a machine purchased from Country D at a high price, but the person sent there asked them for a huge repair fee. After Su En's operation, a thin layer of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Finally, after Su En tightened the last part, he said to Director Peng, "Okay, this machine is fixed. You can check it now to see if there are any problems." After hearing Su En's words, Director Peng immediately arranged for the test. After the test was over, Director Peng looked at Su En excitedly. "Comrade Su, you are really amazing. This machine has been repaired. It has really been repaired. I really didn't expect you to have such a high talent for mechanics. I have asked powerful masters to look at the machines from Country D, but none of them said they could be repaired. Otherwise, we wouldn't have asked the mechanical engineer from Country D to repair it." Su En smiled at Director Peng's excited and admiring eyes. "Director Peng, thank you for the compliment. I just happen to know the language of Country D, and I have read some mechanical books from Country D, so I can repair it. This time I am lucky and happen to come across it. If it were machines from other countries, I might not be able to repair them." Director Peng saw that Su En had repaired one machine, and immediately took Su En to see several other repair machines. Su En also continued to check and said that he could repair them. After spending a whole morning, Su En finally repaired a batch of machines with problems. Mr. Charlie originally wanted to wait for this arrogant Chinese woman to make a fool of herself, but who knew that instead of waiting for Su En to make a fool of herself, he waited for himself to be slapped in the face. He wanted to use the repair of this batch of machines to control these Chinese people, but now that the machines have been repaired by Su En, Charlie's plan has of course failed. Director Peng was very excited to see that all the machines in the factory had been repaired by Su En. If it weren't for Su En this time, their machinery factory would really be controlled by this foreigner. If Charlie's unreasonable demands were met, their factory would suffer a lot of losses. Charlie's help is no longer needed at this moment, so Director Peng no longer serves Charlie, and his attitude has become much worse, and he is no longer as flattering and polite as at the beginning. After all, at the beginning, Director Peng lowered his posture in front of Charlie and acted humble, hoping that Charlie could help repair these machines. Charlie doesn't need to repair these machines anymore, so is there any need for him to hold this stinky foreigner in his arms? Thinking of Mr. Charlie's behavior, Director Peng looked at Charlie coldly and said, "Mr. Charlie, this time you came to help our factory repair the machinery, which is what you, the manufacturer selling the machinery, should do. But after you came, you didn't do your job well, but threatened us to make excessive demands. I will report your personal behavior to your headquarters and let you accept the punishment." Su En felt relieved when he heard what Director Peng said. This foreigner is so bad, he has no responsibility and bottom line at all. How can he get away with it? Must report. Presumably his headquarters will not allow the engineers below to have such a bottom-line behavior. Su En translated Director Peng's words to Charlie. Sure enough, Charlie's face changed after hearing what Director Peng said. Before coming to China, Charlie heard from his colleagues that these Chinese people are the easiest to control, and they would not think of reporting such things. Who knew that after he came to China, everything was different from what his colleagues said? How can these Chinese people be controlled? Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about Su En. That is definitely the most terrible woman Charlie has ever seen in his life. If this matter is really reported to the company headquarters, Charlie will most likely lose his job. At this moment, Charlie is begging Director Peng to apologize to Director Peng and Su En, asking them not to care about his mistakes. Director Peng saw that the high-ranking Lai Wai was now begging him humbly, and he felt relieved. Don't foreigners think they are awesome? It turns out that there are times when they give up. However, what Charlie did this time was too much. Director Peng was not willing to forgive Charlie so easily. He had to report this person, otherwise he would have to bully others. After waiting for the machine repair issue to be resolved, Director Peng treated Su En very politely. This time, their machinery factory did not have to suffer the foreigners' bullying, thanks to Su En. In the future, if there are any problems with their batch of imported D-country machines, they may have to trouble Su En to repair them. So Director Peng's attitude towards Su En is naturally enthusiastic. After all, he will have to rely on him in the future. Comrade Xiao Su, you've been busy all morning, and you've worked hard. Let's go. Uncle will invite you to the canteen for dinner. Suan was indeed hungry at this moment. Seeing what Director Peng said, he naturally did not refuse. Okay. Director Peng went to the canteen. At that time, the machinery factory was a large factory in the city. Among the treatments of various factories in the city, the machinery factory was definitely a relatively good unit. The efficiency of this factory was good, and the canteen supply of the unit would be good. After Director Peng led Su into the canteen of the unit, he did not directly serve food to eat, but greeted the chef in the canteen and asked him to fry some small pot dishes. Because small pot dishes taste better, there's not much oil in large pot dishes. Basically, the machinery factory only arranges small pot dishes when important guests come. Now Su-en is an extremely important guest in Director Peng's eyes. When the chef in the canteen saw that it was Director Peng's request, he naturally went to prepare diligently. Now what good ingredients are there? The chef will try his best to take them out. After a while, the chef made several delicious dishes. The chef made Su-en his most famous braised pork, which was greasy and stained with sugar color, and it was very appetizing at first glance. Then there was a dish of cold braised beef, a dish of boiling fish, and a dish of fried chicken offal. There were several stir-fried vegetables and a winter melon and pork rib soup. The staple food provided white rice and white flour steamed buns. Su-en looked at the table of rich food and felt quite appetizing. These dishes looked good, and they would probably taste good. After waiting for the dishes to be served, Director Peng called Su-en and said, "Comrade Su, are you hungry now? Come and try the cooking skills of our canteen chef. We recruited this chef from a state-owned restaurant, and his cooking skills are very good. If you like it, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll ask the chef to make more." Director Peng was just being polite. He felt that the dishes on the big table were enough. How much could Su-en, a female comrade, eat? The appetites of the female comrades in their unit are like those of kittens, and they can't eat much at all. Su-en looks even smaller, and it is estimated that she can't eat much. Su-en is really not polite to others when it comes to eating. Director Peng specially invited her to eat. Why should she be polite? At this moment, Su-en was extremely hungry, and she ate steamed buns while eating vegetables. It must be said that what Director Peng said was really right. The cooking skills of the master chef of the machinery factory were quite good. This dish was better than what she had eaten in the state-owned restaurant. The machinery factory is worthy of being a large unit in the city, and it can dig up such a master chef. After tasting the food, Su-en smiled and gave Director Peng a high evaluation. "Director Peng, this dish tastes really good, very delicious. Better than what I ate in the state-owned restaurant yesterday." Director Peng smiled and greeted, "Then you eat more." Su-en started to eat. The more Su-en ate the dishes on the table, the more he enjoyed it. Soon, most of the dishes on the table were swept away by Su-en. Director Peng was shocked to see how much Su-en ate. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Director Peng really didn't expect a girl to eat so much. But being able to eat is a blessing. Su-en is a capable person. No matter how much she eats, she can support herself. Seeing that the food on the table was about to run out, Director Peng hurriedly asked the chef in the cafeteria to help make a few more dishes. Since Su-en was invited to dinner, she must eat to her heart's content. Su-en helped the machinery factory solve such a big problem this time. Not to mention treating her to a good meal, even 100 meals would be no problem. Su-en saw Director Peng asking the chef in the cafeteria to add more dishes for her, and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Director Peng, no need. These are enough, I'm almost full." Director Peng. After eating so much, you're just almost full? But since Su-en said so, Director Peng didn't ask the chef to add more dishes. Finally, Su-en ate all the dishes on the table. Su-en was very satisfied when he saw the dishes were completely eaten. Well, it is shameful to waste food, so you should eat it all. After dinner, Su-en said to Director Peng, "Director Peng, the problem with the machine has been solved this time. Do you not need a translator?" Director Peng nodded, "Yes, we asked you to come here mainly to ask you to cooperate with Mr. Charlie's needs in translating. Now the problem with the machine has been solved. We don't need Mr. Charlie's help, so naturally we don't need a translator." "Okay, Director Peng, You settle the cost of this translation for me, and I will go back first. Director Peng immediately brought up something at this time. Comrade Xiao Su, I wonder if you're interested in coming to work in our machinery factory and being a technical consultant for our factory. Don't worry, we will definitely not treat you unfairly in terms of compensation. We will give you a salary of 120 yuan a month. What do you think? $120 a month is indeed not a low salary. If you can be a technical consultant in the city's machinery factory, it will be a very decent job. However, Su-an is not interested in this job. $120 a month is not a small amount, but she can earn more money easily. This time, she got a lot of money from Brother Chi, which is enough for Su-an to lie down for a while. Why should she work hard? In this life, she will never work so hard like before. She has to focus on enjoying life. So Su-an refused Director Peng's proposal. Director Peng, thank you for your appreciation of me, but I like freedom. I can't stand working every day. I take some odd translation jobs every month, which is enough for me to live. After being rejected by Su-an, although Director Peng felt a little regretful, he was not angry. It was normal for Su-an, such a capable person, not to be interested in working in their machinery factory. The salary of a translator is not low, so there is really no need for him to come to work in their machinery factory. But thinking that the machines in their machinery factory might continue to have problems in the future, Director Peng asked Su-an, Comrade Su, it doesn't matter if you don't come to work in our machinery factory. Can I ask, if our machines have problems in the future, can we continue to ask you to help repair them? It is estimated that the machines will not break down very often, and they will be repaired once every few months at most, which will not waste your time. You can be a part-time technical consultant for our machinery factory, and we will come to you to repair our machines when they have problems. You don't have to come to the factory on weekdays. I will give you a monthly salary of 100 yuan. What do you think? When Su-an heard what Director Peng said, she felt that the money could be earned. It would not take up her time, but it could bring her visible income. Moreover, with a job, Su-an would not have to say that she was unemployed when she went out. The identity of a worker was still very useful at this time, especially when she went to the countryside. She would be looked up to by others. Thinking of this, Su-an nodded and said, Since Director Peng is so sincere, I would rather obey your orders. After seeing Su-an agreed, Director Peng was also very happy. From now on, they don't have to worry about the maintenance of machinery in their machinery factory. Conventional machines can be repaired by domestic masters, and only the imported machines from country D need professionals. In any case, it is definitely more convenient to find Su, and then to find someone from country D, and the cost will be much lower. Don't look at the fact that their machinery factory pays Su a salary of 100 yuan a month. Compared with inviting foreigners to come, the expenses they need to spend are several times cheaper. After Su-an agreed to this, he immediately followed Director Peng to go through the formalities, and Su-an also got his work permit. Part-time technical consultant of the city's first machinery factory. Well, this identity sounds pretty awesome. Su-an put away his work permit, and Director Peng also asked the finance department to settle the translation fee for Su-an this time. They had promised Su-an before, and this time the translation fee would be paid to Su-an 3A reward of 100 yuan. But Director Peng felt that in addition to settling Su-an's translation fee this time, he had to give Su-an some extra compensation. Su-an helped repair this batch of damaged machines and prevented their machinery factory from being threatened by Charlie. They must give Su-an some subsidies and benefits. Director Peng finally decided to give Su-an a reward of 1,000 yuan. Su-an felt that Director Peng was a very kind person and generous. She should get along with such people more in the future. As for his 1,000 yuan reward, Su-an was not stupid. There was no reason for her not to accept the money that was delivered to her door. Su-an not only accepted it, but also accepted it with peace of mind. She helped the machinery factory repair the machine, which was the labor remuneration she deserved. Su-an earned 13,000 in one breath, and was in a very good mood. Sure enough, making money can bring her happiness. After settling the money, Su-an left the machinery factory. After finishing the work at the machinery factory, Su-an no longer needs to stay in the city, so she plans to return to the production team early. Mainly because she is worried about Sun Xinxin. If she is really in danger, Suan is worried that Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin, 2 girls, will not be able to handle it. But it is too late to go back at this point, so Suan can only go back tomorrow. It's just right to leave some time and go to other places in the city. Who knows what new discoveries may be made. Suan went out for a stroll, but she didn't expect that the matter of the 7th brother had caused a sensation in the whole city in just one day. There were many police officers on the street, investigating something. Suan pulled a passerby to ask. Then she knew that these police officers were investigating the murder of the 7th brother and the theft in his residence yesterday. Suan saw that the police were investigating so vigorously, and she knew that the identity behind the 7th brother was not simple. If there was no one above, there would not be such a strong investigation when something happened. But no matter how much the superiors investigated, Suan was not afraid. She did those things without any leaks, and she didn't believe that those people could find out about her. Suan was more curious about who the boss above the 7th brother was. It was estimated that this person must have more good things. Suan walked around and unexpectedly met Liu Peng and his men again. Liu Peng and his men looked at Su and with a panic on their faces. "Sister, are you still out for a stroll? The city is not peaceful now. Don't come out if you have nothing to do. Try to stay out of the limelight." Suan heard what Liu Peng said. "Why should I hide from the limelight? It has nothing to do with me." Liu Peng was stunned for a moment. It has nothing to do with Suan? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Seeing Liu Peng staring at him, Suan smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Liu Peng was silent for a moment and said, "Sister, the matter with 7th brother has nothing to do with you? What does it have to do with me? He is so powerful. You don't think I can get rid of him alone, right?" Liu Peng thought about it, and it was true. No matter how powerful Suan was, she was just a little girl. She wouldn't kill 7th brother directly and take away all of 7th brother's things. Suan hooked her finger at Liu Peng. "Do you know who is above 7th brother? I think the commotion this time seems to be quite big. I guess the person above 7th brother is not simple either?" Liu Peng shook his head directly. "I don't know, sister. The person above 7th brother is not something that little idiots like us can know. But now that 7th brother is down, I guess I can ask his old subordinates about it." Suan patted Liu Peng on the shoulder. "Okay, then you can ask for me later. Anyone who can support such evil forces is definitely not a good person. If Suan is caught, he must continue to rob the rich and help the poor." Suan didn't feel guilty at all for taking the bad guy's money. Having tasted the sweetness of fleecing Brother Qi, Suan has found a new way to get rich. Compared with his previous hard hunting, the new way is much easier. When Liu Peng heard Suan say this, he said, "Okay, sister, and I will definitely pay attention to what you ask me to do. Can you leave me your contact information? I will notify you when I get the news." Suan was unwilling to reveal her situation casually. So after Liu Peng asked, Suan said, "You don't have to come to me. I'll come to you when I have time to come to the city." Liu Peng didn't have any objection. Suan asked Liu Peng to tell her where he lived, and Liu Peng took Suan there. After they got there, Liu Peng found that Suan lived in a small alley. The environment was indeed not very good, and it could be seen that Liu Peng's family had a hard time. After Liu Peng brought Suan to the place, he said to Suan, "Sister, I live here. If you have something to come to me next time, just come to my house to find me." Suan nodded. "Okay, I got it." Just as Suan was about to leave, a violent cough was heard in the room. Liu Peng's expression became nervous. "Grandpa, are you still coughing so badly?" Liu Peng entered the house and asked his grandfather. Grandpa Liu did not expect that his grandson was outside. When his grandson was at home, he tried his best to suppress his cough even if he wanted to. Now he thought that he was gone, so he started coughing. Well, his grandson found out, and he is to make this kid worry again. Grandpa Liu met Liu Peng's nervous look, waved his hand, and said, "It's okay. It's not a big deal." Liu Peng said guiltily, "Grandpa, it's all my fault. If I had the ability to make money, I wouldn't have no money to take you to treatment." Grandpa Liu hurriedly said, "This is not a big problem. It's just a cough. It will get better after coughing for a while. Why do you need to waste money on treatment? You spent so much to help Grandpa treat the disease before, and our family still owes a lot of debts. We can't waste money anymore. When Liu Peng saw his grandfather like this, he started to cry. Why was he so useless? If he had been a little more successful, his grandfather wouldn't have been unable to afford medical treatment. Seeing Liu Peng like this, Grandpa Liu also felt bad. Oh, you get old and have a lot of problems. It's all your fault that I've dragged you down. Grandpa Liu looked at his grandson with guilt. Although his grandson didn't work hard and had no skills, he was filial. In this era, how many people are like cattle and horses? He himself had no skills, so how could he expect his children to be successful? Suan looked at the scene and felt a little soft-hearted. See, she had lived a worse life in her previous life, but she still couldn't bear to see such suffering in the world. Liu Peng was so filial, which showed that he was a good person. Suan took out 20 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into Liu Peng's pocket. It's not shameful for a grown man to cry. Suffering can't solve the problem. Take this money and take your grandfather to the hospital to buy some medicine. Looking at the money handed over by Suan, Liu Peng was stunned and didn't dare to take it. He had planned to kidnap Suan before, and he felt sorry for her. How could he accept her money now? Suan stuffed the money directly into Liu Peng's hand. What are you doing? Don't you want to treat your grandfather's illness? Liu Peng's nose was sour. Sister, I'm embarrassed to take this money. How can I take your money? Suan said in a calm voice. Please pay attention to the things I ask you to find out. Liu Peng nodded hurriedly. Okay, sister, I know. Okay, I'll come to you next time I have a chance. I'm going back first. Suan said, and left Liu Peng. Liu Peng watched Suan leave before he came back to his senses, and hurriedly said to Suan, Sister, thank you. This money is a loan from me. I will definitely pay you back when I have money in the future. Suan waved her hand. She didn't care whether she paid back the money or not, mainly because she made a lot of money this time. If it weren't for Liu Peng, she wouldn't be able to take away so much wool from the seventh brother. This time she gave Liu Peng only 20 yuan, which was not worth mentioning compared to the wool she got. Suan herself was reborn once. She didn't believe in metaphysics before, but now she does. Now do some good deeds, just as a way to accumulate blessings for yourself. After leaving Liu Peng, Suan went to the scrap yard again to see if he could find treasures. When Suan went there, he found that there were more things in the scrap yard in the city than in the county. Suan saw several abandoned radios. Seeing these abandoned radios, Suan went to check them. If they can be repaired, they can be sold directly after repair. Radios are rare in this era. Not only are they expensive, but they also require tickets. So there must be a market for second-hand radios that do not require tickets. Thinking of this, Suan took the radio to check it. In fact, the circuit was severely damaged. No wonder it was thrown away as scrap, and ordinary people might not be able to repair it. But Suan is not an ordinary person. It is not a big problem to take it back and help repair it with the help of thunder power. Suan collected all these broken radios and bought some parts. After waiting for the purchase to be almost done, paid the money, and left the scrap yard, Suan took these things into the space. It took more than an hour to repair a total of 4 radios. The price of a radio now is between 80 and 120 yuan, but a radio ticket is still required. A second-hand radio that does not require a ticket can be sold for 80 yuan on the black market. She has a total of 4 radios, which means that she can sell them for 320 yuan. Suan thought about how she worked so hard for few work points in her previous life. Compared with this life, she is making money faster than robbing money. Sure enough, people still need to have skills. And the most important thing is to have brains. Otherwise, relying on strength without brains, you can only get enough food and clothing at best. It is still not easy to live a good life. Suan plans to keep a radio, listen to it when she is free, and let Sun Xin and Lu Wanning have some entertainment. There are no other entertainment activities in the team. In the absence of television, the radio is the best entertainment tool. The radio that Suan left behind can be powered by batteries, otherwise it cannot be used in the countryside without electricity. For the remaining 3 radios that Suan was going to sell, she did not plan to sell them herself, but found Liu Peng and asked him to help her. This man is quite reliable. Suan thought that she could sell these things when she had nothing to do in the future. It would be a good way to make money. It was safer and easier than hunting in the mountains. But she couldn't sell them by herself. It was okay if there were few things, but if there were many things, she would not have so much time to do business in the black market. So, it was better to find a reliable person to help her. It would be okay to sell these things to Li San, but Suan found Liu Peng with some intention of helping this man. She hoped that Liu Peng could make money and lead his grandfather to live a better life. When this person is poor, he is often forced to do extreme things. If he hadn't owed money and was forced by his seventh brother, Liu Peng would not have thought of abducting her. When Suan found Liu Peng again, Liu Peng asked, "Sister, do you have anything else to tell me?" Liu Peng had just bought medicine for his grandfather, and he was thinking that his grandfather's illness could be cured as soon as possible. At this moment, Liu Peng looked at Suan with gratitude. From now on, Suan is her benefactor, and he will do whatever Suan asks him to do. Suan went straight to the point and said, "I have a job that can make money. I wonder if you have the courage to do it." When Liu Peng heard that he could make money, his eyes lit up immediately. He urgently needs to make money now so that his grandparents can live a good life with him. Grandpa and Grandma are not young anymore, and Liu Peng doesn't want them to die without enjoying a good life. "Sister, what kind of job is it?" "I dare not do murder or robbery. I can't do immoral things anymore. I'm not worried about retribution for myself. The most important thing is that I'm worried that what I did will be retributed to my grandparents." Suan didn't know what to say to this kid when he heard what Liu Peng said. Well, no matter what, at least he has a moral bottom line. If he is really the kind of person who is unforgivable and has no bottom line, Suan would not be willing to lend a hand to help. Suan said to Liu Peng, "I'm not asking you to kill, set fire or rob. Don't worry. I'm just doing some small business of reselling. It may be a little risky, but if you are smart, it should be fine." At this time, there were many people buying and selling things in the black market. Who doesn't need things? Sometimes, ordinary people would secretly go to the black market to buy some without tickets. Because of this, Chi-Ge's black market business was very big. As long as you are smart, you will not be caught. When Liu Peng heard Suan say this, he wanted to do it even more. Suan directly handed the 3 radios to Liu Peng. "These 3 second-hand radios, my minimum price is 80 yuan. You can raise the price and sell them, and the extra part will belong to you." Liu Peng looked at the 3 radios that Suan took out, and his eyes lit up. This is a radio, a rare item. Even if it is second-hand, it is a treasure. Because radio tickets are rare, if a family wants to buy a radio, they have to get a ticket. Without a ticket, you can't buy it with money. At this time, people in the city are popular with 4 big items when they get married. After becoming a must-have item for marriage, radios became even more in short supply. Without a ticket, people could not buy new radios, so they could only consider buying second-hand ones. Therefore, the price of second-hand radios was also not cheap. Liu Peng felt that the radios given by Suan were really not expensive at 80 yuan each, and he would have no problem selling them at 90 or 100 yuan. If he helped Suan to sell all the 3 radios, it would mean that he could earn at least 30 to 50 yuan. If he could earn so much, he could let his grandparents live a better life. Liu Peng hurriedly said, "Okay, sister, thank you for trusting me and giving me this job. I will definitely not let you down." Suan nodded. "Okay, I'll give you the things. You can give me the money next time I come to the city." Suan talked to Liu Peng about this matter and went to the state-owned restaurant. After waiting for the meal, Suan had to go back to the guest house. When Suan went to the state-owned restaurant to eat, he saw that many people in the restaurant were discussing the murder of the 7th brother. As ordinary people, they naturally applauded when a leader, who was a troublemaker, was killed. Some people even said that they didn't know which hero had gotten rid of the evil for the people. If she wasn't worried about getting into trouble, Suan would have wanted to stand up and say that the hero who got rid of the evil for the people was her. After Suan had dinner, it was already dark when she returned to the guest house. After a comfortable night's sleep in the guest house, Suan had breakfast the next morning and got on the bus back to the county town. Unexpectedly, on the way back, Suan actually met Lin Xiaoxiao again. Lin Xiaoxiao also thought it was a coincidence and greeted Suan in an "I didn't expect to meet you again on the way back." Suan smiled and nodded. Yes, it's really a coincidence. Because there were people talking on the road, Suan felt that the journey back was not so boring. Seeing that many people were dizzy because of the shaking in the car, Lin Xiaoxiao took a few oranges and stuffed them into Suan. You will feel better if you smell the smell of oranges. Suan saw that they were just a few oranges and were not worth much, so she accepted them. If they were expensive, she would definitely not take advantage of them. Not to mention, sitting in the car and smelling the fresh scent of oranges, people really feel a lot more comfortable. The car finally arrived at the county town, and Lin Xiaoxiao was reluctant to say goodbye to Suan. And next time you have time to come to the county town, you can come to play with me. Suan agreed with a smile. Okay. After parting with Lin Xiao, Suan took out the bicycle from the space and rode back to the Yudo village production team. When waiting for Suan to go back, it was already time to get off work at noon. One by one, the team members and the educated youth dragged their tired bodies back. When they saw Suan, a team member immediately greeted Suan. Su, the educated youth, is back. Su Jiqing is back. I haven't seen her for 2 or 3 days. Suan basically responded politely when people greeted her. Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting ran towards Suan happily when they saw her coming back. Then, you're back so early? I thought you would have to wait a few more days before coming home. Yes, sister, and didn't you say you would stay in the city for a few more days before coming back? Why are you home so early? Suan explained, I finished my work ahead of time, so I came back early. Fortunately, she could repair the machine by herself, and fortunately, that Charlie annoyed her, otherwise Suan would have to spend a few more days in the city. Well, it's good that you're back, and then are you hungry? I'll make you something delicious when I get home. Suan nodded, okay. Suan missed the meals cooked by Sun Xinxin very much after not having them for a few days. Although there was no meat at home this time, Sun Xinxin fried scrambled eggs with chili peppers, and Suan ate them with relish. For Suan, who was used to eating meat dishes, it was still necessary to prepare some meaty food, so Suan planned to go up the mountain again in the afternoon and bring back some delicious food. She got a lot of money and treasures this time, so now Suan has a laid-back mentality about going up the mountain to hunt, and will eat whatever she gets in the future and sell what she can't eat. She will try again later to see if she can make money with space planting. If this path of space planting can be successful, it will be better than her hard work in the mountains hunting every day. After waiting for lunch, seeing Suan was going up the mountain, Lu Wanting asked hurriedly, Sister, can you take me with you? I have finished my work in the morning, and I have nothing to do in the afternoon. I also want to go into the mountains with you to broaden my horizons. Suan had no objection. Okay, if you want to follow, I can teach you some hunting skills. If she was not in the team one day, Lu Wanting could be self-sufficient. She didn't stay in the city for long this time, but what if she was gone for a long time? Wouldn't Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin have no meat to eat? So it is better to teach someone how to fish than to give him fish. When Lu Wanting heard that Suan was willing to teach her hunting skills, she was very happy and followed Suan up the mountain. Sun Xinxin felt itchy when she saw this situation. You all are going. Can you take me with you? Suan looked Sun Xinxin up and down, and then said, No, you are not suitable for going up the mountain to hunt. Sun Xinxin is different from Lu Wanting. Lu Wanting is simply a rough man who has been used to being wild since childhood and has some skills. But Sun Xinxin is a delicate girl. Let alone hunting, she feels tired after walking in the mountains for a while. After Suan refused, Sun Xinxin looked at her eagerly and I'm not thinking about hunting, I just want to go with you to take a look. Suan couldn't bear to refuse the little girl's pitiful look. Suan sighed and said, Okay, if you want to go and take a look, let's go together. Seeing that Suan agreed, Sun Xinxin also became happy. Looking at the excitement of Su Xinxin and Lu Wanting, Suan complained in his heart that they were still little girls and their minds were similar to those of children. Suan took the tools and took Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting to the mountains. The two followed Suan, and Suan had to consider their safety from time to time. Fortunately, the journey was relatively smooth and they did not encounter any big and dangerous prey. They encountered a few small prey. There were 2 pheasants and 2 hares. Suan took the arrows he made, swoosh, aimed at the prey, and shot accurately. Seeing that Su An's archery skills were so good, Liu Wanting couldn't help but praise, "Sister, your aim is too accurate." The more Liu Wanting understood Su An's strength, the more she felt that it was a big loss for Su An not to join the women's field team. If Su An was willing to join, she would definitely be able to thrive in it. With Su An's strength, she would probably be able to make those male soldiers cry when she arrives at the army. Su An smiled and said, "This thing just requires more practice. Come here, I'll teach you how to shoot an arrow and how to shoot it standardly." Su An began to teach Liu Wanting the skills. Liu Wanting was also listening and learning very seriously. Waiting to go down the mountain, she had to get an archery target at home to practice hard. Just like that, after shooting a few pheasants and rabbits, Su An felt that it was almost time and was planning to take Sun Xinxin and Liu Wanting back. But just as he was about to go down the mountain, Su An heard a noise coming from the bushes. "There's a big guy, hurry up and climb the tree." Liu Wanting herself is quite skilled and has been used to being wild since she was a child, so climbing trees is not difficult for her. So after Su An finished speaking, Liu Wanting found a thick tree trunk nearby and climbed up. Sun Xinxin didn't have this ability, so Su An immediately came to her and lifted her up so that she could climb the tree. When both of them were on the tree, two big wild boars rushed out from the bushes. After seeing Su An, the two wild boars regarded Su An as prey and attacked Su An. Su An. Two stupid wild boars. They just came to her door on their own initiative. It just so happened that she was short of meat. Liu Wanting looked at the two ferocious wild boars rushing towards Su An, and she was a little worried. Although she knew that Su An was very strong, these two big wild boars didn't look easy to deal with. Could Su An really handle them? Fortunately, Liu Wanting soon realized that her worries were unnecessary. Su An was very calm when facing the two wild boars rushing toward her. After waiting for the wild boars to get close to her, Su An took out a machete and stabbed it deeply into the wild boar's neck. Then Su An exerted force, and the wild boar's head was torn off, and the wild boar's blood flowed all over the ground. After Su An dealt with one wild boar, she quickly turned around to deal with another wild boar. She raised the machete in her hand, jumped next to the wild boar, and slashed the wild boar's neck again. Liu Wanting watched Su An chopping the wild boar, which was thrilling. Su An's skills are really... He was too strong. His movements in dealing with the wild boar were too neat. Su An gave her the feeling that he was not killing a wild boar, but killing a chicken. No, killing a chicken was not so easy. Looking at Su An's skills, Liu Wanting's eyes lit up. If she followed Su An and learned well, would she be as good as Su An one day? No. Even if she couldn't catch up with Su An, Liu Wanting felt that she would be satisfied if she could be 1/10 of Su An. By then, she would definitely be able to join the women's special forces team. After dealing with the two wild boars, Su An listened carefully to the movements around her. After confirming that there was no danger, Su An said to Liu Wanting and Sun Xinxin in the tree, "Okay, you guys come down." Liu Wanting jumped down from the tree neatly, and Sun Xinxin had to rely on Su An's support to come down. "Sister An, you are really too strong. Your skills are really amazing." Liu Wanting had heard Li Chunling talk about Su An's skills before, and knew that Su An could kill wild boars. But hearing it was certainly not as shocking as witnessing it in person. Su An smiled and said, "Practice well, and you can do it in the future." With Su An's words, Liu Wanting was more motivated to learn Kung Fu from Su An. Now that she had solved these two big wild boars, Su An planned to carry them down the mountain directly and share the meat with the team members. Now she didn't have to rely on selling game to make money. She would let the team members eat the game together to accumulate virtue and do good deeds. She had taken so much money from her seventh brother, so she was worried about backlash. Now doing some good deeds might offset some bad fortune. Su An directly carried the two big wild boars and called Sun Xinxin and Liu Wanting to follow him down the mountain. After waiting for Su An to carry the wild boars down the mountain, the team members became excited. "Hey, young Su the educated youth has killed another wild boar. We have meat to eat again. Xiao Su the educated youth is really amazing. He helped us hunt game again. That's great. That's great. We can eat meat again. The team members were so happy that they didn't even bother to work, and they all gathered around Suin. Like last time, Suin continued to hand over the wild boar to the captain and asked the captain to leave 2 kilograms of suet and 5 kilograms of wild boar for her. The taste of wild boar meat is actually not that good, and Suin also eats pheasant and rabbit meat, so it doesn't matter if the wild boar meat is less. Wang Weihua was very happy to see the wild boar meat that Suin brought back. The autumn harvest will be here in 2 days. Before the autumn harvest, we can have a meal of meat to recuperate our bodies so that we can have more strength when we get back to work. Now that everyone has the strength to work, the Yudo village production team can complete the autumn harvest task earlier this time. Wang Weihua happily organized his team members to deal with the wild boar and began to divide the pork. Suin shot 2 wild boars this time, and there was a lot of wild boar, so everyone could share a few tails of meat, which was enough for a good meal. The team members benefited from Suin, and of course, they kept praising Suin. Shen Ruyi was extremely angry when she heard the people around her praising Suin. It would be fine if these country people praised Suin alone, but when they praised Suin, they also liked to step on her, which made Shen Ruyi unbearable. Shen Ruyi not only didn't like the country people who arranged her, but also hated Suin. Originally, Suin offended her a lot, but Shen Ruyi didn't have a good impression of Suin. Now, with the support of the team members, Shen Ruyi's dislike of Suin has deepened. In the next 2 days, Suin took Lu Wanting for a walk in the mountains when she had nothing to do. Soon, the production team of Yudo village ushered in the autumn harvest. The autumn harvest is the busiest and most important time of the year. No leave is allowed during the autumn harvest, and all team members must work together to harvest the food in the fields. During the autumn harvest, the production team of Yudo village will arrange small teams to work together. In a field, several people were working together. Generally speaking, members of the brigade formed small teams, and the educated youth formed small teams again. This time, Suin, Sun Xinxin, Lu Wanting, and Guo Miao were assigned to form a team. In their team, Suin and Lu Jinting are both capable, and Lu Wanting is not bad either. The only one who is weaker may be Sun Xinxin, but with Suin here, it doesn't matter if Sun Xinxin does less work. Suin, Lu Wanting, and Guo Miao didn't plan to let Sun Xinxin do much work. After all, Sun Xinxin's main task was to be responsible for their 3 meals. The food cooked by Sun Xinxin is delicious. They need to eat more during the autumn harvest to have the strength to work. Naturally, Sun Xinxin didn't have any objections. She couldn't contribute to the work in the fields, but she could still do it to make everyone eat well. Lu Jinting's side is more miserable. He is paired with Shen Ruyi, Chu Qingyu, and Tao Xiangqin. When Tao Xiangqin saw that Shen Ruyi and Chu Qingyu were in the same group, he immediately became unhappy. Shen Ruyi is famous for being squeamish, and although Chu Qingyu is strong, he is also lazy. She would definitely suffer if she was paired with these 2 people. Tao Xiangqin approached Wang Weihua to discuss changing the team. Wang Weihua agreed to Tao Xiangqin changing teams, but Tao Xiangqin had to discuss it with other people, and someone had to agree to change with her. Shen Ruyi was notoriously difficult to get along with and squeamish. Tao Xiangqin asked around, but no one was willing to change teams. Tao Xiangqin could only think about the bad luck in his heart. It was not good who he was assigned to, but he was actually assigned to the same group as Shen Ruyi. Fortunately, there is such a capable person as Lu Jinting to support her. Without Lu Jinting, she would have been dragged down by herself. After dividing into groups, everyone officially started to get busy. Suin was responsible for cutting the rice, while Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin were responsible for stacking the harvested rice and letting Guo Miao hold the straw to bundle it. Several people work together, and the efficiency of the work is very good. In Lu Jinting's group, Lu Jinting is responsible for cutting the rice, Shen Ruyi and Tao Xiangqin are responsible for holding the rice, and Chu Qingyu is responsible for binding it. However, Shen Ruyi was really too delicate. She sat down and started panting heavily before she was busy for a while, shouting that she wanted to rest for a while before doing it again. Seeing that Shen Ruyi had stopped moving, Tao Xiangqin urged him unhappily, "Shen Jiqing, How long have you been busy? You sat down to rest so soon? Shen Ruyi looked aggrieved. Tao Jiqing, I'll do it. Don't move. Can you help me a little more? We are all educated youths, so we should help each other, right? Chu Qingyu immediately helped Shen Ruyi and said, Yes, Tao. Educated youths are all educated youths who have gone to the countryside. Let's help each other out. Shen educated youth is weak, so it won't be a big deal if we can help him a little more. Tao Xiangqin started to sneer at Chu Qingyu, who was helping Shen Ruyi. Chu Jiqing, you are a good person. If you are willing to help more, that is your business. I am not willing to help more. But as you are, you can't protect yourself, and you can't help Shen. How much work did the educated youth do? Haha. But in the end, a good person was fooled by you. Chu Qingyu didn't expect Tao Xiangqin to be so disrespectful, so he fell in love with Liu Jinting and said to Liu Jinting, Liu educated youth, do you think what I said is right? She is A, and since we are assigned to a group, we must have a sense of collective honor. If she can't do it, it's okay for the rest of us to help share it, right? How could she be so fussy about it like Tao Jiqing? He was meddling in it, but he was unhappy when he heard what Chu Qingyu said. Chu Jiqing, I think Tao Jiqing is right. If you want to be a good person, then you can help Shen Jiqing with his work. Tao Jiqing and I would be extremely happy, but if you want to drag Tao Jiqing and me together, I'm sorry, I don't agree. Tao Xiangqin was very happy to see Liu Jinting on his side, but he was afraid of being kidnapped by some idiot. Chu Qingyu worked hard to please Shen Ruyi. Didn't he just want to gain Shen Ruyi's favor? Liu Jinting had no intention of pleasing Shen Ruyi, and of course, he would not spoil this woman. Seeing Liu Jinting say this, Chu Qingyu's face suddenly turned red. Tao Xiangqin sneered and said, Chu Jiqing, since you are so kind and you helped do Shen Jiqing's job, I won't say anything more. What else could Chu Qingyu say? He could only grit his teeth and agree. When they continued to work, both Liu Jinting and Tao Xiangqin did not suffer any loss. They kept the progress of their work in line with Shen Ruyi and Chu Qingyu, and they would not work too much anyway. However, this resulted in their group's progress being relatively slow, far behind Su En's group. Liu Jinting didn't care. Since he didn't rely on work points to make a living, earning less work points wouldn't have much impact on him. Looking at this group of lagging teams, Wang Weihua would personally come over to remind them and urge them to work faster. In addition, Wang Weihua also told the team members good news. If their Yudo village production team can complete the harvest and planting first this time, they will have the opportunity to get electricity. This time, the leader of the commune said that the commune would arrange to electrify the production teams and give priority to the production teams that completed the harvest work first. Wang Weihua brought such good news, and the team members became excited. Next, the members of the Yudo village production team suddenly became more motivated. Sister, and did you hear that? The captain said that if our Yudo village production team can complete the task of harvesting and planting in advance, we will have a chance to get electricity for the team. It is really inconvenient for our team to have no power. If we can really fight for it this time, it would be nice to take this opportunity to get electricity. Su En was also thinking about this. Nowadays, the production team in Yudo village is facing many inconveniences without electricity. For example, they have to light kerosene lamps at night, which are not as good as electric lamps. In addition, electrical appliances cannot be used without power. If you can get electricity, you can buy electrical appliances to use at home. Thinking like this, Su En felt that he had to let the Yudo village production team complete the autumn harvest task before other production teams. It is not easy to complete the harvesting task early by relying solely on manpower. It is best to have machinery. Su En thought of helping the production team build a rice harvesting machine. The principle of the rice harvester is very simple. Su En was wondering whether he should go to the garbage dump to find some materials and come back to assemble one. With this in mind, Su En planned to take a trip to the county town to see if there was enough material at the garbage station. When Su En was thinking about this, he saw the police car coming to the Yudo village production team again. Seeing the police coming, some team members started talking. Why do the police come to our Yudo village production team every 2 days? Could it be that there is some spy activity in our team? As soon as this team member finished saying this, the other team members' expressions changed. A sudden change. If a spy appears in the production team, everyone's safety will be threatened. Seeing the police arriving, Shen Ruyi immediately stretched her neck to see if Cheng Siyuan was here this time. Unexpectedly, she was lucky enough to actually see Cheng Siyuan. Shen Ruyi immediately ran towards Chen Siyuan. Brother Siyuan, why are you here? Chen Siyuan just smiled politely at Shen Ruyi and then said, I'm here to see Comrade Siyuan. Upon hearing that Cheng Siyuan was looking for him, Siyuan and Shen Ruyi looked a little unnatural. Why Siyuan again? Could it be that Siyuan has made another meritorious deed? Shen Ruyi felt very unhappy when she thought that her favorite man often had contact with Siyuan. Brother Siyuan, what are you doing with Siyuan? Shen Ruyi asked Cheng Siyuan with a smile on her face. I'm here to give her a reward. This time she has made a contribution again. Shen Ruyi. It's true. When Shen Ruyi was about to say something else, Tao Xiangqin called out, Shen Jiqing, didn't you say that you are too tired to work? It's quite exciting to talk to acquaintances at the moment. I think you are. You're just pretending to be lazy, right? Hearing Tao Xiangqin's yelling, Shen Ruyi was extremely angry. But at this moment, in front of Cheng Siyuan, Shen Ruyi did not dare to say anything. I'll come right away. Shen Ruyi knew that if she didn't continue working, Tao Xiangqin would continue to say something to prevent Cheng Siyuan from giving her a bad impression of being lazy and slippery, so she hurried back to the field. Seeing this, Tao Xiangqin felt that Shen Ruyi was pretending to be in front of Cheng Siyuan. So Tao Xiangqin deliberately stimulated Chu Qingyu and said, Chu Jiqing, I think Shen Jiqing seems to like a gay man. Do you think it's interesting for you to lick Shen Jiqing like this?
It's not you that people like.
The corner of Chu Qingyu's mouth twitched. He couldn't tell that Shen Ruyi didn't have that kind of interest in him, but he felt that as long as he worked hard, he still had a chance to succeed. Shen Ruyi glared at Tao Xiangqin angrily. Tao Jiqing, don't talk nonsense. Chu Jiqing helped me, but we were just helping each other as educated youths. Do you think we are all as cold-blooded as you? Tao Xiangqin snorted, okay, whatever you say will happen. It's really disgusting that you hang on to others when you don't like them. Before she went to the countryside, when she was the eldest daughter of the Shen family, who among the people around her didn't support her. It's better now. After she goes to the countryside, everyone can step on her head.
Kick.
How could Chu Qingyu not know that Shen Ruyi was hanging on to him? But he and Shen Ruyi had their own thoughts. One was willing to fight, and the other was willing to suffer. When Siyuan saw Cheng Siyuan coming to him, he asked, Director Cheng, do you have any business with me? Cheng Siyuan handed the banner and the bonus to Siyuan, Comrade Su. This is what the city police asked our county police to send to you. Thank you for helping catch the criminals last time. After Siyuan knew the reason, he immediately took it with a smile. Okay, I didn't expect that the city's police asked you to deliver it. Director Cheng, thank you for your hard work. Cheng Siyuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Comrade Su, thank you for your hard work. You are a good comrade among our masses and have made great contributions to our public security. It is an honor for me to come and commend you. Cheng Siyuan looked at Siyuan with eyes full of passion and admiration. There has never been a woman so special and attractive to him. Cheng Siyuan is now sure that he seems to have a good impression of Siyuan. Originally, he came this time delivering rewards to Su and did not require him to come in person, but he chose to come here. The main reason was that he wanted to see Siyuan and have a chance to talk to her. At this moment when he saw Siyuan, he was indeed happy. When the team members around him heard that Siyuan had done meritorious deeds for the police again, their eyes were full of admiration again. This young Siyuan was really a capable person, and he could do meritorious deeds no matter where he went. Siyuan didn't open the banner, but looked at the reward first. When she saw that there was only 20 yuan in bonus, Siyuan immediately curled her lips and said, The police in this city are not as generous as the police in your county. There are only 2.
$10 bonus.
Hearing Siyuan's complaints, Wang Weihua was worried that this girl would be accused of being greedy for money and having capitalist ideas, so he stood aside and said, Little educated youth Su, no matter how much or how little money you have, this is the police's reward and recognition for you. This represents an honor. Cheng Siyuan also followed. Yes, Comrade Su, This is an honor that cannot be measured by any money. Su and just complained like this. 20 yuan is not much, but it is not much. At this time, a worker's monthly salary is only 20 or 30 yuan. I caught someone and got a reward of 20 yuan. After accepting the reward, Suan said to Cheng Siyuan, Mr. Cheng, if there is nothing else, I will go to work first. I am busy with the autumn harvest now. Hearing what Suan said, Cheng Siyuan couldn't stay here. But Cheng Siyuan glanced at Su and with some reluctance. When Su and's back went away, Cheng Siyuan was not with the Yudo village production team. No need to wait. After delivering the reward to Suan continued to be busy harvesting rice. When it was time to cook, everyone did not take a break during the autumn harvest. You can still rest, but the autumn harvest has to be done in the fields. Basically, the family arranges for one person to cook and bring the food to the fields. After everyone finishes eating, they continue to work in the fields. When the food is ready, they will be delivered to them. Normally, every household tightens their belts, but during the autumn harvest, they try to make sure everyone in the family eats well. The main reason is that the autumn harvest is very tiring, and if you don't eat well, your health will be bad. I couldn't stand it at all. Fortunately, Suan had brought a lot of game to the house in the past 2 days. Suan and the others had no shortage of meat to eat. Sun Xinshin prepared lunch and came to the field with the food in her basket. The lunch she cooked was very rich, including a dish of shredded pork with Beijing sauce. Although the taste of wild boar is not as good as that of domestic pork, Sun Xinshin's cooking skills are good, and she can make the taste of wild boar not bad. There is also a portion of chicken stewed with mushrooms, a portion of steamed eggplant with garlic, a plate of cold cucumbers, and a large bowl of tomato and egg soup. The portions of the dishes are all prepared according to the generous portion, because Suan promised Gua. Miao and Liu Jinting ate together. Since there were 5 people sharing the meal, they had to cook more before they could eat it. I started to get the bowls and chopsticks excitedly. Brother Ting, come over and eat. Look how delicious it is. Liu Jinting looked at Gua Miao and felt helpless. A little food could make this kid so happy. But having said that, Sun Xinshin's cooking skills are really good. A few people sat down and started eating. The surrounding team members smelling the aroma and seeing how well they ate, I was immediately envious. At this time, a child came over and pointed at their meat and shouted, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat, please hurry up.
Get me some meat to eat.
This child's name is Lu Wangfu. Seeing the naughty child crying for meat, Suan didn't give it to him. After all, this child knew at a glance that he was rude. If he really wanted meat, he shouldn't politely ask others if he could. Give him a piece of meat? Want some meat? Go find your family. Why are you looking for me? I'm not your mother. Suan rolled her eyes. At this time, an old lady rushed out, pointed at Suan, and said, My Wangfu just wants a piece of meat. He is still a child. What can you do if you give him a piece? Su Jiqing, are you not so stingy? Suan immediately became unhappy when she heard what the old aunt said. Aunt, you are so generous. Why don't you kill your chickens to replenish my body? I'm so sorry, your child is not my child. Why should I give him meat? Children are ignorant and come to ask for help. Are you adults also ignorant? Su and Squeeze made the old aunt very unhappy. Little Su Jiqing, why do you speak so unpleasantly? Can our 2 families be in the same situation? You have so much meat that you can't even finish it, and my kid is greedy. What if I give him a piece? Suan directly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. If you don't give it to me, I won't give it to you. What can you do to me? It's a beautiful thought. If my family doesn't lack meat, must it be given to your children? Who stipulated it? The bank is not short of money. Why don't you ask the bank to give you some money to spend? After Suan finished speaking, he deliberately showed off in front of Lu Wangfu. Oh, the meat is so delicious. You are a treasure at home, but no one treats you like a treasure when you go out. Lu Wangfu was so greedy by Su and that he kept asking his family for meat. The old aunt glared at Suan angrily. I have never seen you so wicked. Suan didn't think he was evil and continued to eat happily. The other team members thought there was nothing wrong with Suan. What Lu Wangfu wanted was meat. Who would be willing to give meat to others for free? Lu Jinting looked at Suan like this. I think this girl is quite special. Her look of deliberately irritating a child is obviously a bit childish, but it also makes people feel cute. The group of people continued to eat, and in the end, all the food cooked by Sun Xinxin was eaten. There was nothing left. Guamiao was still a little unsatisfied after finishing the meal. Fortunately, he could continue to eat in the evening. If Suan hadn't agreed to eat together, how could he have eaten such delicious food? After lunch, Suan and others continued to work. Because there were several capable people in Suan's group, it was only around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Suan decided to go to the scrap station in the county. After saying hello to Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting, Suan arrived at the county scrap station. This time, Suan mainly went to see if he could find materials for assembling the rice harvester. After searching at the garbage station, and found almost all the materials he needed, but he still needed an engine. If there was an engine, he could make a rice harvester. If not, Suan would have to assemble it himself. Engine, this is more troublesome. Suan thought that she could go to the machinery factory in the city and ask. It was estimated that the machinery factory would have an engine. Based on Suan's relationship with Director Peng, she might ask Director Peng to get it for her. An engine is not difficult. In addition, Suan also found 2 radios at the county garbage station. When she went back to repair them, she gave them to Liu Peng and asked him to resell them. After seeing Suan carrying so many things back, Sun Xinxin asked curiously, "Anan, what do you want to do? Do you want to assemble a bicycle again?" Suan shook her head. "No, I want to assemble a rice harvester. These are the materials I brought back, but I'm still missing an engine. I'll go to the city to ask if I can get it. Our team will make a rice harvester, and the harvesting efficiency will be much higher. If our team completes the harvesting task first this time, we can strive for electricity. If it weren't for electricity, Suan wouldn't have worked so hard." Hearing Suan's words, Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting looked at her in admiration and, "You're so amazing. You can even assemble a rice harvester?" "It's not difficult. I've studied relevant books." Sun Xinxin knew that Suan could assemble bicycles, so she was not surprised when Suan said that he could assemble a rice harvester. But Lu Wanting didn't know that. She just felt that Suan seemed to be omnipotent and that her sister was too awesome. After Suan brought back these scraps of copper and iron, he went to find Wang Weihua again. Looking at Suan coming over, Wang Weihua asked, "Little Su, the educated youth, what's wrong? Do you have something to talk to me about?" Suan nodded. "Captain, I would like to ask for leave tomorrow to go to the city." Hearing Suan's words, Wang Weihua felt a little embarrassed. It was the critical period of autumn harvest, and basically no one was allowed to ask for leave. If she approved leave for Suan, she was afraid that others would have opinions. But if she didn't approve leave for Suan, Wang Weihua was worried that Suan would be angry. This girl has won so many honors for the team. She should be given some privileges, right? Just when Wang Weihua was struggling, Suan continued, "Team leader, I plan to assemble a rice harvester. If successful, it will help improve the harvesting efficiency of our team. But now we are still short of an engine. I want to go to the city and ask my acquaintances in the machinery factory if they can get me an engine." Wang Weihua became excited when he heard this. "Little Su Jiqing you. What you said is true. Can you really make a rice harvester?" Wang Weihua had heard of harvesters, but knew that although such things existed, not every production team could enjoy them. Just like the commune now has tractors, but not every brigade can use them. Wang Weihua thought it would not be easy to get a rice harvester from above, but it was different if Suan could assemble one by herself. From now on, this would be the special machine for their Yudo village production team. "Yes, Captain Uncle, I can assemble it myself. If there is an engine, I can assemble it quickly after getting the engine back. But if there is no engine, I have to build it myself, which is more time-consuming." Wang Weihua knew that Suan was not an unreliable person. Since she said yes, there would probably be no big problem. So Wang Weihua immediately agreed to Suan's request for leave. This girl is for the rush harvest task of their Yudo village production team, and this matter cannot be delayed. Okay, little Sue educated youth. Then you go. Uncle will give you a letter of introduction. Wang Weihua said, and immediately gave Sue-an a letter of introduction. Sue-an took the letter of introduction and left. She didn't need to delay too long in the city. She could go in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Of course, if something delayed her in the city, that would be an exception. Wang Weihua was looking forward to Sue-an finishing this matter as soon as possible. If Sue-an really made a rice harvester, the harvest task of their Yudo village production team would definitely be completed ahead of schedule this time. After Sue-an returned from Wang Weihua, she washed and rested. Autumn harvest is indeed much more tiring than usual. Fortunately, Sue-an has a good physical fitness, otherwise she really can't stand it. Liu Wanting is quite capable. Today, the old educated youth who came to the countryside before had experienced autumn harvest, so they were calm after experiencing it again this time, knowing that it was particularly tiring. But the new educated youth really felt too tired to bear it. Especially Shen Ruyi. Even though she was lazy from time to time and didn't do much work, she had never done anything before, so she felt too tired to bear it after doing a little work. The other educated youth had finished work early, but Liu Zhenhua and others had not finished their work in the fields yet. They had to finish their work tasks before they could go back to rest. Liu Jiqing, Tao Jiqing, you're so capable. Can't you help out a little more? As for having to waste time in the fields, it is not good for you if everyone can't go back to rest early. Chu Qingyu saw that it was getting dark and the other team members had finished their work and went home, but their group had not gone back, so he could not help but complain. If Liu Jinting and Tao Xiongqin had not insisted on competing with them and were unwilling to do any more work, they would not have been delayed until now. Hearing Chu Qingyu's complaint, Liu Jinting sneered. We didn't blame you for slowing down our progress, but you still expected us to work more? You are a grown man, and you have the nerve to say such shameless words. That's right, Chu Jiqing, Liu Jiqing, and I didn't blame you for slowing us down, but you still expected us to help you with the work. It's a nice thought. Chu Qingyu's face flushed. Don't you want to finish the work earlier and go back to rest earlier? Shin Jiqing and I really can't do it, so if you help more, you can rest earlier, right? Liu Jinting said lightly, I'm not in a hurry. Tao Xiongqin followed, I'm not in a hurry. Even if you spend time in the fields, don't expect us to help you work more. Chu Qingyu was almost mad to death. These two people really couldn't bear any loss. Shen Ruyi was also angry. She wanted to go back and rest early, but now she could only stay in the fields. Although she experienced the hardships of going to the countryside some time ago, it was not until the autumn harvest that she realized more deeply what hardship was. Sue-an got up early the next morning and planned to go to the city after breakfast. Sun Xinshin even made some food for her to take on the road and eat when she was hungry. Sue-an first rode a bike to the county town and then took a bus from the county town to the city. She arrived at the municipal machinery factory at about 11 o'clock. Sue-an went directly to Director Peng to ask about the engine. Seeing that Sue-an wanted an engine, Director Peng was a little embarrassed, but he still hesitated for a while and said, Comrade Sue, our factory also has a quota for engines. I can apply for 2 for you at most. No more. Do you think it's okay? Sue-an originally thought that she could only get 1, so what Director Peng said was a pleasant surprise to Sue-an. If she could have 2 engines, she would go to the scrap yard in the city to look for another rice harvester. With 2 rice harvesters, Yudo village would not have to worry about the harvesting task this year. Director Peng went to arrange this matter immediately. Just as Director Peng had made the arrangements and brought 2 obsolete engines to Sue-an, he saw that the workshop director of the factory had also come to Director Peng. Director, it's bad. One of the machines that produces parts over there has broken down again. This is a part that the provincial shipyard commissioned us to manufacture, and it will be delivered in a few days. Now that the machine is broken, I don't know if the parts can be delivered on time. Director Peng frowned when he heard this. Then contact the maintenance master quickly? Director, I called, but he said that Master Chu happened to be on a business trip out of town and would not be back for a few days. When Peng Qingzhong heard this, his face became even more worried. Besides Master Chu, is there anyone else who can repair this machine? See if we can contact other masters who can repair it and find someone to take a look at it quickly, as the production task cannot be delayed. Suan happened to be nearby, and she thought that since Director Peng had given her 2 obsolete engines, she might as well do him a favor. So Suan said to Director Peng, "Director Peng, why don't I go and see if I can fix it? If I can, you don't have to rush to ask other masters to come over." When Director Peng heard Suan's words, he slapped his head. How could he forget that there are more powerful masters here? If Suan can help repair the machinery in Country D, then he can help repair the machinery in China. After all, compared with the machinery in China, the machinery in Country D is more advanced and more complicated. Suan can repair even more complicated ones, and I believe that the machines in China will not be difficult for her. Suan followed Director Peng and the workshop director to see the machine that needed repair in the workshop. After seeing the machine, Suan checked it first. Using the Thunder ability, Suan quickly locked the problem with the machine. The problem with this machine is not serious and can be repaired, but... Hearing the first half of Suan's sentence, Director Peng's heart fell, but when he heard the second half of Suan's sentence, Director Peng's heart was hanging again. "But what?" Director Peng asked Suan hurriedly. Suan pointed to the machine and said, "But Director Peng, this machine is really too backward. So, while I help repair it, I will also help you improve it. Otherwise, the precision of the parts you produce may not be enough. After improvement, the precision can be higher. After reducing the error, you can also reduce the loss caused by defective products." When Director Peng heard Suan's words, he immediately became excited. "What? Comrade Su, you can not only repair this machine, but also improve it?" Suan nodded. "Yes, just provide me with the tools I need." Director Peng did not think Suan was bragging. After all, he had really seen the strength of this girl. "Anyway, let's try it according to Suan's requirements first. If the machine can be repaired and improved, it would be the best. If the improvement fails, it doesn't matter." Director Peng immediately asked someone to tinker with the machine according to Suan's requirements. Suan spent more than an hour and finally repaired and improved the machine. "It's done, you can try the effect now." Director Peng immediately asked the workshop director to try to use this machine for production. Sure enough, after producing a few parts, the workshop director took a measurement and said to Director Peng in surprise, "Director, the accuracy of the parts produced by this machine is really improved, and the error is also smaller." When Director Peng heard the good news, the smile on his face suddenly increased. "Okay, that's great, Comrade Su. You are really amazing. It would be a waste if you don't become a mechanical engineer." Director Peng looked at Su and with eyes full of admiration. It was amazing that he was so talented at such a young age. Suan just smiled faintly. "Director Peng, you are too kind. I just happen to have studied books on this subject. Now that the machine is fine, I will leave first." Director Peng looked at the time, and it was past dinner time. Just now, because Suan helped to repair and improve the machine, she was delayed in dinner time. So Director Peng hurriedly invited Suan to the cafeteria for dinner. This girl has done a great favor to their factory, and Director Peng thinks it is his duty to invite Suan to dinner. Suan was not polite. If she didn't follow Director Peng to the cafeteria, she would have to go out to the state-owned restaurant outside to eat. Moreover, the food in the state-owned restaurant outside is not as delicious as the food made by the chef in the machinery factory cafeteria. This time, Director Peng still asked the chef in the cafeteria to stir-fry a small pot of dishes. Knowing that Suan is a big eater, Director Peng specially asked the chef in the cafeteria to prepare a few more dishes, more than Suan ate last time. Director Peng originally thought that he had prepared enough dishes this time, and Suan would not be able to eat it all, but who knew that the little girl was so big a eater that she had another clean plate action. Director Peng was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Could it be that people with abilities are always different from ordinary people in some aspects? For example, Suan can eat more than most people. After having a satisfying lunch, Suan went directly to Liu Peng's place. Suan had repaired the 2 radios that she found at the county garbage station yesterday, and she could give them to Liu Peng to sell. When Suan went to Liu Peng's house, Liu Peng had just finished lunch. He was about to go out when he saw Suan coming to his house. When Liu Peng saw Suan coming, he wondered if he was dazzled. When he looked closely, it was Suan. "Sister, you are here." Suan nodded and said to Liu Peng, I fixed 2 more radios and brought them to you," Suan said, handing the 2 repaired radios to Liu Peng. Liu Peng happily took them. "Sister, you came at the right time. I just sold the 3 radios you gave me yesterday. Here is the money for the 3 radios. Here they are," Liu Peng said, handing Suan 240 yuan. Suan had said before that she only wanted 80 yuan for a radio, and Liu Peng could sell it with his own ability, and the extra money would be regarded as his reward. Suan was not polite to accept the money, a total of 24 big unity notes. After waiting for Suan to accept the part she deserved, Liu Peng handed Suan 2 more big unity notes. "Sister, I just want to return the 20 yuan you borrowed from me last time. Thank you very much." The doctor said that it was a good thing that he came to take medicine and treatment in time. Otherwise, my grandfather's condition would be delayed, and he would get pneumonia sooner or later, and it would be more serious and difficult to treat by then. Although Suan did not ask Liu Peng to pay back the money, Liu Peng felt that he had to pay it back. He was very grateful that Suan could lend him the money. Besides, he had made money now and could pay back Suan's part of the money. Suan looked at the 20 yuan handed over by Liu Peng and was not polite. "Okay, then I'll take it. By the way, how did you find out about the thing I asked you to find out last time?" Speaking of this, Liu Peng said, "Sister, the city has been uneasy these days, and the investigation into 7th Brother's affairs has yielded no results for several days. The people around 7th Brother are being investigated very strictly, and I was targeted as soon as I started to inquire, and I didn't dare to continue. Maybe I have to wait until the storm is over before I can continue to inquire." Suan nodded. "Okay, then let's stay out of the spotlight for now and inquire later. Sister, have you eaten? Let me ask my grandma to cook something for you?" Liu Peng asked again enthusiastically.
No, bien.
"There's nothing else to do for the time being, so I'll leave first," Suan said and left in style. After leaving Liu Peng, Suan went directly to the scrap yard in the city and collected a lot of scrap copper and iron. Seeing that there were still parts for assembling 2 bicycles, Suan collected them all. After the bicycles are assembled, they can be sold again. It was not easy for Suan to take this pile of scrap copper and iron back, so she found a hidden corner and put all these things directly into the space. When she was about to reach the production team, she pulled out the scrap copper and iron again. After finishing the work at the scrap yard, Suan went to the bus station and just caught the bus back to the county. After wandering around for an hour or 2, Suan finally arrived in the county. It was already late at this time. Suan rode a bicycle and returned to the production team with a pile of scrap copper and iron. While waiting for Suan to go back, Guamiao and the others had just finished their work. Without Suan today, the work progress of the 3 of them was much slower. But compared with Liu Jinting's group, they were still good. Seeing Suan coming back, Sun Xinshin asked hurriedly, "And how is it? Did you get the engine?" Suan nodded. "Well, I'll assemble it tomorrow, and it will probably be usable the day after tomorrow." Sun Xinshin said happily, "That's great." After they talked for a few words, Sun Xinshin went to the kitchen to prepare meals for them. Dinner was ready, but Liu Jinting hadn't come yet. Suan asked Sun Xinshin to save some food for Liu Jinting so that he could eat it when he came back. It was the same yesterday. They saved a portion of food for Liu Jinting and asked Guamiao to take it back. But today, after Guamiao finished his meal, he carried the food he had saved for Liu Jinting and said, "I'll take it to Brother Ting. Their group is really too slow at work." Brother Ting didn't go back until after 8 o'clock last night. Suan. How slow will this group be in doing the work? But after Suan, the one who is slow is definitely not Liu Jinting. This man is very capable. If he is willing to work, he can do the work of 4 people. Needless to say, he must be dragged down by other people. Liu Jinting is in the same group with Shen Ruyi. With Shen Ruyi around, there is no way to get the work done quickly. So, that woman Shen Ruyi is really a waste. Suan couldn't understand. What is such a delicate young lady doing in the countryside? Chun has a problem with her brain. Guamiao went to deliver food to Liu Jinting. Looking at Shen Ruyi, who is slow in working, Guamiao expressed sympathy for Liu Jinting. "Brother Ting, why don't you talk to the team leader tomorrow and let him change your group? Don't waste time with this kind of people. Liu Jinting didn't care. It's okay, I don't mind wasting so much time anyway. Guo Miao glanced at Shen Ruyi, sister, and is still the most capable. Look, they are all women. Why is there such a big gap? When we look for a wife in the future, we must not look for someone like Shen Jiqing, who makes me angry just by looking at her. Suan, after dinner, went to find Wang Weihua. Su Jiqing, you're back today? Wang Weihua was very happy to see Suan. Suan went to the city, and he thought he would be delayed for a day, but he didn't expect Suan to come back so early. Well, I came back after I got things done. Did you get the engine? Wang Weihua asked nervously and expectantly. Suan continued to nod. I got it, and I got two. Captain, I have to take a leave from work tomorrow, and I have to assemble the rice harvester at home. Wang Weihua said excitedly, okay, Su Jiqing, you go, and do your thing. Assembling the rice harvester is the most important thing, and I will approve as many days of vacation as you want. Suan went back after finishing talking about this. As soon as Suan left, Wang Weihua started to talk to Tao Danny. Little Su, the educated youth, is really capable. Why are all the educated youth who went to the countryside not as good as little Su, the educated youth? Especially that educated youth Shen, he is not even a little bit inferior. Tao Danny smiled and said, of course, there are not many educated youth like little Su.
Just be content.
We are lucky to have an educated youth like little Su in our production team. It doesn't matter if the other educated youth are not as good. Little Su, the educated youth, is worth 10 of them. After being comforted by Tao Danny, Wang Weihua felt better. Wang Weihua did not sleep well all night because he was worried about the rice harvester. Wang Weihua hoped that Suan could really make him 2 rice harvesters so that the Yudo village production team would not have to worry about the harvesting task this year. Suan got up early the next morning and started to get busy with the assembly of the rice harvester. As for Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting, they had to continue to work with the team members on the autumn harvest. After experiencing 2 days of autumn harvest, Shen Ruyi couldn't hold on any longer, so she approached Wang Weihua to ask for leave. If she continued to do it, Shen Ruyi felt that she would collapse from exhaustion. Others need to work to earn work points, but she doesn't. If the work points are not enough, the worst possible thing is to buy some food. Shen Ruyi thought so, and went to Wang Weihua. Captain, I'm not feeling well. I want to ask for leave. Wang Weihua saw that Shen Ruyi wanted to ask for leave and immediately refused. Shen Jiqing, now is the critical period for the autumn harvest. Everyone in the brigade is striving to complete the autumn harvest as soon as possible. At this time, unless it is necessary, it is better to allow leave. Shen Ruyi was unwilling to be rejected by Wang Weihua. But Captain, I am different from others, I don't need to earn. The work points are not enough, so I can just buy them with money. Wang Weihua immediately scolded Shen Ruyi. Shen Jiqing, there is a big problem with your ideological consciousness. You do have money and you can buy food. If you are like this, it is hedonism in the capitalist stage. Since you are educated youth who go to the countryside and contribute to the construction of the vast countryside, you must not be afraid of hard work or tiredness. If you are afraid of hard work, you will always be too tired of it. How can the collective make progress? After Wang Weihua's reprimand, Shen Ruyi's face turned red. The surrounding team members also pointed at Shen Ruyi. It's just that being rich is a big deal. I don't want to do any work at all. This is the capitalist hedonism and the style of the eldest daughter of the landlord class. There is something wrong with this kind of ideological awareness. Why do you want her to stay in the production team? Send her to the farm to get rehabilitated. She can't bear the hardship. Who will grow and harvest our food? Shen Ruyi originally thought that as long as she had money, she wouldn't have to work, but now she realized that she was overthinking it. Her eyes were red. If she had known this, she would have thought of other options instead of going to the countryside and joining the production team in Yudo village. But Captain, I can't ask for leave. Why did Su Jiqing ask for leave? She didn't come to work for 2 days in a row. You can't approve leave for Su Jiqing, but you won't approve it for me? Or you and Su Jiqing, is there an abnormal relationship? Or what benefits did Su Jiqing give you? As soon as Shen Ruyi finished speaking, Liu Peng immediately dropped the farm tools, rushed towards Shen Ruyi, and said slap to Shen Ruyi. Shen Ruyi's face was suddenly swollen, and she screamed several times in pain. Liu Jinting happened to see the scene of his little sister whipping someone. Originally, this girl was just like a tomboy, but why did he feel that she had become more aggressive since she got along with Suan? Shen Ruyi covered her face and accused Liu Jiqing. Why do you hit people randomly? This kind of thing you actually spread rumors, and beating you will give you an advantage. I think it is best to send you to the police station and let the police punish you. Wang Weihua's face was also ugly at this moment. This Shen Ruyi's speech was really unpleasant. She actually arranged for him to have an abnormal relationship with Suan and also arranged for him to receive benefits. Whether it is promiscuous relations between men and women or corruption and bribery, the charges are very serious and will have a great impact on him. Tao Danny was also unhappy when she heard that Shen Ruyi arranged for her man. Shen Jiqing, if you don't know, just shut up. Why did the captain give Xiao Su Jiqing permission to leave? Do you know what Xiao Su Jiqing did? You didn't know, so you made it up randomly? Don't you know that you have to be responsible for spreading rumors? Wang Weihua calmed down at this moment, cleared his throat, and said to the team members, I gave Xiao Su an educated youth a leave because he said he could assemble a harvester. When the harvester is ready, our Yudo village production team, then we can complete the autumn harvest task ahead of time. After Wang Weihua finished speaking, he stared at Shen Ruyi. Shen Jiqing, do you think everyone is like you and wants to be lazy and idle? How can you help our production team complete the production tasks better, but you complain that it is too hard? There is no difference between you and Xiao Su educated youth in terms of ability and ideological awareness. I hope you can learn from Xiao Su educated youth in the future. If you continue to complain and feel tired, our Yudo village production team is no longer suitable for you, and I will return you to the educated youth office. After hearing Wang Weihua's words, the people around him became excited.
What?
Little Su educated youth is assembling a harvester? Is it true? Is Little Su educated youth so good? Can he even assemble a harvester? The captain will definitely not joke with us about this kind of thing. I think Little Su educated youth is so good. He is capable, and he might really succeed. Then, if we can have a harvester, we don't have to worry about the harvest mission this time. Captain Shen Jiqing and Xiao Su Jiqing are right. His ideological consciousness is really not bad at all. Xiao Su is an educated youth who is capable and has brains. He can help our production team do big things. Not to mention that the team members were excited, except Shen Ruyi. The educated youth are also very excited, especially the old educated youth. Because if Suan can really assemble it successfully, the autumn harvest task of the brigade will be alleviated, and they will be able to relax a lot. How could Shen Ruyi have thought of this? Shen Ruyi clenched her fists when she heard the people around her praising Suan and belittling her. She hated Wang Weihua and the team members who were targeting her, and she also hated Suan, who was a useless foil to her. Shen Ruyi felt that Suan was her nemesis. She was originally so dazzling in the Shen family, but was crushed by Suan. Wang Weihua said hurriedly, Okay, everyone, please stop getting excited and wait until Little Su is assembled. Let's continue working and don't talk about anything else. When Wang Weihua said this, the team members suppressed their excitement and continued, busy with autumn harvest farm work. Shen Ruyi couldn't ask for leave, so she had no choice but to continue working. Xu Qingyu came to Shen Ruyi at this time and showed tender care. Shen Jiqing, don't worry, I will help you do more. Shen Ruyi looked at Xu Qingyu gratefully. Xu Jiqing, thank you, you are the only one here who treats me well. We are all educated youths who have gone to the countryside, and we are from the same group. We should help each other. Shen Ru felt that Xu Qingyu was so kind, and she felt that if it weren't for Xu Qing, Yu's family background is not good, but she is really willing to give him a chance to try to be with him. But if she wants to live a good life, she has to find Cheng Siuan. Xu Qingyu's family background is not worthy of her. Suan spent the whole morning tinkering with the assembly. There was no one in the yard, so Suan directly used the superpower where welding was needed. After spending the whole morning, he could be considered as assembling one. Once assembled, We don't know how effective it will be, and we have to send it to the farmland for testing. Suan went to Wang Weihua first and told the captain about the matter, and then asked Wang Weihua to arrange the experiment. At this time, Wang Weihua was also busy in the fields. When he saw Suan coming, Wang Weihua hurriedly said, "Little educated youth Su, are you encountering any difficulties?" Assembling a rice harvester is not an easy task, and Wang Weihua is worried. Suan encountered some trouble when assembling it, so she came to find herself now. Suan shook his head and said, "No, Captain, I have assembled a rice harvester. Why don't you arrange an experiment?" When Wang Weihua heard this, he almost jumped up with joy. "What, little Su Jiqing, you assembled it so quickly?" Suan nodded. "Yes, it's assembled." Wang Weihua only felt that Suan was indeed capable and capable. There are not many young and promising comrades like this nowadays. He was eager to know if the rice harvester assembled by Suan would work, so he immediately arranged for his team members to get the machine and put it in the field for testing. The team members also came over curiously, wanting to know whether the machine assembled by Suan would work. The rice harvester assembled by Suan should have no problem with its function, but it looks simple and a bit ugly. After Shen Ruyi saw this big machine, she mocked softly. "This machine looks shoddy at first glance. How can it harvest rice? Captain, if this doesn't work, why don't we waste so much grain in the field?" Shen Ruyi did it on purpose. "I couldn't see the beauty of Suan. After I found the opportunity, I just thought I could squeeze in a few words." After hearing Shen Ruyi's words, Wang Weihua's face didn't look very good. Some of the surrounding team members also heard Shen Ruyi's words and immediately noticed this problem. "Yeah, this machine doesn't look very good. Can it really harvest grain? If it doesn't work, it would be a pity to waste the grain. I don't think it works. Such a broken machine doesn't look good. It still can't be used too much. You're too reckless. You can't make fun of our rations." When Wang Weihua heard the doubts, he was still thinking about what to say, but then he saw Suan and said, "Don't worry, everyone, if the machine fails, I will compensate for the waste of food." Wang Weihua felt that this was unfair to Suan, and Suan this is to contribute to the production team. They have worked hard to help the production team assemble the machines. Suan cannot bear all the risks. When he was about to say something, Suan looked at Shen Ruyi and said to her, "But Shen Jiqing, since you doubt me like this, if my machine attempt succeeds, I hope you can agree with what you said." "I apologize." Shen Ruyi's face turned red. "I raised reasonable doubts. Why do you want me to apologize to you?" Suan mocked. "You just want to prevent the use of the machine? Seeing that our Yudo village can better complete the autumn harvest task with the help of machines. You said you went to the countryside to support rural construction, but now your behavior is hindering rural construction and development. Do you think you should apologize?" Wang Weihua. Cold eyes swept over Shen Ruyi, and then she spoke loudly. Little Su's original intention as an educated youth was for our own good. She finally assembled a rice harvester for our Yudo village production team. Everyone should believe her. Whoever questions it again, then no one is allowed to benefit from the rice harvester assembled by Xiao Su Jiqing. The team members who were still thinking of questioning suddenly fell silent. Everyone is worried that if this harvester really succeeds, they will not be able to benefit from it later. By then the other team members will be free, but they will be busy harvesting rice. How hard it is. When Wang Weihua saw that everyone was silent, he organized an experiment. The team members were all watching nervously, wondering if it would succeed. As the machine went into the field, an acre of land that originally took 2 people a day to harvest could be harvested in 10 minutes under the influence of the machine. Seeing such efficient results, the members of the Yudo village production team were all excited. "Oh, it's done. This rice harvester is really different from manual work. Look how fast it is. If we continue at this speed, we can save a lot of effort manually. Isn't it? It's better to have a rice harvester. It is really fast. After all, Xiao Su Jiqing must have the ability to actually assemble it successfully. How can you be so smart?" The team members cheered and praised Suan. The smile on Wang Weihua's face became brighter and brighter, and then he looked at Suan and said, "Little Su Jiqing, I really thank you for your hard work this time. I didn't expect that this rice harvester was assembled so successfully. I can't thank you enough for your contribution to the team this time. Remember, if something good happens later, I will fight for it for you. Captain, I am a member of the team, and it is an honor for me to contribute to the team. Wang Weihua admires Su An's temperament and is never arrogant when he is capable. Shen Ruyi looked very embarrassed when she saw the success of the rice harvester. Liu Wanting deliberately mocked in front of Shen Ruyi. Some people have poor abilities and always question others. How about it? Are you a slap in the face? Now that you know the result, you should apologize to Sister and quickly. Sun Xinxin followed, urging, that's it, Shen Jiqing, please apologize to Anin quickly. Shen Ruyi was unwilling to apologize. She looked at Su An angrily, I won't apologize. You are all bullying me. Just wait for me. Shen Ruyi, after saying that, he ran away directly. Watching Shen Ruyi run away, Wang Weihua's impression of this female educated youth became even more unfavorable. Normally, he might arrange for someone to chase Shen Ruyi, fearing that something might happen to the production team in Yudo village if she left. But at this moment, Wang Weihua was more concerned about the rice harvester and had no energy to care about Shen Ruyi. Now that the machine is successful, Wang Weihua has to arrange for the machine to continue harvesting, and the previous work distribution has to be readjusted. Now there is no need for anyone to harvest. They're all busy tying them up. Seeing that the work was being redistributed, Liu Jinting and Tao Xiangqin just proposed not to be paired with Shen Ruyi and Chu Qingyu. I have been dragged down by Shen Ruyi for the past 2 days, and now I have a chance to get rid of it. Wang Weihua agreed to the requests of Liu Jinting and Tao Xiangqin, and in the end only Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi were placed in one group. Chu Qingyu didn't want to, so he said to the captain, Captain, Liu Jiqing and Tao Jiqing are gone. How can I complete so many tasks by myself? Wang Weihua said lightly, it's okay, the two of them have been divided. If you leave, I will have your workload. Chu Qingyu was still unhappy, but Shen Jiqing is not here at the moment. Even if the workload is halved, I can't finish it by myself. Wang Weihua thought of running away. Shen Ruyi, so she said to Chu Qingyu, okay, then reduce your task load by half, and it will be okay now, right? Wang Weihua said this, and Chu Qingyu really couldn't say anything else. But he still felt like he was at a disadvantage. What was going on? If he could continue to team up with Liu Jinting and Tao Xiangqin, he would be able to take advantage to some extent. But now that he is better, he will definitely not be able to take any advantage at all. And he is still working with Shen Ruyi. When Shen Ruyi returns to work, she still won't be able to do much work. Does it mean that he can do the work of 2 people by himself? After re-dividing the work, Su-an still didn't have to go to the ground. She spent another afternoon assembling another rice harvester at home. As for Shen Ruyi, she originally wanted to go to the county seat to complain to Cheng Siyuan, but when she went to the County Public Security Bureau in the afternoon, the staff inside said that Cheng Siyuan was out on a mission again. Shen Ruyi felt even more depressed when she thought that every time she came to see Cheng Siyuan was not there. If she couldn't find Cheng Siyuan, where did she get the opportunity to get in touch with Cheng Siyuan? Thinking of the injustice she suffered in the brigade today, Shen Ruyi was unwilling to let it go easily. She will definitely teach Su-an a lesson. Shen Ruyi thought that she had come to the county town, so she asked if there were any gangsters in the county town, and bribed the gangsters to teach Su-an a lesson. Shen Ruyi inquired about it, and found a few gangsters in the county. She has money in her hands, and it is easy to do things with money. Shen Ruyi knew that Su-an was very skilled, so if he expected these gangsters to beat Su-an directly, they would probably not be able to do so. What she was thinking of was secretly setting fire to Su-an's house at night, and just burning her to death. Oh, by the way, there is another Liu Wanting living in Su-an's house, both of whom Shen Ruyi hates very much. It would be best if these 2 people died together, and she would definitely applaud her. However, arson and murder were more serious matters. These gangsters heard Shen Ruyi's request and demanded a high price. Murder and arson are not a trivial matter. Unless you give us 500 yuan, we will not discuss this matter. When Shen Ruyi heard 500 yuan, her cheeks twitched. 500. Why do you want so much? Shen Ruyi, when Ruyi went to the countryside, he took a total of 1,800 yuan with him. He bought some more things when he went to the countryside, and now he only has 1,700 yuan left in his hand. If she spent another 500, she would only have 1,002 left. 500 is not much for us. What you asked us to do is illegal. This is killing people. Do you think it is as simple as killing a chicken? We are risking going to jail. Do you want more than 500 from you? If it's too much, then forget it. You can ask other people to see if anyone dares to set fire to kill people. Shen Ruyi immediately bit her lower lip when she heard what the gangster said. She was reluctant to part with $500, but she desperately wanted Suan to die. This woman not only offended her and made her life in the production team difficult, but most importantly, she might have stolen her brother Suan. If brother Suan was robbed, the loss would not be as simple as 500 yuan. Shen Ruyi hesitated for a moment, then said to the gangster, "Okay, 500 is 500, but I will pay you a deposit of 200 yuan first, and I will not give you the remaining 300 yuan until you complete the task." Seeing that Shen Ruyi was just a young and weak woman, several gangsters agreed to Shen Ruyi's proposal when they really wanted to get something done. After the two parties finalized the cooperation, Shen Ruyi could wait to ask, "When will you do it?" Shen Ruyi wanted to let Suan die now, and she didn't want to wait any longer. But these gangsters said, "Don't worry, we still have 2 days to prepare. Since we are setting fire to people, we should prepare some gasoline. The more preparations can increase the chance of success." Shen Ruyi felt that this was reasonable. "Okay, then you make preparations first. Just act as soon as possible anyway." Okay, you go back and wait for the good news." Shen Ruyi's originally depressed mood finally got better now, just waiting for Suan to be unlucky. While waiting for Shen Ruyi to rush back to the production team, Suan spent the entire afternoon assembling another rice harvester. After the assembly was completed, Suan called Wang Weihua again. "Captain, this one has also been assembled. Take a look and arrange to try it out to see how the rice harvester functions." Wang Weihua was happy when he heard Suan's words. He said, "Comrade Xiao Su, have you assembled another rice harvester so quickly?" Suan nodded. "Well, it's not complicated. This rice harvester is the simplest equipment to manufacture. If I encounter some complicated ones, I may have to spend more time assembling them." Wang Weihua. Sure enough, this talent is different from ordinary people. For ordinary people, the structure of a rice harvester is already very complicated, but Suan thinks it is simple. Wang Weihua couldn't help but sigh at the good luck of their Yudo village production team, which assigned such a capable, educated youth as Suan. If all educated youth can be as capable as Suan, then this movement of going to the countryside really fulfilled the original intention of the leaders. Unfortunately, most of the educated youth are useless, and their knowledge is limited to the theoretical things learned from books, which are rarely applied in practice. Wang Weihua immediately arranged a harvesting test for another rice harvester. This rice harvester had no major problems and was also very successful. The brigade suddenly had 2 more rice harvesters, which greatly improved the harvesting efficiency. Wang Weihua felt that if nothing unexpected happened, the production team that would complete the autumn harvest task first this year would be their Yudo village production team. Wang Weihua looked at Suan with excitement and appreciation and asked Suan, "Little Su, the educated youth, you provided 2 rice harvesters for our Yudo village production team. Take a look. Do you need any reward? Uncle will try his best to satisfy you." Suan said hurriedly, "Captain Uncle, it is my honor as an educated youth to contribute to our Yudo village production team. I don't need any reward, but if Captain Uncle really wants to reward me, can you let me and the 2 educated youths Liu, Gua, and Sun not participate in the labor?" Suan felt that autumn harvest was still very hard. It didn't matter to her because she was in good health, but it was different for her friends. When she could gain some benefits and advantages for her friends, Suan would try her best to help them. When Wang Weihua heard Suan's request, he felt that it was easy to satisfy. Suan got 2 rice harvesters, which saved a lot of manpower for the team. Now that there are fewer people working, no team member will have any objection. Seeing that Suan's request was not excessive, Wang Weihua readily agreed. Seeing that Suan did not ask for other rewards, but was thinking about them so that they did not have to work hard for the autumn harvest, Sun Xinxin and others felt that Suan was really good to them. They were also honored to be friends with Suan and to benefit from following her. The other team members naturally had no objection to Wang Weihua's arrangement. With the rice harvester, they all felt more relaxed, and of course they supported the team leader to meet Suan's request, especially since it was not too excessive. Today's autumn harvest is almost done, and everyone is waiting to get off work. At this time, Shen Ruyi finally returned to the production team. Seeing Shen Ruyi, Wang Weihua's face sank. Because of the rice harvester, he had forgotten about Shen Ruyi's fuss. Now that Shen Ruyi came back, Wang Weihua went up and scolded her. Shen Jiqing, you know you're back? You evaded labor during work. You must go back tonight and write a self-criticism. Tomorrow morning, our team will hold a self-criticism meeting for you. Facing Wang Weihua's scolding, Shen Ruyi clenched his fists. Seeing that Shen Ruyi didn't say anything, Wang Weihua said again, what? You don't listen to what I say? Shen Jiqing, you evade labor, and your thoughts are not positive. I think you should be sent to the farm for a good transformation. Shen Ruyi knew that Wang Weihua was threatening her. Either she would make a self-criticism or be sent to the farm. Shen Ruyi certainly didn't want to go to the farm, so she could only unwillingly say, Captain, I know I was wrong, and I will make a self-criticism. Wang Weihua glanced at Shen Ruyi and said coldly, also, you haven't apologized to Su Jiqing for what happened today. Now that you are back, finish what you haven't done. Wang Weihua naturally favors Suan. Not to mention that Suan has made such a great contribution to the Yudo village production team. Even if Suan did not help the production team do these things, this girl usually respects him very much and has taken a lot of benefits from his family. Naturally, he has to protect her a little more. Shen Ruyi glanced at Suan, who was standing aside with a look of arrogance, and felt very resistant and unhappy. How could she be willing to bow her head and apologize to this witch? But thinking that Suan would only be showing off for a few days, waiting for the matter of those gangsters to be done, Suan would never have the opportunity to jump around again. Thinking of this, Shen Ruyi felt that it was okay to let Suan show off now. Su Jiqing, I'm sorry, I was wrong about what happened today. I shouldn't have questioned you casually. Shen Ruyi bowed her head and apologized to Suan, but Suan could tell from Shen Ruyi's eyes that this woman was up to something bad. Suan didn't know what Shen Ruyi was up to, but she was not afraid of Shen Ruyi. It's better not to provoke this woman. Otherwise, Suan will make her pay the price. Seeing Shen Ruyi apologized, Wang Weihua didn't hold on to the matter. The team members who had finished their farm work went home. Suan and others also went home together. As soon as Sun Xinxin got home, she began to prepare dinner. Because Liu Jinting and Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi broke up, he also finished work early today. Liu Jinting and Guamiao also went to Suan's place. Guamiao was thick-skinned and asked Suan to share the meal, otherwise they couldn't eat with them. Liu Jinting felt that since they were eating together, he definitely couldn't let Suan and him. They will suffer. When he comes back to the mountain with Guamiao, they will hunt some wild game as a snack. Because they don't need to work, everyone has free time the next day. Liu Jinting and Guamiao continued to go up the mountain to do their own things, while Suan took Liu Wanting and Sun Xinxin up the mountain, mainly to teach Liu Wanting how to hunt. If they can catch a wild boar, it will be a good snack for the team members. After personally participating in the autumn harvest, Suan deeply realized how difficult it is to grow crops. If it weren't for his good physical fitness and good diet, his body would definitely not be able to bear it after the autumn harvest. If they can catch wild game and let the team members have a good snack, their bodies will not be exhausted after an autumn harvest. Liu Wanting started practical hunting training with Suan, and she grew very fast. Her arrows are getting more and more accurate, and her reactions are getting faster and faster. Look, at the end of the day, Liu Wanting finally shot a hare herself. Suan caught more game than Liu Wanting. She shot 3 pheasants and a roe deer. There were a lot of prey, and Suan and his friends couldn't finish them all. Suan gave a pheasant and a few pounds of roe deer meat to Aunt Hong. Aunt Hong's daughter-in-law is still in confinement after childbirth, so she needs to eat well. Aunt Hong was very grateful when she received the meat from Suan. Suan also shared a few pounds of meat and sent it to the cowshed. Wu Mingzhong and his wife have been busy with the autumn harvest recently. They are working harder than usual. In addition, they are old, and if they don't supplement their nutrition, their bodies really can't stand it. Then they sent a few pounds of meat to the team leader's home. Wang Weihua didn't know what to say. This young educated youth Su helped their team and made such a great contribution, but he didn't get any benefits for Suan but from time to time. I didn't want to take advantage of this girl. But Suan herself thought it was nothing. She gave Wang Weihua a few pounds of the meat she couldn't eat and established a good relationship with the team leader's family. In the future, she would get more care from the production team. For dinner, Sun Xinxin made a big plate of spicy rabbit meat. The fragrant and spicy rabbit meat was very delicious. She also stewed a pot of mushroom chicken soup. The chicken soup was delicious and relieved the spiciness. This meal was very enjoyable. But when waiting to finish the meal, Guo Miao and Liu Jinting hadn't come back yet. Seeing that it was getting dark, I wonder if these two guys had an accident when they went up the mountain. It was dangerous to go into the mountains now, so Suan didn't plan to look for them. She would wait and see tomorrow. If Guo Miao and Liu Jinting didn't come back tomorrow morning, she would go into the mountains to look for them. Suan didn't care about Guo Miao and Liu Jinting anymore, but left them some food so that they could eat it if they came in the evening. After a busy day, Suan was also tired, so she took a shower after eating and then went to bed to rest. Meanwhile, Guo Miao and Liu Jinting went into the mountains for a day and found some clues. They found an abandoned radio in the mountains. Such things in the mountains were probably left behind by enemy spies. Liu Jinting thought that if he could repair this radio, he might be able to receive news from enemy spies. However, after studying it, he found that he didn't know how to repair this radio, and the circuit was seriously damaged. Liu Jinting suddenly thought of someone who might be able to help repair it, and that person was Suan. This girl is very capable. She can assemble a rice harvester by reading some mechanical books. Maybe she can also repair this radio. Liu Jinting carried the radio down the mountain and planned to go to Suan to ask her. When Guo Miao and Liu Jinting came down the mountain and arrived at Suan's house, they saw a few sneaky hooligans pouring gasoline around Suan's house. Just when Liu Jinting was curious about what they were going to do, one of the hooligans took out a match, lit it, and threw it into the gasoline, and flames suddenly burst out around Suan's yard. Are these hooligans planning to set fire and kill people? I don't know who Suan has offended. Someone actually wanted to set fire to her and burn her to death. Seeing that they were almost successful, several hooligans planned to run away quickly. However, Liu Jinting and Guo Miao, who happened to see this scene, would never let these instigators get away. Liu Jinting hurriedly said to Guo Miao, "Don't let any of them get away." Guo Miao had the same idea. These people wanted to set fire to people, which was a crime, so how could they get away? Both of them were good at fighting, so they rushed towards the hooligans, and in just 3 or 2 moves, all of them were knocked down by them. After catching these hooligans, Liu Jinting said seriously, "You watch them, I'll go and notify the firefighters." "Okay, Brother Ting, you go quickly, otherwise the fire will burn bigger." Liu Jinting quickly kicked open the gate of Suan's house and then shouted to you, "There is a fire, come out quickly." At this moment, Suan just came out of the house. She felt a little dizzy. Was she drugged? Fortunately, when she realized that something was wrong with her, she quickly drank a few sips of the spiritual spring water and gradually recovered. If she hadn't drunk the spiritual spring water, she would probably still be asleep. At this time, Sun Xinxin and Liu Wanting were sleeping in the house. Suan saw the fire outside. Liu Jinting had shouted so loudly, but he didn't see the 2 people coming out of the house. He must have been drugged like her. So Suan hurriedly said to Liu Jinting, "They seem to be drugged. You go to Wanting's room and carry her out. I'll carry Xinxin." Liu Jinting hurriedly responded and rushed to Liu Wanting's room to carry her out. They are brother and sister, so there is no need to be too shy even if there is physical contact. Suan carried Sun Xinxin out and waited to carry the 2 people outside the yard. Su-en hurriedly prepared to put out the fire. This is her house, which was built with great difficulty. Su-en doesn't want to burn it down, otherwise she will have to go to the educated youth point to squeeze in a room with people. Su-en said to Liu Jinting, "Come with me," and put out the fire. Liu Jinting followed Su-en and rushed to the burning yard. There was a well in the yard. Liu Jinting was responsible for pumping water, and Su-en was responsible for watering. When Liu Jinting was tired of pumping water, Su-en took over the pumping and let Liu Jinting water the fire. The two cooperated very well. Although the fire was developing very fiercely, they discovered it in time and put out the fire in time, so the flames that had risen high were finally put out. The house was saved, but Su-en's courtyard wall was burned a little seriously, and he had to ask Wang Weihua to arrange for someone to repair it. At this time, some of the team members finally discovered the fire and the smell of burning, and they all came towards Su-en's house. But when they wanted to put out the fire had been put out. Su-en and Liu Jinting were busy, and their foreheads and backs were soaked. Fortunately, the fire was out, and it didn't matter if they worked hard. Captain Wang Weihua didn't even have time to put on his coat, and came here wearing only his long underwear. When he arrived at Su-en's side and saw the situation outside, Wang Weihua nervously asked Su-en, "What's going on?" Su-en replied, "Captain, it seems someone set fire to my house." Liu Jinting added, "Someone did set the fire on purpose. When Guo Jiqing and I came here, we saw these people sneakily pouring gasoline around Su Jiqing's house and then setting fire to Su Jiqing's house. Fortunately, we came in time and caught these people and didn't let them escape." Wang Weihua then noticed that there were several men who were knocked down at Guo Miao's feet. These people looked like gangsters, and it was unknown whether Su-en had offended them. Wang Weihua was a little scared when he heard that these people set the fire. Fortunately, the fire was put out in time, otherwise Su-en's house would have been burned down. The worst thing is that someone might be injured or even die. Thinking of this, Wang Weihua hurriedly asked Su-en and the others, "Su Jiqing, how are you? Are you injured?" Su-en shook his head. "Captain, we escaped in time and no one was injured." Wang Weihua was relieved when he heard Su-en's words. Okay, I'm glad you're not injured." At this moment, Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin heard the noisy movement around them and finally woke up. They were still a little confused and didn't know what was going on. Guo Miao explained to them what happened just now. The two of them were even more confused. Why did someone want to set fire to them? They didn't know these gangsters. When did they offend them? Su-en didn't know how she had offended these gangsters. She didn't seem to have offended anyone in the production team recently. But thinking that she had offended many people, she didn't know who would retaliate against her. What exactly happened? We will know when the police catch these people and interrogate them. Wang Weihua saw that Su-en was fine, there was nothing wrong with him, and the fire was out, so he asked the team members to go home and rest, because they still had to be busy with the autumn harvest tomorrow. As for the gangsters who set the fire, they should be locked up first and sent to the police early tomorrow morning. It was not practical to send them to the police at night. At this time, Shen Ruyi came to Su-en with the old, educated youth. Hearing that Su-en's house was on fire, Shen Ruyi was very happy, hoping that Su-en and Lu Wanting would be burned to death this time. Even if they were not burned to death, it would be good to be burned. Those with serious burns may be disfigured. Seeing Su-en and Lu Wanting living in pain, Shen Ruyi felt that it was happier than letting them die directly. But when Shen Ruyi came to Su-en's house, she didn't expect that Su-en and his family were not hurt at all, and even the fire in their house was put out. Shen Ruyi suddenly felt that the gangsters she had found were really useless. They couldn't handle such a small matter, and they let Su-en and his family escape this time. At the same time, seeing the gangsters being caught, Shen Ruyi was very worried and scared, worried that these people would give her away. Fortunately, Shen Ruyi did not tell these gangsters where she lived, nor did she tell them her name. Seeing that Su-en was fine, the old educated youths went back together. Seeing Shen Ruyi who didn't move, Li Chunling shouted, "Shen Jiqing, what are you still doing here? Don't you go back and rest quickly? If you don't sleep well, you will have to delay work tomorrow." Shen Ruyi responded uneasily, and then followed Li Chunling back. Seeing Shen Ruyi like this, Li Chunling felt that her behavior was strange. Why does this Shen Jiqing look wrong? The fire on Su En's side was extinguished and no one was injured. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Shen Ruyi showed a very disappointed expression. It can be seen that Shen Ruyi was hoping that something would happen to Su En and his friends. Li Chunling knew that Su En and Shen Ruyi had some minor conflicts, but Shen Ruyi didn't need to hope that he would die. They were all educated youth who went to the countryside, so why would they be so vicious? After waiting for everyone to disperse, Su En and his friends returned to the house. Su En said to Liu Jinting and Guimiao, "Thank you, it's a good thing you found it in time, otherwise these arsonists would really let them slip away." Speaking of this, it was Su En's negligence that allowed these people to succeed. Today, Su En assembled 2 rice harvesters and used a lot of supernatural powers. When supernatural powers are used more, people's mental strength is much weaker at night than usual. In addition, she didn't deliberately guard against anything, and she didn't even know when these people approached and put the sleeping pills. It seems that I can't relax my vigilance even at home in the future, otherwise I may encounter such a situation again. Seeing Su En apologizing to them, Liu Jinting hurriedly replied, "No need to thank us. You have helped us a lot. And Wanting also lives here. She is my sister. These are what I should do as a brother." Guimiao followed up, "That's right, Sister En. We are so familiar with each other. Why are you still polite to us? You saved my life and Brother Ting's life." Su En heard them say that, so she was no longer polite. "Have you eaten yet? There is rice left in the pot for you. You can heat it up and eat it." Guimiao was happy to hear that Su En had left rice for them. "Hungry. We have been hungry for a long time, Sister En. You are so good to us. You even left rice for us." Sun Xinshin stood up. "I'll go heat up the rice for you." She was still in shock about what happened tonight. Thanks to Liu Jinting and Guimiao, Sun Xinshin also felt that she should thank them well, and now it was necessary to help heat up the rice. Sun Xinshin quickly went to the kitchen and came back with the food in a short while. "It's ready, come and eat." Looking at the dishes that Sun Xinshin brought, Guimiao was surprised and said, "This food is so good. How can it be so rich?" Sun Xinshin smiled and said, "It's all because of Sister N's strength. She hunted a lot of game today, otherwise how could we eat so richly?" Liu Jinting and Guimiao knew Su En's strength, so it was not surprising that everyone followed Su En to enjoy the benefits. The two were really hungry at this moment, and they both picked up the bowls and chopsticks and prepared to eat. But just after Liu Jinting finished eating, Su En saw that there seemed to be a cut on Liu Jinting's arm, and it was still bleeding. Su En hurriedly pointed at Liu Jinting's wound and said, "You are injured." Liu Jinting was stunned for a moment. Was he injured? Why didn't he feel any pain? But when he looked at the place Su En pointed, he found that there was indeed a wound on his arm. Liu Jinting guessed that he might have been accidentally scratched while putting out the fire. Looking at the wound, Liu Jinting said indifferently, "It's okay, just a small scratch." He had been on many more dangerous missions before and had suffered more serious injuries. So for Liu Jinting, the minor injury on his hand now is really nothing. When he returns later, he can just take care of it himself and apply some medicine. But Su En felt that the small wound should not be ignored. So much blood has flowed out, and if it is not treated properly, the wound will get infected and inflamed. "I'll go get the medicine box and take care of the wound first. It cannot be ignored. I think the wound is quite deep," Su En said, turned around and went into the house, and then brought out a medicine box. When Su En came out with the medical kit, she said to Liu Jinting, "Put your hand out, I'll take care of it." Liu Jinting. He wanted to say no, but seeing Su En being so serious, he had to cooperate and put his hand out. Su En rolled up Liu Jinting's sleeves and began to apply medicine. Su En first applied some iodine, and after cleaning the wound, she wrapped it with white cloth. Liu Jinting has been watching the little girl treat his wound. Usually Su En is arrogant and has a cold face. But when Su En treated his wound, Liu Jinting felt that she was gentle and serious. Su En seemed to be afraid of hurting him, so her movements were very gentle, which was completely different from her usual rough appearance. Looking at Suan from Liu Jinting's perspective, he saw that when Suan helped to treat his wound, her long eyelashes were like butterfly wings, casting a shadow under the kerosene lamp. Liu Jinting felt that Suan's beauty was often overlooked because of her high martial arts value. Looking at her carefully now, this girl is really pretty. After Suan helped to treat the wound, Liu Jinting thanked Suan. "Thank you. What are you thanking me for? You were injured while helping my family put out the fire, and I should be the one thanking you. Well, now that the wound is bandaged, you should eat quickly." Liu Jinting did not hesitate and ate his meal quickly. If he didn't eat, the dishes would be swept away by Guamiao later. This kid is really unconscious and will not take the initiative to leave food for him. After the two of them finished eating, Liu Jinting remembered the purpose of coming to Suan today. He asked Suan, "Su Jiqing, can you repair a radio?" Suan didn't know why Liu Jinting asked this, but she nodded and said, "I should be able to, but it depends on how badly the machine is damaged. If it's not too bad, I might be able to repair it. But if it's really bad, it's probably going to be difficult and I may not be able to fix it." Seeing Suan say this, Liu Jinting thought there was hope that it could be repaired, so he quickly took the machine out. "It's this radio. I suspect that the enemy spies left it in the mountains after it was damaged. See if it can be repaired. If it can be repaired, it's probably going to be able to receive other enemy spies' contact stations." Suan took it seriously when she heard that it might have been left behind by the enemy spies. After all, she was a Chinese, so she naturally didn't want the enemy spies to damage the interests of their country. "Okay, I'll check it first," Suan said and began to check the machine. She used her thunder ability to check the circuit of the machine. The damage was indeed serious, and it might be difficult to repair it. But it's not that it can't be repaired, it just takes a little more time. Suan definitely can't help repair it tonight, because he assembled 2 rice harvesters and Suan's ability to use today is a bit excessive. He has to rest for a night and wait until tomorrow. Seeing that Suan didn't say anything, Liu Jinting thought that this radio machine couldn't be repaired, and he felt a little regretful. If it can be repaired, he may have more information about spies. But if it can't be repaired, this line can only be abandoned. Just when Liu Jinting felt sorry, Suan said to him, "This machine can be repaired." "Liu Jinting?" The surprise came too suddenly. "Can it really be repaired?" Liu Jinting asked Suan for confirmation in disbelief. In fact, he was just trying his luck. Although Suan was powerful, this kind of precision machinery was difficult to repair. This girl's ability to repair it really gave him a surprise. Suan gave a very affirmative reply. "It can be repaired, but it will take time. I don't have the energy to repair it tonight. Let's wait until tomorrow. I will help repair it tomorrow." Liu Jinting was very happy to see Suan say so. It was getting late, so Liu Jinting naturally couldn't disturb Suan's rest. He couldn't expect Suan to help fix the machine in the middle of the night. "Then we have to wait until tomorrow to fix it. Su Jiqing, it's good that you can help fix it. There's no rush." Seeing that Liu Jinting was not in a hurry, Suan went back to the house to rest. He had used his supernatural powers too much today and was really sleepy. In addition, it was the middle of the night, and Suan just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. Liu Jinting was a little worried about Suan's situation, so he and Guamiao directly made a bed on the floor in the main hall of Suan's house. In case something happened at night, they could help deal with it. Fortunately, nothing happened all night, and Suan slept comfortably. After waiting for Suan to wake up and have breakfast, she first sent the few arsonists caught yesterday to the Public Security Bureau. Seeing Suan coming over again, Chung Siuan asked about the situation with concern. "Comrade Su, what are you doing?" Suan told Chung Siuan about what happened last night. After listening to it, Chung Siuan's expression suddenly became serious. "Comrade Su, don't worry. I will definitely help investigate this matter." Chung Siuan couldn't help but worry about the safety of Suan. If he didn't investigate it clearly, Chung Siuan was worried that Suan would continue to be hurt. It was the first time for him to do this, the first time he cared so much about a female comrade. Chung Siuan didn't know since when Suan's position in his heart became so important. Su-an thanked Cheng Si-yuan. Okay. Thank you. Director Chung, I'll leave this matter to you. Comrade Su, this is our duty as police officers. You don't need to thank me. Well, Director Chung, let me know when you have investigated it clearly. I'm going back first. Cheng Si-yuan was unwilling to watch Su-an leave, and asked Su-an, Comrade Su, are you in a hurry to go back? Do you have time at noon? Cheng Si-yuan thought that if Su-an had time at noon, he would treat her to a meal. But unexpectedly, Su-an said directly, I still have something to do. I have to go back now. Director Cheng, is there anything? Cheng Si-yuan felt a little disappointed when he heard Su-an's words. He pulled out a stiff smile from the corner of his mouth. It's okay, Comrade Su, since you have something to do. Go and do your thing. He could only wait until Su-an had time next time to make an appointment with her. Su-an didn't say much, left the Public Security Bureau and hurried home to repair the machine. Since it was something that might involve the contact of enemy spies, Su-an repaired it as soon as possible so that he could get useful information earlier. After Su-an returned, he started to repair the radio. Liu Jinting and Guamiao continued to go up the mountain to see if they could make some new discoveries. They stayed on the mountain for a day and then went down the mountain. After returning, Liu Jinting went to Su and to find out how Su-an's repair progress was. Liu Jinting and Guamiao went down the mountain, both of them holding a hair in their hands, which was caught by Liu Jinting when he went up the mountain. When Liu Jinting found Su-an, Su-an was still tinkering with the radio in the house. Liu Jinting found that Su-an's forehead was covered with sweat. Su-an estimated that he was tired from repairing the radio for a day. Liu Jinting and Guamiao looked at each other, and they both read joy in each other's eyes. Originally, Liu Jinting didn't have much hope that Su-an would be able to fix the machine, but he didn't expect Su-an to be so good that she actually fixed it. The motor was so badly damaged that it was not easy for her to fix it. After all, even professionals might not be able to fix it. According to Liu Jinting's background investigation on Su-an, Su-an had not received any systematic training, and all of this should have been self-taught. It is conceivable how strong this girl is. Liu Jinting hurried to debug the radio, and then a sizzling current signal came from it. After the motor was repaired, it could be monitored to see if it could receive the information sent by the enemy spies. Seeing that Su-an had helped him so much, Liu Jinting thanked her. Su Jiqing, I really want to thank you for repairing the radio this time. This motor may be of great help to our organization. Su-an waved her hand. You re-welcome. I'm also doing my part for our China. I don't want those enemy spies to damage the interests of our China. Liu Jinting felt a little ashamed when he heard Su-an's words. He had misunderstood Su-an before and suspected whether Su-an was an enemy spy. If Su-an was really an enemy spy, he would not help them do so many things. Now that he was done with his work, Su-an felt hungry and waited for Sun Xinshin to prepare dinner. Liu Jinting and Guamiao also stayed to eat together. Sun Xinshin made a lot of food, and it was rich, so they had a delicious meal together. Guamiao was shocked when he saw Su-an finishing 6 big bowls of rice. Sister-in, how did you eat so much? 6 big bowls of rice. Su-an saw Guamiao's surprised look and said with a smile, I am a person who can eat, especially after expending physical and mental energy. I can eat more. Sister-in, people like you, ordinary men without ability really can't afford to support you. Guamiao said weakly. After Guamiao finished speaking, Liu Wanting snorted. Brother Guamiao, my sister-in is capable. Why does she need a man to support her? Guamiao thought about it, and it was true. Yes, someone like sister-in can afford to support a man, but it's a pity that sister-in doesn't like me. Otherwise, I would be willing to be supported by sister-in. Liu Wanting looked at Guamiao with disdain and said, Brother Guamiao, forget it. You are not worthy of my sister-in. In Liu Wanting's heart, no one is worthy of Su-an, not even her own brother. Although Liu Wanting was telling the truth, Guamiao still felt that the girl's words were a bit unbearable. Wanting what? Do you look down on your brother Guamiao? What's wrong with me? I'm not exaggerating. There are not many people like me who have both good looks and strength. Liu Wanting said with a smile, Brother Guamiao, you are good, but you are not worthy of my sister-in. Not to mention you, even my brother is not worthy of you. Liu Jinting. Is this girl still her sister? After hearing what Lu Wanning said, Suan glanced at Lu Jinting. Ahem, in fact, this man is still worthy of her. This girl doesn't need to belittle her own brother. Seeing that Lu Wanting said so, Guimiao didn't say anything more. Since Lu Wanning said that Brother Ting was not worthy of Suan, what could he say? He thought he was inferior to Brother Ting. After dinner, Lu Jinting and Guimiao went back with the radio. They would not go up the mountain for the next few days, so they would try to keep an eye on the radio to get some useful information. Suan was busy all day again, using a lot of his supernatural powers, and felt that his mental strength was drained again. So after dinner, Suan hurried to rest and went to bed. After a night's rest, Suan felt a lot more comfortable. There was nothing to do the next day, and there was still some meat at home. Suan planned to have a good rest at home and consider going up the mountain tomorrow. On the production team's side of Yudo Village, the autumn harvest was still in full swing, but because of the 2 harvesters that Suan had installed, the efficiency of harvesting in Yudo Village had increased a lot, and the team members were also relieved a lot. Now the people in the production team of Yudo Village are very grateful to Suan. If Suan hadn't installed these 2 useful machines, how could their team members benefit from it? At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Cheng Siyuan and several other police officers came to Yudo Village again. 2 village production team. This time Cheng Siyuan came here mainly to talk to Su and about the arson by those gangsters. According to the interrogation, Cheng Siyuan knew that these gangsters were instructed to set the fire. A young female comrade paid them to set fire and kill people. However, they didn't know the other party's specific name and didn't ask clearly. According to the information obtained by Cheng Siyuan, Suan really couldn't confirm who wanted to kill her. There was no way. She had offended a lot of people when she came to the countryside. At first, she didn't get along with Wang Zhaodi, and then she offended the public security officer Huang Yuhuang. She must have offended Wang Huan and Hao Jianxi, and then some messy team members of the brigade. Oh, and Shen Ruyi. Thinking of the last time this woman looked at him with a wrong look, Suan felt that this might be her doing. After all, after Cheng Siyuan's interrogation, these gangsters said that the other parties spent 500 yuan to let them do this. In addition to Shen Ruyi, who else has such financial resources? Thinking of Shen Ruyi, Suan said to Cheng Siyuan, "Director Cheng, I remembered that I recently offended someone. I suspect that this person hired someone to kill someone. I wonder if you can let her be interrogated? You can take her to the police station and let those gangsters testify whether it was she who did it." Cheng Siyuan asked hurriedly, "Comrade Su, who do you suspect?" "I will definitely help you investigate this matter thoroughly." Suan mentioned Shen Ruyi's name. When Cheng Siyuan heard that it was Shen Ruyi, his brows tightened immediately. Shen Ruyi? Is she the eldest daughter of the Shen family? Cheng Siyuan felt that Shen Ruyi looked very simple and should not do such a vicious thing, right? But he didn't know Shen Ruyi very well, so he had to interrogate Shen Ruyi and investigate her further. "Okay, Comrade Su, we will take Shen Ruyi to be investigated." After Cheng Siyuan finished talking about this with Suan, he immediately went to find Shen Ruyi. At this time, Shen Ruyi was working in the fields, but she didn't do much, and her share of the work was basically done by Chu Qingyu. But even so, Shen Ruyi still felt very tired. Coming to the fields, even if you don't do any work, it's still very hard to be under the scorching sun. Just when Shen Ruyi was complaining in her heart that it was too hard, Wang Weihua found Shen Ruyi. "Shen Jiqing, Director Cheng is here to see you." When Shen Ruyi heard that it was Cheng Siyuan who came to see her, she stood up happily. Cheng Siyuan actually took the initiative to find her, which was very rare. Shen Ruyi, who was originally listless, suddenly became energetic. When she arrived in front of Cheng Siyuan, Shen Ruyi hurriedly asked, "Brother Siyuan, why are you here? What do you want to talk to me about?" Cheng Siyuan's attitude toward Shen Ruyi was neither cold nor indifferent. This time, Comrade Su's house was set on fire. "I want to take you back to cooperate with the investigation." When Shen Ruyi heard Cheng Siyuan's words, panic and fear suddenly appeared in her eyes. Could it be that those gangsters had given her away? If this matter was exposed, wouldn't she be finished? Shen Ruyi was very panicked, but she still tried to calm herself down. "Brother Siyuan, what does this have to do with me? I don't know anything about it. You follow me first. If this matter has nothing to do with you, our police will definitely not wrongly accuse you. Shen Ruyi clenched her fists tightly. She knew that she had to cooperate with the investigation at this time, otherwise she would have something to hide. Brother Siyuan, in this case, then I will cooperate with your investigation. But I hope you believe me, I really have nothing to do with this matter. Chung Siyuan nodded when he saw Shen Ruyi say this. Okay, I get it. Since this matter has nothing to do with you, we will definitely not wrongly accuse you. Don't worry, we always use evidence when doing things. Shen Ruyi followed Chung Siyuan away, but the other team members started discussing the matter. Why was Shen Ruyi taken away for investigation? Was it really her who ordered people to set fire to Su-en's house? If Shen Ruyi really did it, then this woman was really terrible. Su-en didn't take it to heart. Anyway, Chung Siyuan was asked to investigate the matter. If it was really Shen Ruyi who did it, Shen Ruyi would definitely not escape punishment. After waiting for Chung Siyuan to leave, Sun Xinxin came home to cook lunch. At noon, she fried a large pot of rabbit meat and a large plate of roe deer meat. When lunch was ready, Lu Wanning went to the educated youth point and called Lu Jinting and Guimiao to come for dinner. Seeing that they had been staring at the radio for a whole morning, Su-en asked, "Did you get any useful information?" Lu Jinting and Guimiao shook their heads at the same time. No. Then let's eat first and watch it again in the afternoon. Several people began to eat happily, facing the sumptuous meal on the table. After lunch, Lu Jinting and Guimiao went back to continue staring at the radio to see if they could get any useful information. As for Su-en, she planned to go out for a walk after lunch to help digest the food. She ate too much at noon and felt a little full. Nowadays, people are not full, and it is probably rare to eat as much as she does. If she tells others about it, they will probably be jealous to death. Su-en took a walk to help digest the food, so that her stomach would feel better. Su-en happened to walk into the fields and saw a group of children busying around. These children were picking rice ears in the fields, and they would be given work points later. During the summer harvest, not only the adults were busy, but the children in the production team also had to participate. Just when the children were working hard, a little girl suddenly fainted. There were several children next to them, and they anxiously helped the little girl to the side. Seeing that a child had fainted, Su-en hurried over and asked, "What's wrong with her?" In the hearts of the children in the production team, Su-en is a hero who can catch spies and let them eat meat, so everyone likes Su-en very much. Seeing her asking them, a little boy stepped forward actively and said to Su-en, "Sister Su-en, Wang Xiaohua must have fainted from hunger. She is often like this, not just once or twice." Su-en often fainted from hunger? Su-en knew that although the conditions of every household were difficult at that time, it was not uncommon for children to faint from hunger. Su-en hurried to check on the child. When she went over and saw the little girl's appearance clearly, she immediately felt distressed. The child was skinny, with no meat on her body and sparse hair. When she saw Wang Xiaohua, Su-en thought of her childhood. The couple in the Su family treated her in the same way. She had endless work to do every day and often went hungry. If it weren't for the neighbors around her who felt sorry for her and helped her from time to time, Su-en might not have survived. But the situation in the countryside is different from that in the city. Every household in the countryside is very poor. When encountering such a poor child, other families can't save some money from their own rations to help even if they sympathize with her. If you can't even fill your own stomach, how can you help others? Maybe it was because of thinking of her own childhood experience, seeing Wang Xiaohua like this, Su-en was more likely to sympathize and feel distressed. The child fainted from hunger, which is usually caused by low blood sugar. Su-en asked the children to keep an eye on Wang Xiaohua, and she quickly went home, made a bowl of sugar water, and brought it to Wang Xiaohua. After drinking the brown sugar water, Wang Xiaohua finally woke up slowly. Wang Xiaohua had long been accustomed to her situation. But she didn't expect that she would wake up with a sweet taste in her mouth this time. Did she drink the sugar water? Are you feeling better? Su-en asked Wang Xiaohua. Much better. Wang Xiaohua looked at Su-en and replied in a low voice. The child looked a little timid. Su-en nodded. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. Eat something, Su-en said, and stuffed 2 rice into Wang Xiaohua's mouth. These 2 rice were prepared by Sun Xinxin for her. Sun Xinxin knew that Suan could eat, so she would help to make a few rice with the leftover rice from lunch. The rice were white rice with meat inside. Wang Xiaohua didn't dare to take the white rice that Suan handed over. "Why are you still standing there? Eat quickly, you're so hungry. You need to eat something to fill your stomach." Wang Xiaohua took it timidly. "Sister Suan, thank you." Suan waved her hand. "You welcome, I don't need this little bit of food." Wang Xiaohua knew that food was precious, so she took the rice ball and ate it in small bites. Normally, she couldn't even eat coarse grains, so now she could eat white rice, and she was reluctant to swallow them all in one bite. She had to savor them carefully. After Wang Xiaohua took another bite of the meat wrapped in the rice ball, her eyes widened in surprise. There was actually meat? There were other children around at this time, so even if she ate the meat, Wang Xiaohua didn't dare to shout loudly. "Sister Suan, there's. Eat it. You see how thin you are. You need to eat something good to supplement your nutrition." Wang Xiaohua savored the meat in the rice ball carefully. She hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Although Suan had killed a wild boar before, her family had shared the meat, but she didn't get any of it. Now that she tasted the meat, Wang Xiaohua's eyes were red with emotion. She didn't expect Suan to be willing to give her such a good thing. Sister Suan was really the best person she had ever met. After Wang Xiaohua finished eating the rice ball, Suan asked, "You often don't have enough to eat? Your parents don't give you food?" When Suan asked this, Wang Xiaohua nodded with red eyes. "Why don't they give you food?" As soon as Suan asked, she saw a child stand up and said, "Sister Suan, Wang Xiaohua's biological mother died, and her stepmother doesn't care about her." Suan heard this explanation and immediately understood. In those days, people were poor, and with a stepmother it would be strange if they could have food. As for why Wang Xiaohua's biological father didn't care about her, with a stepmother, there is a stepfather, of course, who is unreliable. Such a young child who can't eat like this will starve to death sooner or later. Suan went to find Wang Weihua and told him about this, hoping that the captain could communicate with Wang Xiaohua's biological father and stepmother. Wang Weihua sighed, "I have known about Wang Xiaohua's situation for a long time, and I have communicated with the couple many times, but it didn't work. The couple is shameless and doesn't care what others think or say. In addition, it is their private matter after all. As the captain, I can only say a few words to them. How can I interfere in everything? Many biological children don't have enough food to eat, and they don't give Wang Xiaohua food. I really can't do anything about it." Suan didn't expect it to be like this. It is really difficult to deal with shameless people. But Suan still wanted to take care of Wang Xiaohua's matter. So Suan said to Wang Weihua, "Captain, go and tell this couple now. If they don't give Wang Xiaohua food in the future, they won't share the game I hunt in the mountains. The game I hunt is for the conscientious team members, not for this wicked couple." Wang Weihua heard what Suan said and said, "Okay, I will talk to Wang Xiaohua's parents and see if it can be done." Wang Weihua told Wang Xiaohua's parents. However, Suan's threat had little effect. Wang Xiaohua's biological father and stepmother felt that even if Suan could help the Yudo village production team hunt, how much could he hunt? It was good enough for them to get a share once a month, but it was different to feed Wang Xiaohua, because it would cost food every day. Suan was also worried that Wang Xiaohua's parents would not be able to convince her, so she told Wang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, if your parents don't give you food anymore, come to your sister." Suan's fingers would let the child eat a little bit, and it would be enough for the child to eat. Wang Xiaohua's eyes were red with emotion. "Sister Suan, you are so good to me. Better than my father." Suan's mouth twitched. Don't compare her with her beastly father. Suan actually couldn't understand some men. If they didn't love their own children, how could they be qualified to be fathers? Because of Wang Xiaohua's incident, Suan was not in a good mood, and when he was having dinner in the evening, he complained to several other people. Liu Peng and Sun Xinxin were both girls, and girls were more emotional. They also sympathized with Wang Xiaohua's situation. "Sister N, it's okay. We don't lack food, and we won't let the child go hungry when we have food to eat in the future." Liu Jinting looked at Suan deeply. Suan looked a little cold on the surface, but he was unexpectedly a cold-faced but warm-hearted person. Sure enough, some things cannot be judged by appearances. After dinner, Suan and the others continued to wash and go to bed. The next morning, Shen Ruyi was sent back, and Cheng Siuan told Suan the results of the investigation. After the identification of the gangsters, they said that the person who instructed them to set the fire was not Shen Ruyi. Shen Ruyi was also very surprised about this. Why didn't these gangsters identify her? She naturally didn't know that the gangsters thought that there was no benefit in identifying her, and they were waiting to be released so that they could blackmail Shen Ruyi. But no matter what, Shen Ruyi escaped this matter. Shen Ruyi also deliberately sold misery in front of Cheng Siuan, saying how difficult it was for her to go to the countryside. Cheng Siuan saw that Shen Ruyi was a little girl, and she was the delicate eldest lady of the Shen family at the beginning. Now she has suffered a lot in the countryside. He didn't know the real reason why Shen Ruyi went to the countryside, and there was a touch of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Shen Ruyi, encouraging her to persevere and believe that there will be a day when she will shine in the countryside. After Suan heard Cheng Siuan explain the results of the investigation, she frowned. Shen Ruyi didn't do it? How is that possible? She didn't doubt whether Cheng Siuan was shielding Shen Ruyi, because from her interactions with Cheng Siuan was a very upright person and would not do such a thing. Suan thought that it might be Shen Ruyi, who asked someone to instigate these gangsters. Anyway, this matter was probably related to her. Since there was no way to make Shen Ruyi accept legal punishment, Suan planned to do it herself. Anyway, she had many ways to trick people. When the team members saw Shen Ruyi coming back, they started talking together again. The arson incident by Su Jiqing last time had nothing to do with Shen Jiqing, right? She was released, so she should have nothing to do with it. Otherwise, why would the police let her go? Oh, that's hard to say. Didn't she say that she knew Director Cheng? Director Cheng might have protected her. Then little Su Jiqing is so pitiful, right? Does she deserve to be bullied by Shen Jiqing like this? We have to help little Su Jiqing vent her anger. Since the police can't punish her, we can. Yes, we must help little Su Jiqing vent her anger. Shen Ruyi originally thought that she had escaped punishment this time and was secretly glad in her heart, but she didn't expect that after she came back, the team members would bully her even more. Shen Ruyi felt very aggrieved. Why did these country folk like to bully her? Suan had lunch at noon, and then he took Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin up the mountain in the afternoon. Sun Xinshin was originally quite weak, but she was a lot stronger than before, perhaps because she had adapted to the exercise in the past 2 days. Suan was lucky today and killed 3 big wild boars. When waiting for Suan to carry the 3 big wild boars down the mountain, the team members were excited again. Oh, it's only been a few days, and the young educated youth Su helped us kill wild boars again. Yes, the young educated youth Su is really amazing. My goodness, 3 big wild boars, how much meat will we get? It's also because the young educated youth Su is so capable. Not only did he help our production team build a rice harvester, but he also brought us meat. Wang Weihua looked at the 3 big wild boars carried back by Suan, and the smile on his face never faded. It was the critical time of autumn harvest, and everyone was lacking in nutrition. Suan helped everyone to hunt prey at this time, so that the team members could eat better and would not be exhausted. Wang Weihua immediately organized the team members to share the meat. 3 big wild boars can produce a lot of meat. Suan asked for 5 pounds of lard and another 10 pounds of meat. She also asked for some of the remaining pig offal. Sun Xinshin is a good cook, and the braised pig offal tastes good. The team members don't know how to handle the offal, so it's a waste to share it with the team members. It's better for them to ask for more, braise more, and eat slowly. Suan's request was not excessive, so Wang Weihua and the team members naturally had no objection. Seeing that Suan carried back 3 big wild boars again, Wang Xiaohua's biological father and stepmother were afraid. This Su-educated youth, I'm afraid, he is really capable. If Wang Xiaohua is not given food in the future, and Suan knows about it, their family will not be able to share the game that Suan hunts. Wouldn't it be a big loss? The couple struggled for a while and decided that they would not let Wang Xiaohua go hungry in the future. Su-an is not only good at hunting but also has other skills. The captain can ignore his words, but offending Su-an's family may suffer a great loss. After all, Su-an is more likely to hold a grudge than the captain. Wang Weihua organized the team members to deal with the wild boar and then divided the wild boar meat together. Su-an and his friends took the things they got and went back. Sun Xinxin went to the kitchen to boil pig fat, and Su-an prepared to deal with the pig offal. The taste of these pig offal is good, but it is really smelly. This thing must be cleaned well. Seeing Su-an cleaning the pig offal, Liu Wanting hurriedly stopped Su-an and said, "Sister-in, how can you do this job? Let me do it." Liu Wanting said, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to get busy. Although Liu Wanting's family conditions are good, she really doesn't have the airs of a young lady. She is carefree and can endure hardships. Su-an saw Liu Wanting busying herself, and she didn't plan to let the girl do it alone. "It's okay. Let's do it together. It will be faster. Who said I can't do this kind of work?" In her previous life, Su-an had done dirtier and more tiring work, and she was not a delicate young lady, so she really didn't mind dealing with the dirty and smelly pig offal. Seeing that Su-an insisted on dealing with the pig offal, Liu Wanting didn't stop her anymore. The two of them worked much faster together. The pig intestines were cleaned, and they were cleaned several times until there was no more odor. Sun Xinxin had already boiled lard, and the whole room was filled with the aroma of lard. After boiling the lard, Sun Xinxin just stewed the cleaned pig offal. And in Wanting, this freshly fried lard residue is crispy and delicious. "I added some seasonings. You can try it and see if it tastes good," Sun Xinxin said, handing them a bowl of pork residue. Liu Wanting took it directly and said with a smile, "Xinxin, I still trust your cooking skills. How can it not be delicious?" However, Liu Wanting did not put it in her mouth directly, but handed it to Su-an first. "Sister, you try it first." Now in Liu Wanting's heart, Su-an's status is higher than her parents. Although Su-an did not let her call her master, Liu Wanting thought Su-an was her master because she taught her a lot of skills. When there is something delicious, the apprentice naturally has to follow the master first. Su-an was also not polite when facing the lard residue handed over by Liu Wanting. She grabbed a handful and tasted it. It was crispy and delicious. Liu Wanting saw Su-an eating it, and then she started to eat it. Sun Xinxin took the pig offal that Su-an and Liu Wanting had cleaned and braised it. This thing needs to be braised for a while, and it will taste good when it is marinated. In addition to the braised offal, Sun Xinxin also cut some potato slices, lotus root slices, and dried tofu, and put them into braise. In fact, the taste of braised vegetarian dishes is not bad. After all, it is braised with pig offal, so it can have a bit of meat smell. After the members of the production team of Yudo Village were distributed with wild boar meat, they went back happily to roast the meat and eat it. The educated youths at the educated youth point can finally have a meat meal again. The old educated youths are naturally praising Su-an. If Su-an hadn't killed wild game, how could they eat meat? In other words, everyone really benefited a lot from Su-an because Su-an invented the rice harvester, which saved them a lot of effort. The new educated youths may not feel much, but the old educated youths who have experienced the autumn harvest know how hard it is. If there were no rice harvesters, they would have to be much more tired. After an autumn harvest, people's bodies may really be exhausted. But with the rice harvester designed by Su-an, they are much more relaxed. Now there is meat to eat. The body can be nourished by eating something good, and people will not be as weak after the autumn harvest as before. Shen Ruyi felt unhappy when she heard the old educated youths praising Su-an together. She hated Su-an so much, and of course she didn't like others saying how good Su-an was. Shen Ruyi said sarcastically, "As expected, the one who feeds you is the mother. I just want to share some meat with you. Look, you're almost praising Su Jiqing to the sky. Is it that serious?" Tao Xiangqin heard Shen Ruyi's words and immediately said, "Shen Jiqing, why don't you treat us to meat? We will also praise you to the sky. Why don't we treat us to meat?" After Tao Xiangqin finished speaking, Zhang Liping followed up, "Yes, Shen Jiqing, We just want to eat meat. You are so rich. Why don't you treat us to meat? Su Jiqing let us eat meat. Can't we praise her a few words? After all, it is a fact that we have received her kindness. Shen Ruyi was a little embarrassed by the squeeze. She was indeed rich, but she didn't have many meat tickets in her hand. How could she afford to treat others to meat? Even if she could afford it, she was unwilling to treat these annoying educated youth. After being squeezed out, Shen Ruyi felt bored and ran away from the Educated Youth Center angrily. She succeeded in getting Suan burned to death last time, and she couldn't let Suan go. She must think of another way to make Su and accept the punishment. Seeing that Shen Ruyi was excluded, Chu Qingyu thought it was a good time for him to win her favor, so he hurriedly chased after her. Shen, educated youth. Seeing Shen Ruyi sitting under a tree, Chu Qingyu walked over and called Shen Ruyi. Seeing Chu Qingyu coming, Shen Ruyi raised her eyes to look at him, and then said, Chu Jiqing, why are you here? Chu Qingyu said, Shen Jiqing, I know you are in a bad mood. I came to accompany you. Don't you like Su Jiqing? Shen Ruyi stared at Chu Qingyu and asked, How do you know? That Su Jiqing is really annoying. Isn't it normal that I know? I don't like Su Jiqing either, so I can understand you. It's just that everyone has received benefits from her, so they dare not say bad things about her. Shen Ruyi felt that she had found a confidant, so she said, Yes, that Su Jiqing is annoying, and she also caused me to be taken away by the police for investigation. She must have said something to the police, so the investigation led to me. I am really wronged. But I was bullied like this, but everyone spoke on her side. Shen Jiqing, do you want to vent your anger? I can help you. Shen Ruyi looked at Chu Qingyu in surprise. Chu Jiqing, how are you going to help me vent my anger? Chu Qingyu directly told her the plan. Turning back to frame Suan, he framed her for colluding with enemy spies. If Suan was found guilty, she would definitely be arrested and shot. As for the method of framing Suan, it was also very simple. Just make a few letters of collusion with enemy spies, secretly put them in Suan's home, and then report them to the police to let them investigate. When Shen Ruyi heard Chu Qingyu's plan, she thought his method was feasible. Suan must be eliminated to feel satisfied. Shen Ruyi was not stupid. She understood that Chu Qingyu was deliberately trying to please her. Knowing Chu Qingyu's thoughts, Shen Ruyi had to give him some benefits. Otherwise, how could he be willing to work for her? Shen Ruyi coaxed, Chu Jiqing, you're still the best to me. Since I came to the countryside, you have done the most for me. I will keep everything you have done for me in mind, and I will definitely repay you well when I have the opportunity in the future. Chu Qingyu said with a smile, Ruyi, you know how I feel about you. I will do anything for you. Shen Ruyi met Chu Qingyu's affectionate eyes and sighed silently in her heart. If Chu Qingyu's conditions weren't so bad, she would really be willing to give him a chance. It's a pity that Chu Qingyu's family background is so ordinary. She couldn't live the life she wanted. On Suan's side, Sun Xinxin prepared dinner, and Lu Wanting called Lu Jinting and Guimiao to come over to have dinner with them. Guimiao felt that the smell of braised water was incredible. It's good to stay with Sister In, and the food he eats every day is better than in a state-owned hotel. If this continues, he won't be able to go back even if he completes the task. After dinner, Suan goes to the house. She went to rest. She had used up a lot of her powers in the past few days. She had to recover her strength and practice her powers again. Suan took a look at the space and found that all the fruit trees she had planted before had already produced fruit. However, the fruits have just grown and will take some time to mature. Suan is very happy to see the fruit trees. The growth rate of the fruit trees in the space is much faster than that of the fruits outside. If you have it, you can take it to Li San in exchange for money. At this time, fruits are precious, and the price is not cheap. Especially the rare fruits that are not available locally are even more expensive. After seeing the growth rate of the fruits in the space, after practicing her powers for a while, she rested early. The next day, Suan felt much more energetic. Since there was no farm work to do, Suan continued to take Lu Wanting up the mountain to practice her hunting skills. They were getting faster and more skillful. They didn't encounter any large prey on the mountain today, and they only caught a few pheasants and rabbits. With the meat they had received earlier, they really didn't have enough meat to eat when they saw Su. After An and others caught the pheasants and rabbits, Sun Xinshin was not happy, but felt disappointed. It would be nice to have a different taste. If the members of the production team knew what they were thinking, they would not want to eat them. The three of them finished hunting the game and went down the mountain together. As soon as they came down, they saw the police coming to the Yudo village production team. When the police came, they were already used to it. These police officers had come to their Yudo village production team many times before. When they saw the police coming again this time, the team members were still wondering if the young Su had made meritorious deeds again. These police officers really came to see Suan. But this time they came to Su and not to do meritorious service, but to investigate Suan. The leading police officer was none other than Huang Yu. Huang Yu, she also brought other police officers over. She finally caught Su and Huang Yu was a little excited, thinking that she must deal with this woman. Comrade Suan, we accept anonymous reports and suspect you and the agents. Collusion, saying that there is a letter reporting from a spy at your home, so please cooperate with us to search your home. Huang Yu said to Su, and with a cold face. When Suan heard that she was reported, she twitched her lips speechlessly. Is she colluding with the secret agents? I don't know who was behind the plan to frame her like this. Thinking of the last time her family almost had an accident, being burned, Suan felt that this matter might still have something to do with Shen Ruyi. It was best not to do this, otherwise she would not let this woman get a good result. Is there any evidence? If you accuse me of being a spy without any evidence, wouldn't it be inappropriate to search my home? Suan is sure that since the police have come to investigate, someone has probably fabricated perjury that she colluded with enemy agents. Now, if Huang Yu is asked to wait for the police to enter her home to investigate, she will definitely fall into a trap designed for her. Huang Yu heard that Su after An's words. He felt that Suan must be guilty, so he deliberately raised his voice and said, Comrade Suan, you are guilty of guilty, so you are unwilling to cooperate with the investigation, right? If someone reports you, you won't lose anything if you cooperate with our investigation. But if you are unwilling to cooperate with the investigation, then it must be because you have a guilty conscience and are evil in your heart. Huang Yu was still a little excited when he said it. It would be great if Suan was really a spy. She has long disliked this woman. She will definitely applaud and praise her if she is caught. When the surrounding team members saw that the matter was so serious, then he became nervous. Oh, little Su Jiqing is not really a spy, is he? I think this girl is a good girl, right? If she was a spy, why would she do so many things for us? Yes, I don't think little educated youth Su is a bad guy. He helps us assemble rice harvesters and hunts for us to eat. Who kind of spy can be so kind to the people of China? Seeing that the team members were still talking for Suan at this time, Shen Ruyi became furious. She did this deliberately to corrupt everyone, so that people think she is a good person. Only in this way can we better investigate and deliver information. You have all been deceived by appearances. I asked her how she knew so many things. You look at her as an ordinary educated youth. As for how to assemble a rice harvester, would she be so powerful? To say that she is a spy can only be understood after professional training. After hearing Shen Rui's words, the hearts of many team members sank. What Shen Jiqing said seems to make sense. In addition, the activities of enemy agents are relatively frequent during this period, and no one can guarantee that Suan will not a spy. Wang Weihua also frowned because of this. Of course, he didn't want Suan to be a spy. After all, this girl was really good. But at this moment, Wang Weihua couldn't guarantee that Suan was a capable one. The educated youths saw that their Yudo village production team had a chance to compete for the advanced collective. If a spy appeared, it might not be their turn to be selected again this year. Suan calmly stood there and looked at Huang Yu. Of course I have no guilty conscience and am willing to cooperate with your police investigation. But public security Huang, we had some personal grudges before, and I hope to let other police comrades enter my home to search. I have to follow you to prevent you from trying to frame me. Huang Yu snorted. Okay, just as you said, our police comrades will not wrongly accuse any good person. Huang Yu said, and asked the other 2 police officers who followed Sue-an into the house to start searching. Sue-an took them to her room. She dug out all the places where she could hide things for the police to check. When she was ready, when Sue-an opened the drawer of her desk, she saw a few more letters in the drawer. Needless to say, this must be evidence to frame her. Sue-an quietly put the letters into his own space and then pulled them out. Open the drawer and let the police check it. The 2 police officers searched inside and outside Sue-an's house but couldn't find any suspicious evidence. Huang Yu was a little disappointed when he waited for the 2 police officers to report the inspection results. Thinking that Sue-an would be unlucky this time, but nothing was found, Shen Ruyi followed to watch the excitement. When she saw that no evidence was found, she cast a questioning look at Chu Qingyu, as well as Chu Qingyu. There was confusion on his face. He clearly climbed into Sue-an's house while Sue-an was not at home and put the letter in Sue-an's drawer. How could it not be there? Comrade Public Security, is it possible? Is it somewhere else? Except for Su Jiqing's room, haven't the other houses not been searched yet? Chu Qingyu reminded Huang Yu when he saw this. He was sure that he had put the forged letter in Sue-an's drawer, but he didn't know why it was not there. He could only wonder if he had remembered it wrong and put it in Sue-an's drawer. Hearing Chu Qingyu's reminder, Huang Yu felt it made sense. You are right. There are other houses that have not been checked. Comrade Sue-an, we asked to check other places in your home. Sue-an raised the corners of her lips and said, whatever. You can search if you want. I'm not an enemy agent. Even if you dig up 3 feet of my house, you won't be able to find evidence that I colluded with enemy agents. Huang Yu snorted and didn't talk nonsense to Sue-an. He asked the other 2 police officers to search Sue-an's house carefully. The result was still nothing. No suspicious evidence was found in Sue-an's house. Now Sue-an's house will be searched. The Yin family checked everything, but nothing was found. Huang Yu had to take the other 2 police officers back. She didn't know who was the unscrupulous person who reported it. She was so happy to see Sue, and was unlucky, and his trip was in vain. Huang Yu went back angrily, and the team members naturally knew that Sue-an was innocent. He was probably jealous and reported it. Wang Weihua was relieved when he saw that Sue-an did not find anything in the investigation. He took a breath and said, okay, since little educated youth Sue has nothing to do here, let's go back, eat early at noon, and go to work early in the afternoon. Now it's time for lunch. With Wang Weihua's reminder, everyone went back one after another. Shen Ruyi and Chu Qingyu were very unwilling to see that Sue-an had escaped this time. The 2 went back when she was walking. She couldn't hide the loneliness in her eyes. After she was far away, Shen Ruyi pulled Chu Qingyu and said, Chu Jiqing, didn't you put the things in? Why didn't the police find anything? Chu Qingyu shook his head. I don't know either. I clearly put it in. That thing won't disappear, right? But I really let it go. I definitely let it go. Could it be that Su Jiqing has a good relationship with Director Cheng, so the police favor her? When Shen Ruyi heard what Chu Qingyu said, she also thought it was possible. It seems that in the future, she can't report to the public security, but directly to the committee. Thinking that Cheng Siyuan might be biased towards Sue-an, Shen Ruyi felt that Sue-an, a woman, should not be retained. Cheng Siyuan is hers, and she still hopes that Cheng Siyuan can live a good life like before. She doesn't want to stay in the countryside for a day anymore. When Wang Weihua saw that the team members had dispersed, he was stopped by Sue-an. After shouting, Wang Weihua asked Su and Su Jiqing, what's the matter? Sue-an didn't hide anything in front of Wang Weihua and said directly, Captain, I suspect that someone hates me behind my back and deliberately framed me today. I wonder if you can do me a favor? Su Jiqing, what do you want me to help you with? I'll definitely help you wherever I can. After all, Sue-an is a talent of their Yuto village production team, and she is usually kind, so Wang Weihua is very partial to this girl. What Sue-an asked Wang Weihua to do is very simple, that is, let the entire production team make a registration, and everyone writes down her own name. There are also letters in her space that forge her collaboration with the enemy. The purpose of Sue-an asking Wang Weihua to do this is to do a handwriting comparison so that he can find out who is trying to frame her behind her back. She guessed that it might be Shen Ruyi, but she didn't rule out that there were others. In short, Su-an would not allow this danger to exist. If she knew who was setting her up behind the scenes, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Wang Weihua didn't know that Su-an was there. The reason why An did this was because it was not difficult to handle. He asked the team members to write their names in person as Su-an asked. Okay, Su Jiqing, Uncle will help you handle this later. Su-an hurriedly thanked Wang Weihua. Uncle, I caught a lot of game today. Take this pheasant back and replenish your health with Aunt Danny. Looking at the pheasant that Su-an handed over, Wang Weihua was too embarrassed to accept it, so he waved his hands and said, How can this be good? Uncle can't take it. You can take it back. The pheasant is too valuable. This is meat. How could Wang Weihua not know how rare meat is these days? Su-an forced it on Wang Weihua. Uncle Captain, I shot several pheasants and hares. We can't finish them all ourselves. You can take one back. Yes. Wang Weihua couldn't temper Su-an's enthusiasm and accepted the pheasant. Don't blame him for favoring this girl. The main reason is that Su-an is so good at life. Look at the other educated youths who went to the countryside. They are just like the uncles. How can they compare with Su-an?
And?
As soon as Wang Weihua left, Lu Wanning started to curse in the yard, who is so wicked that he reported Sister An behind his back, saying that Sister An is an enemy agent. Don't let me find out who it is, or I'll definitely have to beat him up. Sun Xinxin also had an angry look on his face. Yeah, I don't know who it is, but if he lets me know, I won't let him go. Seeing the two little ladies fighting for themselves, Su-an's heart was still warm. You will find out soon. This is a forged letter placed in my drawer, waiting for the captain to handle the matter. If it works, I can find out who did it. Su-an said, and took out the forged letter. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin looked at it, and their hearts trembled. Sister An, where did you get this letter? Su-an said, I found it in my drawer. Fortunately, I found it in time and hid it, otherwise I might have been tricked this time. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin were both a little frightened after hearing this. Now, they're just waiting for the captain to complete the task and learn the comparison results. Because of this, Su-an and the others have no intention of eating at noon. They are waiting for Guamiao and Liu Jinting to come. When they came to their side, they noticed something was wrong with their emotions and asked about the reason. Liu Jinting and Guamiao were both staring at the radio station, but they really didn't know this now. When An said this, she realized that something big had happened to her. Liu Jinting had doubted whether Su-an was an enemy agent before, but now he was sure that Su-an was not an enemy agent, and he would help them catch the enemy agent. Helping him repair the radio? If Su-an is an enemy agent, as for the team members who are kindly helping Yudo Village, they say that these enemy agents have no feelings, but Liu Jinting saw from Su-an what was hidden under this girl's cold face. Kindness. Who is cheating Sister An like this? Last time, she ordered someone to set a fire, and this time she is thinking of stabbing her in the back. Oh, don't let me know who it is, or I will definitely beat him to pieces. Guamiao also started to feel sorry for Su-an. Su-an said, Don't worry, we'll find out soon. Wang Weihua was very helpful. In the afternoon, he asked all the members of the production team to make a signature registration statistics. After the statistics were completed, Wang Weihua took the statistical results to Su-an. Little Su Jiqing from the brigade. The autographs of the team members are all here, but there are many illiterate people in our team, and some of them who are really illiterate have not signed here, but I had people take their fingerprints. At this time, the people's education level was not high, especially in the countryside, where there were many illiterates. Those who could go to junior high school were all highly educated people. Basically, they had only attended elementary school for a few years at most, and some had only attended literacy classes. Naturally, there are not many people who can read and write. It is impossible to write a forged letter if they don't know the characters. Su-an thanked Wang Weihua and said, Okay, Captain, thank you. Wang Weihua waved his hands hurriedly. Why are you and my uncle so polite? If you need anything, please tell me again. Wang Weihua went back after delivering the things. Su-an took the registration book and started to compare the notes. Sure enough, after this comparison, it was confirmed who forged the report letter. This person was none other than Chu Qingyu, an educated youth. It was found that it was Suan was not too surprised by what Chu Qingyu did. After all, Chu Qingyu usually tried to please Shen Ruyi. This time, Chu Qingyu's plan to frame her was probably instigated by Shen Ruyi. Suan actually found out these two people. Naturally, I can't let them go. I have to give them a good beating to vent my anger, sister, and do you know who wants to harm you? Lu Wanting looked at Su An's reaction and asked. Suan nodded. Yes, it's Chu Jiqing. Lu Wanting cursed, then stood up suddenly, rolled up her sleeves, and said, Sister An, I'm going to give you a good beating. Suan stopped Lu Wanting. What's the hurry? Wait until night. If we go to beat people up in the open now, we will still get into trouble. We might as well wait until night and sneak over. Lu Wanting was originally very impatient, but now she thinks it makes sense when she hears what Suan said. Oh, wait until night. She can't drag herself down for such a weird thing. Suan was neither impatient nor impatient, and even asked Sun Xinxin to do a few more good things in the evening. After eating, you can start working in the evening. Lu Jinting asked directly, do you need my help tonight? Lu Jinting asked sincerely. If Suan needs it, he is willing to help clean it up. Lu Wanting glanced at Lu Jinting doubtfully. Brother, you're actually willing to beat someone up? Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for the organization? Others don't know who Lu Jinting is, but Lu Wanting knows it. Her brother's profession does not allow him to attack people casually. Lu Jinting snorted. Now I am just an ordinary educated youth. Lu Wanting. Yes. However, she still felt that her brother seemed to have abandoned some bottom lines of principles. Anyway, he would not have done these things before. Suan glanced at the brother and sister and said softly, I will just one person is enough. I don't need any help to deal with the two of them. Both Lu Wanting and Lu Jinting know Su and strength. She really doesn't seem to need help from others. Isn't it just a matter of minutes to solve everyone's problems? Although Suan refused, Lu Jinting still said, if there is anything needed, let's talk about it then. Suan responded, okay. Just like that, after dinner, at night, Suan took advantage of the opportunity. Late at night, we started to go to the educated youth spot. When Suan went there, he went directly outside the door and threw smoke into the 2 rooms of the educated youth. Let these educated youths be stunned first so that they can do things later without worrying about making any noise and waking them up. Suan waited for these educated youths to fall asleep due to the smoke, then entered their room, directly carried Shen Ruyi and Chu Qingyu away. Some things are not convenient to do here at the educated youth point, so they still carry people far away. Suan carried Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi to the foot of the mountain. There is no one here, no matter how loud they shout later. No one can hear them. Suan put the 2 of them on the ground, put on sacks, and started beating mode. Soon, the 2 people who had been drugged into a coma were woken up. Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi were violently attacked without knowing what was going on. The 2 of them screamed in pain together. Su An's movements did not stop, and soon, after continuing to receive critical hits, the 2 of them fainted. Seeing that the beating was almost done, Suan let out the anger in her heart, and then she stopped. Suan untied the sack, and the 2 of them had been beaten with bruises and swollen faces. Especially Chu Qingyu was beaten very badly, and 2 teeth were lost in his mouth. Comparing what these 2 people did to her, Suan just beat them up. Well, it's not too much. Of course, this is just a small lesson. The 2 of them are still not honest in the future, and Suan still has ways to torment them. After beating the people, Suan sent the 2 people directly back to the educated youth point. The next day, Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi woke up and found large bruises all over their bodies. One of Shen Ruyi's legs was broken, and she couldn't get out of bed. In addition to having 2 teeth knocked out, Chu Qingyu also had a broken leg and a dislocated arm. None of the educated youths understood the situation, but after one night, how could these 2 people be beaten so badly? And the 2 of them were beaten so badly. Why didn't they hear anything last night? After Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi woke up, they felt severe pain in their bodies and hurriedly asked other educated youths to call the captain. They must have been injured intentionally. They couldn't sleep well on their own with such serious injuries. And they still had memories of last night, and it was indeed someone who deliberately attacked them. Wang Weihua heard that something happened here at the educated youth point, so he came here immediately. Seeing that Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi were beaten so badly, Wang Weihua did not sympathize with these two people. Instead, he felt that they had too much trouble. It is now the critical period of the autumn harvest. If these two people are injured, they will probably have to stay in the educated youth spot for a while. Doesn't this delay the production team's autumn harvest process? Although these two people cannot work, they are still a labor force, which is better than not working at all. Seeing Wang Weihua coming, Shen Ruyi immediately shouted, "Captain, you have to make the decision for us. Someone deliberately beat me and Chu Jiqing." Chu Qingyu also followed up and said, "Yes, someone beat us last night." Wang Weihua looked a little impatient. "Then do you know who it is?" Shen Ruyi and Chu Qingyu had sacks on their heads last night, so who knows who hit them. Shen Ruyi didn't know who it was, but she had a vague guess. "Captain, we think it was Su Jiqing who did it. She is the only one with such skills." The more Shen Ruyi thought about it, the more she felt it was Suin. The only person she and Chu Qingyu had offended was Suin. They had just failed to frame Suin, and they were retaliated against. If it wasn't Suin, who could have done it? They don't have any enmity with others, so they won't do it by others. Wang Weihua was biased towards Suin. Let's not say whether Suin did this. Even if Suin did it, he would definitely want to protect Suin. So Wang Weihua said to Shen Ruyi with a cold face, "Shen Jiqing, you have to pay attention to evidence when you speak. You said it was Su Jiqing who did it. Do you have evidence? If there is no evidence, you can't just rely on your suspicion."
Shothiking.
Even if you report it to the police will investigate based on the evidence. Shen Ruyi doesn't understand this, but where can she get evidence to prove that Suin did it? She couldn't tell Wang Weihua that she and Chu Qingyu had just failed in their plan to frame Suin, and then something like this happened. Do you suspect that Suin retaliated against them? Shen Ruyi looked at the other educated youths and asked them, "Did you see Su Jiqing coming last night, and did we, the educated youths, hear the noise?" After Shen Ruyi asked, the other educated youths shook their heads directly. "I didn't see it." "Yes, we didn't hear anything after we fell asleep last night." The educated youths all said they didn't hear anything, and Shen Ruyi had no other evidence. Even though she thought it was probably Suin, she didn't. Let Wang Weihua seek justice. Shen Ruyi was very angry. Wouldn't this be a waste of money? She and Chu Qingyu were beaten so badly that they couldn't let it go so easily. Wang Weihua didn't waste any time talking to them. He approved their leave and also found a doctor from the health center to help them deal with their injuries. After dealing with Shen Ruyi and Chu Qingyu, Wang Weihua arranged other matters for the team. The other educated youths ignored these two people and went to work in the fields. Work points were linked to food rations. They, the educated youths who went to the countryside, had to support themselves so they couldn't lose their work points. When these educated youths went to the fields, they immediately publicized the fact that Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi were beaten. Hearing that Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi were beaten, many people gloated. The team members also had no favorable impressions of them, especially Shen Ruyi. When they heard that she was beaten, the team members had no sympathy and instead clapped and praised her behind her back. Liu Wanting and Sun Xinxin naturally knew that Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi were beaten by Suin. Seeing that they were beaten so badly, they all felt relieved. The three of them were in a good mood, so Suin decided not to go hunting in the mountains today, but made an appointment to go shopping and watch movies in the county town together. Liu Wanting and Sun Xinxin felt very bored staying in the countryside during this period. Suin suggested going to the county town for a stroll. They both thought it was a good idea. Fortunately, they could buy some things after going to the county supply and marketing cooperative. But there is only one bicycle at home, and it is a bit awkward for three people to ride one bicycle. After going to the county town, Suin planned to see if he could go to the scrap station to find materials and assemble one. Suin asked Liu Wanting and Sun Xinxin to ride to the county seat, and she could just run there. Liu Wanting disagreed and said, "Sisterin, how about this? You and Xinxin ride bikes and I'll run. I've been practicing running since I was a kid. It's okay. You guys ride while I run over. My body is better than yours. You definitely can't outrun me. Seeing Suan say this, Lu Wanting didn't insist much. Okay, sister, and I will buy another bicycle after we get to the county seat so that it will be easier for us to go out. Suan. It turns out that this girl is also a rich woman, and she bought the bicycle as soon as she said she wanted. That's not necessary. It costs more to buy a new bike. I'll go to the scrap station and assemble one for you directly. Sun Xinxin saw the surprise in Lu Wanting's eyes and reminded, this bike was assembled by Sisterin. Lu Wanting was relieved quickly. Suan could even assemble a rice harvester, so a bicycle would definitely not be a problem for her. If it can be assembled from scrap products, it is indeed more cost-effective than buying a new car. It's better to have skills. Sister and can spend a lot less money by relying on her skills. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin rode their bicycles to the county seat first, while Suan trotted there. She didn't feel tired anyway, so she just regarded it as exercise. When I got to the place, I drank a glass of spiritual spring water and felt full of energy again. After the three of them met, Suan suggested going to the movies first. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin naturally had no objection. If they were not in a hurry today, they would just listen to Suan's advice on how to make arrangements when they came to the county town. Deciding to watch a movie first, the three of them went to the cinema together. In addition to them, there are other people coming to the cinema to watch movies today. The people who come to watch are basically young couples who come to see their romantic partners. There are not many people like them who come to watch movies. The movies at this time were not as exciting as those in later generations, so Suan fell asleep halfway through the movie, but Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin watched it with gusto. After watching the movie, the three of them went to the supply and marketing cooperative together. Lu Wanting didn't bring much clothing with her when she went to the countryside this time. Now she came to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy herself 2 sets of autumn clothes and a pair of canvas shoes. Sun Xinxin takes a look to see if she has anything suitable and then buys something she likes. Her clothes and shoes are enough for the time being. Suan, like Sun Xinxin, buys something suitable if he finds something he likes, but doesn't buy something if he doesn't find something he likes. When they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Suan fell in love with a coat. The style was not too rustic, so she said to the salesperson, "Comrade, please show me this coat." The salesperson was new here, and she looked Suan up and down, and glanced at it, and then said quietly, "Can you afford it? If you can't afford it, don't look around. This is what we bought from the provincial capital. The price of a piece of clothing is not cheap." Hearing the salesperson say at these words, Suan's face suddenly darkened. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin's faces were equally ugly. Lu Wanting had a hot temper. She took out of money from her pocket and threw it on the counter. "Who are you looking down on? Is the money enough? Can you afford it?" Suan glanced at Lu Wanting and threw it on the counter. "The money I received was so thick that I thought it was a good guy. It was estimated to be 100 large unity sheets, which is 1,000 yuan. This girl usually doesn't show much, but she turns out to be a rich woman. Still a rich woman." After Lu Wanting lost the big unity, Sun Xinxin also took out of money from his pocket. "Yes, who are you looking down on? I still have it here. Is it enough?" Sun Xinxin took out about 500 yuan. It was a pity that she brought too little money today. If she took out all the money she had in the bank, all her money could kill the salesperson. Haha, he actually suspected that they didn't have money to buy clothes. He looked down on others. Suan glanced at Sun Xinxin. This girl was also awesome. Fortunately, she was not short of money either, otherwise she would have been a drag this time. Suan took out of money from his pocket, a full 2,000 yuan, and threw it on the table and said, "Are these enough?" The salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative looked at the amount of money displayed on the counter, her face burning. These 3 people didn't look like rich people. Was she wrong? How come each of them was richer than the other? Although she was a salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative and had a decent job, she only earned a few dozen yuan a month. She could be superior to ordinary people, but she couldn't compare to people like Suan who could easily take out hundreds or thousands of yuan. The salesperson said to Suan and the others with embarrassment, "Enough." Suan stared at the salesperson. "Since it's enough, do you have to apologize to me?" I haven't even paid yet, and you've concluded that I don't have enough money? With your ideological awareness and service consciousness, are you qualified to be a salesperson? The after-sales clerk's face turned red again because of Su An's retort. She would definitely not be happy to apologize. Su-an didn't want to apologize, so he raised his voice directly. Since you still don't realize your mistake, I'll call the director of your supply and marketing cooperative out. I want him to judge whether your attitude is right or not. Seeing that Su-an was about to call their director out, the salesperson was frightened and apologized quickly. This was a job that she had gotten with great difficulty through the connections of her family, and she couldn't just lose it like that. If this matter gets out of hand, it will not be good for her. It seems that she has to correct her attitude in the future and not be so condescending and look down on others. Otherwise, if she encounters a situation like today again, she will lose her job sooner or later. Okay, comrade, I apologize. I'm sorry. There's a problem with my attitude, and I will correct it in the future. Please give me a chance. Seeing that the man had apologized, Su-an was not the kind of person who would not let go. Okay, I hope you can really realize your mistake. A salesperson is just a service job, and there is nothing superior about it. Leaders all say that they serve the people. You don't think a salesperson is better than a leader, do you? The salesperson could only say yes repeatedly. She received them with a much warmer attitude than before and even provided them with some defective products that did not require tickets. Su-an and his friends had money and tickets but did not need them, but they thought that since they had the opportunity, they might as well buy some and asked how Danny and the others if they wanted them. Fabrics that do not require tickets are hard to come by now, and the team members must be interested. The three of them made a lot of purchases at the supply and marketing cooperative before leaving. When leaving, Su-an joked to Liu Wanting, I didn't expect you to be so rich. If you have so much money, why don't you stay in the city? Why do you run to the countryside to suffer? Sister Anne, my family is urging me to get married, so I came to the countryside to hide. The conditions here are not as good as in the city, but I feel much more comfortable than at home. Liu Wanting replied with a smile. When Su-an heard Liu Wanting say that her family was urging her to get married, she immediately understood. There is really no rush to get married. You are still young. Liu Wanting nodded heavily. That's right, sister, and that's what I think. I'm still young. Why should I rush? Su-an thought that the college entrance examination would be relaxed in 2 years, and it would be just right for Liu Wanting to delay getting married for a few years. By then, she would have the energy to take the college entrance examination. If she gets married and has a small family, she will be distracted a lot. The three of them bought things at the supply and marketing cooperative and went directly to the state-owned restaurant. They would not go home for dinner today, but would have a meal at the state-owned restaurant. Although the cooking skills of the chefs in the state-owned restaurant are not as good as Sun Xinshin's, they are not bad either. The three of them are not short of money, and they started ordering dishes after arriving at the state-owned restaurant. Su-an is a big eater, so he ordered a few more dishes. Today's supply is not bad, with braised pork elbows, braised beef, iron pot stewed goose, sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour spare ribs. Su-an ordered a few meat dishes and a few vegetarian dishes. Liu Wanting and Sun Xinshin asked Su-an to order the dishes, but they didn't. After all, they didn't eat much, but Su-an was a big eater, so of course they had to eat according to her preferences. The three of them had dinner at the state-owned restaurant and went to a scrapyard nearby. Su-an originally wanted to buy parts for a bicycle, but she didn't expect that after she got there, she directly bought parts for 2 bicycles, plus parts for a TV. The circuit of the TV was seriously damaged, but the screen was usable. Su-an took it back and repaired it well, and then she could sell it for a good price. At that time, televisions were the rarest, and the department stores in the city were estimated to have a quota of only 2 or 3 per month. This was no longer a matter of money. It didn't matter if you didn't have any connections, and it was not easy to buy a TV. Therefore, in a second-hand market, televisions were definitely in short supply, and it was no problem to sell them for 700 or 800 yuan. Su-an kept saying that she had made a lot of money, and she would send it to Liu Peng after it was repaired. Go over. Su-an assembled 2 bicycles directly at the door of the scrapyard. Now there are 3 bicycles in total, 1 for each person, and they can just ride back. It was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon when Soo-in and the others returned to the production team. After they came home and took a short rest, Sun Xinshin began to busy herself with dinner. There was still one wild rabbit left in the house, and there was also some wild boar meat left. Sun Xinshin cut the wild boar meat and marinated it, intending to make barbecue skewers directly. As for the remaining rabbit meat, it was also grilled directly. They also planted some lettuce in their private plots, and Sun Xinshin picked some, which was just right for wrapping with barbecue. When Lu Jinting and Guo Miao arrived, they came to have dinner with them. The next day, Soo-in did not go out. She mainly repaired the TV set she found at the scrapyard at home. After a day's work, she finally repaired the TV set. "I'm going to the city tomorrow. Can you stay at home?" Before Soo-in went to the city, he said hello to Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin. "Sister-in, there's nothing wrong with this. You go ahead, I can protect Xinshin." If Sun Xinshin was alone, Soo-in would definitely be worried. But with Lu Wanting accompanying her, Soo-in felt a lot more at ease. Soo-in went to Wang Weihua to get a letter of introduction. Seeing Soo-in coming, Wang Weihua was very easy to talk to. He would not stop little Su Jiqing from doing whatever she wanted. This girl was going to the city, most likely because she had some important business to do. After Wang Weihua got the letter of introduction, he said, "Little Su Jiqing, how many days will you be gone this time?" Soo-in said, "1 day if nothing unexpected happens, but if there is a delay, I may have to stay a few more days." Wang Weihua nodded and said, "Okay, there's no rush, just be careful on the road." Although Soo-in is very capable, she is just a girl after all, right? "Well, Captain, I know." Although this person did not do anything, Soo-in was still unhappy and glared at him with clenched fists. "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I will dig out your eyes if you look at me again?" Soo-in said, and kicked a stone next to him, and the stone was broken into pieces. Seeing Soo-in's powerful strength, the male team member was so scared that he didn't dare to stare at Soo-in. This Su-educated youth looked young and beautiful. Why was she so fierce? Soo-in looked at the male team member, who slipped faster than a rabbit, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Is he still a man if he is so cowardly? Soo-in took the letter of introduction back, and still reminded Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin that it would be better for them not to go out at night, and try not to be alone during the day. There are many bad guys outside. Who knows if these 2 young girls will be calculated? "Don't worry, sister, and we all know." Soo-in explained everything that needed to be explained, and then he felt relieved. After a night's rest, Soo-in set out for the city early the next morning. After Soo-in left the production team, he put the TV into the space. This thing was quite heavy to carry. Like before, Soo-in arrived in the city around 11 o'clock in the morning. After arriving in the city, Soo-in went to find Liu Peng. Liu Peng had already sold the 2 radios that Soo-in gave him last time, and now he was waiting for Soo-in to provide the goods so that he could sell them again. Compared with doing other jobs, selling these things on the black market makes money too quickly. Liu Peng is very grateful to Soo-in for giving him this opportunity. He has made some money during this period, and the living conditions at home have improved a lot. Seeing Soo-in coming over again, Liu Peng said happily, "Sister, you are finally here. I missed you so much." Looking at the burly Liu Peng, Soo-in said indifferently, "Do anything about me. I'm not interested in men like you." She likes guys like Lu Jinting. After all, she is obsessed with looks and also likes guys with abdominal muscles. Soo-in really has no interest in big and strong men like Liu Peng. After hearing what Soo-in said, Liu Peng hurriedly said, "Sister, that's not what I meant. How dare I covet you? You are a fairy in the sky. I, a toad, still have self-knowledge. I just want the goods in your hands. I have sold the 2 radios you gave me before." Liu Peng said, and gave Soo-in 16 big unity notes and asked Soo-in to count them. After counting, Soo-in put them directly into her pocket. "Today I have a better product for you. Take it out. If you can sell it smoothly, you should be able to sell more." Liu Peng was even more expectant when he heard Soo-in's words. "Sister-in, what did you get for me this time?" Soo-in held a cardboard box and placed it on Liu Peng's desk. When the box was opened, Liu Peng saw a TV inside. Liu Peng exclaimed, "Sister, you are so awesome. You can get such a good thing?" Liu Peng himself is a city dweller, so he knows how precious a TV is. In the city, even if you go to a department store and spend money to buy a TV, you need a TV ticket and 700 or 800 yuan. But having money and tickets is not enough. You need a quota. The supply and marketing cooperative has only so many quotas every month, and you must have a way to buy a TV. So even in the city, it is a very face-saving thing for anyone to have a TV. Precisely because televisions are in short supply, the price of second-hand televisions on the black market is also not cheap. Liu Peng has inquired about it, and a TV costs at least 700 or 800 yuan. If you meet a rich family who really wants to buy a TV, it is not impossible to sell it for more than 1,000. Suan smiled at Liu Peng's exaggerated expression and said, "What's the matter? I have more awesome things that you don't know. I will charge you 700 for this TV set, and how much you can sell it for depends on your own ability." After hearing what Suan said, Liu Peng's eyes became moist. This TV set will be easy to sell if he sells it for 800. If he is lucky, it is not impossible to sell it for 900 or 1,000. Suan only wants 700, so he can make at least 100 by selling this TV set. Liu Peng never dared to think about making so much money before. "Sister, you are really my sister. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity." Liu Peng looked at Suan with gratitude. Seeing a burly man looking at her with tears in his eyes, the contrast made Suan a little unbearable. "Okay, no need to thank me. You do things in a down-to-earth manner, which is the best way to thank me." Liu Peng nodded and agreed. "Okay, sister, don't worry. I will definitely do things in a down-to-earth manner. You have helped me so much. If I don't do things for you in a down-to-earth manner, am I still a human being?" Liu Peng was really grateful to Suan. Thanks to Suan, he was able to cure his grandfather's illness and let his grandparents live a better life recently. He also knew that Suan was a capable man at first glance, and if he followed such a man, he would not have a bad life in the future. "By the way, sister, I have also found out a little about the matter you asked me to inquire about last time." Suan raised her eyebrows and motioned Liu Peng to continue. Liu Peng lowered his voice and said to Suan, "Sister, the person behind this seventh brother is none other than the director of our city's GW association. I heard that the senior leaders of the province are also involved, but I don't know who it is. This is all I have found out. I will tell you when there is new information." Suan nodded after listening. "Okay, then you continue to keep an eye on it for me." After knowing the person behind the seventh brother, Suan had a feeling that it was no wonder. The most prosperous people nowadays are none other than the people in the GW club. Since the director of the GW club is the person behind the seventh brother, he must have made a lot of money. Now that she knew who it was, Suan would definitely not let go of the opportunity to make a fortune. She decided to go to the home of the director of the GW club to see if she could get some benefits. Suan did not feel any guilt when she plundered such a person. Suan brought the TV to Liu Peng and left after learning about the situation here. It was getting late, and she had to go to the state-owned restaurant for dinner. Originally, Liu Peng wanted to invite her to stay at his house for dinner, but Suan did not agree. People were not living a good life, so Suan naturally did not want them to spend money. In addition, Liu Peng's grandmother was old, and it was not justifiable for an old lady to cook for her. And then there was Suan, who was picky, especially after Sun Xinshin's feeding. She had higher requirements for food, and she really couldn't get used to the food with ordinary taste. Suan arrived at the state-owned restaurant in a short while. There were quite a few people in the state-owned restaurant at this time. Su arranged a team to go there and take a look at the supply. Well, it was not bad, and there were many dishes she liked. Suan asked for a braised pork elbow. Speaking of which, she still preferred to eat home-raised pork, especially the local pork at this time was much more fragrant than the pork raised in later generations. The pork elbow was braised and stewed until soft and melted in the mouth without being greasy. In addition to a braised pork elbow, Suan also ordered a sauce duck, a cold braised beef, and a 4 happiness meatball. It's not enough to have only meat dishes without vegetables. Suan also ordered a stir-fried vegetable with mushrooms and a tomato and egg soup. Ordering so many dishes, plus a few bowls of rice, it should be enough for Suan. Seeing Sue-in order these dishes, an old lady behind Sue-in couldn't help asking little comrade, "You ordered so much? Are you eating it all by yourself?" She asked this question when she saw Sue-in coming alone. Sue-in nodded. "Yes, I ate it alone." The old lady looked at Sue-in with surprise in her eyes, and then muttered, "You eat so much by yourself? A girl can eat so much? Can you really finish it? What if you order so many dishes and can't finish them and waste them?" Sue-in was speechless when she heard the old lady's muttering. She thought the old lady was asking her if she was eating alone, but it turned out that she was here to criticize her. Sue-in was not a good-tempered person either, and she started to retort directly, "Auntie, do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? It's my freedom to order as many dishes as I want. I don't eat your rice. Is it your business?" After being retorted by Sue-in, the old lady's face immediately showed a hint of displeasure. "What's wrong with you, kid? I'm just saying this to remind you not to order too much and not to waste food. It's for your own good. You don't know how precious food is these days, and it's shameful to waste it. Although you are not short of money, you can't be so extravagant, right? You are not afraid of being stuffed to death by eating so much by yourself, aren't you?" Sue-in has always been a well-mannered person, but the premise is that others are also well-mannered. If she encounters A, she will not give him any face. So after the old lady said this, Sue-in scolded her rudely. "Haha, I call you auntie. That is to respect your age, but you can't be shameless. What do you mean for my good? I need your reminder? How do you know I can't eat so much? You don't know me, you don't understand me, but you start to talk nonsense, and you still think you are right? I tell you, I can eat all these things by myself. There is no waste of food, so don't talk nonsense to me." After Sue-in's output, the old lady's face became more and more ugly. Finally, the old lady said unwillingly, "What are you bragging about? You're a little girl, can you eat so much? I don't believe it. I say you waste food and you are still stubborn." Sue-in couldn't stand it. How could this be so good at talking? Even if she couldn't eat it, what did wasting food have to do with her? "Auntie, what if I can eat it? Do you have to apologize to me?" The old lady snorted. "If you can eat it, I'll pay for the meal. But if you can't eat it, you have to apologize to me and compensate me for some mental damage. I don't ask for much, just the money for your meal." Sue-in had no objection. "Okay, Auntie, you said it. Don't deny it. I was afraid that you wouldn't admit it. So many people are watching, can I still blame you?" "No, words are not enough. Let's make a written agreement first." The old lady thought Sue-in was trying to scare her. She concluded that Sue-in, a female comrade, could not eat so much, so she directly signed a document. After the two of them wrote the document, Sue-in waited for the waiter to serve the dishes and then began to eat. At this time, there were many people eating in the state-owned restaurant, and they watched the excitement by the way. They were all very curious whether Sue-in could eat so much food by herself. The girl didn't look fat, so how could her appetite be so big? She ordered so many dishes that even two grown men probably couldn't finish them. Sue-in waited for the dishes to be served and began to eat happily. Although the food in this state-owned restaurant did not taste as good as that made by Sun Shinshin, it was not bad either. Sue-in ate more and more vigorously, and after a while, all the dishes she ordered were swept away. The old lady was watching from the side. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really couldn't believe that a girl could eat so much. Is she a pig? How can she eat so much? The people watching the excitement were also shocked by Sue-in's appetite. This was the first time they had seen a girl who could eat so much. There were also young men who thought Sue-in was very pretty and wanted to take the initiative to contact her to see if they could pursue her. But now, after seeing Sue-in's appetite, they backed off. A woman who eats so much, unless the family conditions are very good, ordinary people really can't afford to support her. Since she doesn't have the ability, she can only give up this idea. After Sue-in finished eating, she crossed her legs and looked at the old lady and said, "Auntie, I have finished this meal. Please give me the money for this meal." The old lady saw that Sue-in had spent a lot of money on this meal, and her face suddenly became very long. She was not willing to pay this money. At this moment, she began to regret that she should not have made a bet with Sue-in earlier. but there is no regret medicine in the world. Before the bet, didn't she expect Suen to eat so much? Seeing that the old lady had a sullen face and didn't say anything, Suen said, "Auntie, what's wrong? Don't you mean what you said? We have signed a written agreement. You won't think of cheating, right? If you don't pay, I will directly call the police." If there was no written agreement, it would be fine. Now that it has been signed, it is not easy to regret. There was no way. The old lady took the money out of her pocket reluctantly. Suen was in a good mood. She didn't spend money on a meal. Didn't she make a lot of money? Although she was not short of money, she felt very happy to see the heartbroken look of this nosy old lady. After lunch, Suen left the state-owned restaurant. Because lunch was late, it was already past 1 o'clock after lunch. Suen went to the scrapyard to see if he could find something he needed. It would be even better if he could find some assembled radios, televisions, and the like. Unexpectedly, Suen had good luck this time when she went to the scrapyard. She found 2 discarded radios, 2 discarded watches, and materials that could assemble 3 bicycles. In addition, Suen also found a batch of golden nanmu furniture. Golden nanmu is a very valuable wood, but in this era, many people's homes were raided, and those who were responsible for the raids did not know the value of the goods, so these golden nanmu furniture were thrown directly to the scrapyard. Seeing these golden nanmu furniture, Suen threw them all into the space. These furniture are not easy to carry, so it is more convenient to secretly put them into the space. Suen collected several sets of furniture and then looked to see if there were any other treasures. She found a few blue and white porcelain plates, but they were all broken. This kind of broken ones are not worth much, so they have no collection value. Seeing the good things being destroyed, Suen had only one thought. That is, those who raided the house were squandering natural resources, and it was a pity to destroy such precious porcelain. After a while of regret, Suen took the things she needed to settle the money. After a walk to the scrap yard, it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Suen went directly to the guest house and booked a room to rest for a while. After a nap in the afternoon, she went out for a walk at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She found out the address of the owner of the GW Club and went to the state-owned restaurant for dinner. The reason why Suen did not return to the production team was mainly because she wanted to go to the owner of the GW Club to find out the situation at night to see if she could get some benefits. It is better to work after eating, so Suen must fill her stomach before going to search. Suen went to the state-owned restaurant and continued to order several dishes. After ordering the dishes, Suen found an empty seat and sat down. As soon as Suen sat down, a man at a table not far away saw Suen and showed a lecherous look. Suen's 5 senses are more acute than ordinary people. Seeing someone staring at her, Suen looked in the direction of the sight. The man staring at her was a wretched man, who was not good-looking, with pockmarks on his face and not tall. Coupled with his obscene and lewd eyes, Suen felt nauseous. Suen quickly retracted her gaze and stopped looking. She felt disgusted if she looked at such a person for one more time. But after the obscene man looked at Suen, he was attracted by Suen's appearance. He walked directly to Suen's table and asked, "Comrade, do you mind if I sit down and eat with you? I can treat you for this meal." Suen didn't expect that this man would come directly to her table, thinking of sharing the table with her. Facing the eyes of this obscene man, Suen directly refused coldly. "Of course I mind. I can't eat in front of you. And I have money. I don't need you to treat me. There are many empty tables here. Please choose another table to eat. Don't come in front of me to disgust me." After Suen said this, the obscene man's face suddenly sank. He was naturally very angry at Suen's rejection without giving him face. Suen didn't care whether people were angry or not. He was ugly and had no self-awareness. He wanted to come to her for a stroll. It would be strange if she would give him face. "How can you talk like that, little girl? How dare you disrespect our brother Liang? Are you looking for death?" At this time, a strong man slapped the table and stood up, pointing at Suen's nose and scolding. This brother Liang, that is, the wretched man, looked at Suen with sinister eyes. Because of his father, no one in the city dared to disrespect him. Suen was the first. Another strong man followed. "That's right, little girl. Do you know who our brother Liang is? He is not someone you can afford to offend. Our brother Liang wants to share a table with you to eat. That's giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. Suan really didn't know what this brother Liang was. But he looked so arrogant. He must be a very important person. She was fearless. She could take down Brother Qi in one fell swoop. So, who else would she be afraid of? The people at the state-owned restaurant recognized who Brother Liang was, and they all looked at Suan worriedly. At this time, a waitress at the state-owned restaurant came up to Suan and whispered in Suan's ear, "Comrade, you should quickly apologize to Brother Liang. He is the son of the director of our city's GW Association, Huang Liang." Suan narrowed her eyes when she heard the waitress' words. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that his biological father was the director of the GW Association. It just so happened that she wanted to go to the GW Association to hang out in the evening, but she didn't expect to meet the director's son in advance. Suan ignored the reminder of the waitress at the state-owned restaurant and said arrogantly, "I don't care about his identity. So what? Can I refuse to have dinner with him? I'm telling the truth. He is ugly. I really can't eat with such a face." After Suan finished speaking, Huang Liang's face became even gloomier. The two big men following Huang Liang planned to teach Suan a lesson. "What? It's broad daylight and you still want to bully people? If you dare to attack me, I will report to the police." "I don't believe it. Is there no law in this world? No matter how powerful you are, you can't do anything illegal." After hearing Suan's words, the people watching the excitement in the state-owned restaurant felt that Suan was thinking too simply. If he offended Huang Liang, couldn't he do it openly? Couldn't he do it secretly? Huang Liang might not do it now, but when Suan walked out of the state-owned restaurant, as long as she was left alone, she would definitely be retaliated by Huang Liang. After all, she was a young girl, too young and hot-tempered. After hearing Suan's words, Huang Liang did not plan to attack Suan openly. But he would find a chance to deal with this woman later. He would make her pay the price for daring to talk to him like this, slander him, and insult him. He wanted to tie this woman up and take her back. Suan didn't know what Huang Liang was thinking yet. When she saw him leave with his men in a huff, she started to eat leisurely. After eating and drinking, Suan planned to go out. At this time, several people in the state-owned restaurant reminded Suan to be careful when going out. Huang Liang was not someone to be trifled with. She must be careful and pay attention to safety. Anyone who provoked Huang Liang or was targeted by Huang Liang would be miserable. It is said that many women that Huang Liang liked were taken back and abused. Many people in the city hated Huang Liang very much, but what could they do? His biological father was the director of the GW Association. How could ordinary people dare to offend him? Suan was quite moved when she heard these caring advices. There are bad people in this world, but there are also good people. Suan is not an ordinary person. She has the ability to protect herself, and of course she is not afraid of Huang Liang. It is better for Huang Liang not to do anything to her, otherwise Suan will ask someone to enforce justice on her behalf. Well, let Huang Liang and the seventh brother end up together. After Suan left the state-owned restaurant, she soon felt the little tail following behind her. Needless to say, it must be Huang Liang's people. Does he really want to do something to her? But it doesn't matter. Suan will make sure Huang Liang never has this chance again. Suan deliberately turned into an empty alley. Then she saw a man suddenly rushing up from behind, holding a handkerchief and covering Suan's mouth and nose. The handkerchief smelled of drugs. Huang Liang probably used this trick on other girls before. Suan pretended to be knocked unconscious. Seeing that she fainted, the people who came to tie her up quickly put her into a sack and carried her away. After a few minutes, Suan was taken to a car. Then the car drove for about 30 minutes, and it was unclear where she was taken. But it was estimated that it was a yard on the outskirts of a city, because there was no noise around. It was quite quiet. Don't say, although this girl has a bad temper, she is really beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman before. Huang Liang's men put Suan down, and while talking to Huang Liang, they stared at Suan on the bed with lustful eyes. Those who followed Huang Liang did not do many bad things. Faced with such a top-notch woman, few men would not be lustful and moved. However, Huang Liang's men also knew that they could not covet the woman that Brother Liang liked. Especially a top-notch woman like Suan, it is very likely that Brother Liang will have her all to himself. Huang Liang stared at Suan on the bed, and then said, "She is really beautiful, more beautiful than a female star. You did a good job this time. Wait for me to have fun and let you have a taste and have a good time." After hearing Huang Liang's words, several of his men were immediately excited. Brother Liang is really a good man. He is willing to share such a top-notch product with them, his brothers. Thank you, Brother Liang. The brothers will definitely work harder for Brother Liang in the future. Yes, Brother Liang is so loyal to us, and he is lucky to bring us to share. We brothers must work hard to repay Brother Liang. Huang Liang was also very satisfied after hearing his men's words. In fact, if Suan hadn't bumped into him today, he wouldn't have been willing to share such a beautiful woman with other brothers. But thinking of what Suan said to her, Huang Liang felt that he had to teach this woman a lesson. Suan was disgusted when he heard the conversation between Huang Liang and his brothers, and at the same time, he insisted on getting rid of the evil for the people. Huang Liang was shocked. Wasn't she knocked out? How did this woman wake up? Huang Liang's men were all in the room, and they didn't expect that this woman would wake up suddenly when she was obviously knocked out. At the moment they were stunned, Suan directly slashed Huang Liang's neck. Huang Liang fell to the ground instantly and lost consciousness. At this time, after Huang Liang's men knew the situation, they quickly picked up their weapons and rushed towards Suan. It has to be said that Huang Liang's men are quite capable, but unfortunately, they are facing Suan, so their fighting power is naturally not worth mentioning. Suan did not waste much energy and directly released a thunder-type supernatural power, electrocuting all these people to death on the ground. It is still better to use supernatural powers to save time. It is just that the use of supernatural powers is more physically demanding. Under normal circumstances, Suan will not choose to use it. Every time after using it, he feels that his body is hollowed out. If it were not for the special situation this time, Suan would not have used supernatural powers. Suan saw Huang Liang and her men lying on the ground and directly moved them all to the yard. Then Suan used supernatural powers again and led a lightning down. As the lightning was led down, Huang Liang and his men were directly burned by lightning. Suan could also kill people directly, but doing so would confuse the public security so that they would not suspect that someone had done it, but would mistakenly think that Huang Liang and his men were really killed by lightning. Haha, who would have thought that someone would use lightning? As long as no one believes in such unscientific things, no one will suspect her. Suan dealt with Huang Liang and his men, and then he searched Huang Liang's residence to see if he could find something. His luck was really good. Suan detected several large boxes of gold and some antiques. The most terrifying thing was that Suan also found a batch of arms from here. What on earth do these people want to do? Hiding such a batch of arms. Could it be that they are thinking of rebellion? Suan couldn't guess, but it didn't prevent her from putting all these things into her own space. With this batch of arms, it was like an extra layer of security for her. In general, this trip was a big profit. Suan searched the residence here, and when he saw that there was really nothing to search, he planned to leave. Before leaving, Suan saw a car parked in front of the yard. Since he had encountered it, he couldn't miss such a big bargain. Anyway, there was space, so he put it directly into the space. So Suan's mind moved, and the car went directly into Suan's space. After erasing his own traces, Suan patted his and left. This is indeed the suburbs of the city, and there are not many people around. But before rushing to the city, Suan changed her clothes to avoid being seen on the road. Many people probably saw her and Huang Liang's conflict in the department store today. If the GW Club investigates, Suan is worried that she will get into trouble. It's better to be cautious, just in case. After an hour's journey, Suan finally arrived in the city. She was so exhausted. Using her supernatural powers was tiring enough. Now, she was even more exhausted after traveling for such a long time. Suan sat down to rest for a while, took some spiritual spring water from the space, and drank it. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Suan immediately felt that her physical strength was relieved a lot. After waiting for her strength to recover, Suan went to the home of Huang Zhong, the director of the GW Club, who was Huang Liang's biological father. Before Suan went there, she activated her supernatural powers to send the drug into their house, and waited until they fell asleep before sneaking into their house. Suan originally thought that this trip would yield some gains, but after searching for a long time, she didn't find anything from here. Suan didn't think that Huang Zhong was so honest. He colluded with the seventh brother and raised a son like Huang Liang. It couldn't be a good person. Suan felt that it was very likely that Huang Zhong was cautious and didn't leave anything or evidence at home, just because he was worried that someone would find out about him. In the absence of gains, Suan could only leave in disappointment. But thinking of the gains from Huang Liang, Suan felt that this trip was not a loss. If Huang Liang hadn't delivered it to her, how could Suan have found so many treasures? So, God was still kind to her. Otherwise, she would have gained nothing by staring at Huang Zhong. Suan is now very curious about what Huang Zhong will think tomorrow when he finds out that his son was killed by lightning and all his things were emptied. I guess he will collapse, right? Haha. Thinking of the scene of such a villain's collapse, Suan felt very happy in his heart. Suan's mood got better and better. She hummed a little tune and went back to the guest house. Then she washed up and went to bed early. There would be a car back to the county tomorrow afternoon, so Suan was not in a hurry and would sleep a little longer tonight. She had used so many superpowers and consumed a lot of physical strength. She had to rest well, otherwise her body would not be able to bear it. Suan slept until more than 10 o'clock the next day. After making up for her sleep, Suan suddenly felt full of energy. When she got up, she stretched her body and felt so comfortable. After washing up, Suan prepared to eat something. But it was almost 11 o'clock now and she missed breakfast, so she went straight to lunch. When Suan was waiting for her to go over, she found that people eating in the state-owned restaurant were talking about Huang Liang being struck to death by lightning. The main reason was that Huang Liang was the son of the director of the GW Association, and everyone couldn't help but pay more attention to his affairs. In addition, the way Huang Liang died was a bit mysterious, which attracted a lot of discussion. This time, Huang Liang was struck to death by lightning, and the citizens felt that he was punished by God. Under normal circumstances, how could he be struck by lightning? They had never encountered such a probability. In addition, Huang Liang usually relied on his father's status to do a lot of bad things in the city, and many people were poisoned by him. Now that Huang Liang was dead, most people still said behind his back that Huang Liang deserved it. If Huang Liang was not so wicked, why would he suffer such a punishment from heaven? In retrospect, it was God who opened his eyes and got rid of the harm for the people. Suan sat down and listened to the people saying that God had eyes and got rid of the harm for the people. He suddenly felt that he was a hero. So Suan didn't feel guilty about the blood on his hands. If such a person didn't die, there would be more victims. Seeing Suan coming over, the waitress from yesterday still remembered her. After all, Suan was targeted by Huang Liang before, and she was so beautiful that it was hard not to be impressed. Comrade, you are really lucky. Fortunately, Huang Liang was in trouble, and you don't have to worry about safety. The waitress of the state-owned restaurant came to Suan and whispered to Suan. Originally, she was quite worried about whether Suan would be poisoned by Huang Liang. Now that Huang Liang was killed by thunder, there was no need to worry about this. The waitress really thought that Suan was lucky. Such a good thing would not happen to ordinary people. Suan also thought that this waitress was a good girl, and she was worried about her. So after she said this to her, Suan smiled and nodded in response. Suan ordered a few more dishes because he was in a good mood. Thinking of the things he looted from Huang Liang yesterday, Suan felt less sorry for spending money. Huang Liang's accident caused a big stir in the whole city. Huang Zhong was most angry not because his son died, but because all the supplies on his son's side were gone. The batch of arms he had stockpiled with great difficulty before was gone. And those gold bars, those old things. He planned for a lifetime, but in the end, it was all in vain. Huang Zhong originally thought that he would stop after a few more years and take his family to country R. Now, something happened to the R country spies, and then something happened to Brother Qi, and now his son's side was in trouble again. Brother Qi couldn't accept that his half-life's hard work was gone. Brother Qi was getting angrier and angrier, and he almost died of anger. The power that could cause him such a big loss must be not small, and Huang Zhong didn't think that ordinary people could do it. Huang Zhong asked the public security to investigate him. His son's death could not be in vain, and the things he lost could not be lost in vain. However, it was difficult for the public security to investigate this matter, because Huang Liang's death could not be done by a human, and if they investigated from Huang Liang's death, they could not find any clues. But if they did not investigate from Huang Liang's death and started from other aspects, it would be even more difficult to investigate the things Huang Zhong lost. Suan didn't know Huang Zhong's distress and finished his lunch beautifully. When Suan finished eating and was about to go out, he saw two children squatting at the door of the department store begging for food. But their begging had little effect. Because most people in this era can't live well, how can they afford to help others? When many people can't eat enough, they naturally can't share food for others. Looking at the two miserable little guys squatting at the door of the state-owned restaurant, Suan decided to buy them some food. Before he emptied the money from Qi Ge and Su Liang, Suan was thinking about robbing the rich to help the poor. Now that we have found an opportunity to rob the rich and help the poor, let's go and help. So Suan walked up to the two children and said to them, "Do you want to eat?" The two children nodded heavily and then looked at Suan eagerly. Facing the two thin little faces and expectant eyes, Suan turned around and went to the state-owned restaurant and asked the salesperson to bring out 10 white flour buns and 4 large meat buns. After buying the things, Suan came to the two little guys. "This is food. You take it. Is it enough to eat?" The two children nodded quickly. "Enough. Thank you, sister. You are such a good person." Suan heard the flattery and twitched the corner of her mouth and said that she was not a good person. "You are lucky to meet my sister, but in the future, when you go out, you have to be careful. Don't trust anyone, understand?" Although Suan is not a bad person, but for such a young child, she is a little worried that if she meets a bad person and gets cheated, it will be miserable. So, she reminded them to be on guard. The two children continued to nod. "Okay, sister, we know." Looking at the two poor little ones, Suan sighed. "Eat quickly, don't starve." The two children did not pick up the food to eat immediately, but asked Suan, "Sister, can we take the buns and steamed buns back? We still have many friends who are hungry. If we want to take these things back, we can share them with them." Suan frowned when she heard the two children's words. Do you have other friends? Don't you have parents?" After Suan asked this, the eyes of the two children suddenly dimmed. We are all orphans, without parents, without relatives." Suan didn't expect to hear them say that they were orphans. But think about it carefully, it's understandable that they are orphans. If there were parents and family, they wouldn't have fallen to the point of begging outside. Since we have to do good deeds to accumulate merits and blessings, then be a good person to the end. Suan said to the two children, "How many other friends do you have?" The two answered honestly, "There are 22 of us in total." "So many people? This amount of food is not enough, I'll go buy some more," Suan said, and entered the state-owned restaurant again. This time, she bought some more meat buns and white flour buns according to the standard of 1 meat bun and 2 white flour buns for each person. After buying them, Suan came out with a bag of things and said to the two children, "Where are your friends?
Take me to see them."
The two children could see that Suan was a good person because her eyes that showed concern and sympathy for them just now could not be faked. They had been wandering around as orphans for so long, and they actually had a certain ability to distinguish between good and bad people. Before, they met adults who looked at them strangely and wanted to plot against them, but fortunately they ran away quickly. The two children led the way in front, and Suan followed behind. On the way there, Suan also asked the names of the two children. One of them was called Qin Yong, and the other was called Wei Jia. It didn't take long before they arrived at their residence. Although it was called a residence, it wasn't even a house. It was just a simple shed built with sticks and straw against the corner of the wall. This kind of residence couldn't block the wind or rain. It was okay when the weather was hot, but it would be very miserable in winter. Suan looked at such a residence and couldn't help feeling sad. Although she didn't live well in the Su family before, it was definitely better than the homeless children. At least she had a stable residence and didn't have to worry about being rained on or blown by the wind. Sister, we live here. Qin Yong pointed at his residence and said to Suan. Suan felt mixed emotions, but she didn't show anything on her face. After the two led Suan to their residence, they called other friends over. Everyone come, we met a kind sister. She brought us food. Come and eat. After Qin Yong finished speaking, more than a dozen children all ran toward Suan. The last one to come was a big child. Compared to Qin Yong, this child was obviously a generation older, about 10 years old. Although he was not very short, he was as thin as a stick. The child also looked more mature and stable. He looked at Suan with a defensive and scrutinizing look, unlike Qin Yong and Wei Jie, who were innocent. Seeing that Suan was also looking at him, the child pursed his lips and avoided her sight. Suan always felt that the child looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Brother Suwei, we met this kind sister in front of the state-owned restaurant. She bought us steamed buns in the state-owned restaurant. Let's eat them quickly. After Qin Yong finished speaking, Suan handed the steamed buns in her hand to them. When these children saw that there was food, they all rushed over. They were really hungry and hadn't eaten for a long time. Now that they saw the food, they couldn't control themselves. After each child got the meat buns and steamed buns bought by Suan, they ate them voraciously. Wow, this is a meat bun. It's actually a meat bun. It smells so good. Woo-woo. I didn't expect someone would buy us meat buns. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Meat buns taste so good. The children usually don't have enough to eat, let alone eat well. For them, meat buns are really a rare thing. Suwei looked at the other children who were happy to eat meat buns, but he frowned and continued to look at Suan. Suan was also looking at Suwei. She said why this child looked so familiar because he was a big boss who made a sensation in later generations. She had seen him in gossip magazines. This child named Suwei will become the leader of the underworld in the future. He is smart and ruthless. Relying on some black businesses, he can make a lot of money. Unexpectedly, Suan is now a Nung met the future gangster. A gangster is a gangster. You can tell that he is different from other children when he was young. But what Suan didn't expect was that the gangster was a wandering orphan. No wonder he developed a cruel and ruthless character later. It is probably related to his childhood experience. In such a difficult environment, it is easy for people to develop a distorted character. Suan knew Suwei's identity, and she could understand why he was so defensive, because his character has always been like this. In addition, many people can't eat enough these days. She, a stranger, can buy meat buns for these children, which will inevitably make him think too much. Suan said to Suwei, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you, and I don't have any other intentions for you. I just see that you are suffering, and I want to do some good things and save some blessings for myself. There is nothing worth my plan on you. If I want to hurt you, I don't need to be roundabout." Suan's eyes were frank. Suwei hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I believe you." Suan was right. These homeless children were not worth murdering. The bad guys they had met before only wanted to bully them and use them as tools to vent their anger. He could feel whether a person was a good person or not. Suan had a sense of righteousness, and his intuition told him that he was not a bad person. It was just that he was very vigilant. When he suddenly met someone who showed kindness to them, he couldn't help but be on guard. What if that person wanted to harm them? Seeing that the other children had eaten without any problems, he felt more relieved. The meat buns are delicious. I want to eat more. Wei Jie finished eating, but he was not full, so he muttered. Suwei took the meat bun in his hand, divided half of it out, and gave it to Wei Jie. "I have more here. I'll give you half, and the remaining half to Haydn. Haydn is sick and needs nutrition." Looking at the meat bun handed to him, Wei Jie did not take it, but said, "Brother Suwei, you haven't eaten it yourself. You should try it too. You can't leave everything for us to eat. By the way, is Haydn's illness not healed yet?" Is his fever serious now? Sue took back the half-meat bun he had handed out, with a hint of worry in his eyes. It's a little serious. Haiden's fever is getting worse and worse, and now his body is burning hot. After hearing this, Wei Jia's little face was also filled with worry. These orphans are not afraid of other things, but they are worried about getting sick. If they get sick, they have no money for treatment and can only fight it themselves. If they can make it through it, it's okay. If they can't, then they will die. Suan was not surprised to hear that a child was sick. In such an environment and such conditions, it is normal for children to get sick if they can't take good care of themselves. Suan took out some money and handed it to Sue. Go to the hospital and buy some antipyretics. Looking at the money Suan handed over, Sue was surprised. Suan not only gave them food, but why did she give them so much money? Did she really have no intention towards them? Suan met the gaze, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She just wanted to do some good things, rob the rich to help the poor. Why did she become like a bad person who deceived children? Forget it. She should stop bothering here. In order to reassure Sue, Suan took out some more money and tickets from her pocket. There were about 500 yuan in money and about 500 kilograms of food coupons. There were fewer meat coupons, cloth coupons, and cotton coupons, but with these, the children would have no problem buying some cotton clothes. Take this money. Sister is a kind-hearted person who always wants to help others. If you are worried that I have some intentions, I will leave now. Oh, by the way, winter is almost coming. I think you should find a house to rent. The money and tickets I give you should be enough for a while. You are all children. If you are worried about being cheated when renting a house, go to the second house in Wudong Alley and find a man named Liu Peng. My name is Suan. Tell him my name, and he can help you. After Suan finished speaking, he stuffed money into Sue's pocket and turned to leave. Seeing so much money that Suan stuffed in his pocket, Sue was even more confused. Suan had done this to them for no reason, so there was no need to help them like this. Although he couldn't explain it, Suan did not look like a bad person. Looking at Suan's graceful departure, Sue tightly grasped the money and bills in his hand. Even if Suan was really planning something, the money and bills were in his hands now, and could save Haiden's life and allow them to survive this cold winter. Last winter, several children in their group froze to death. Sue was very sad to see his friends starving to death or freezing to death, but he had no other way. Because he was still a child and in this world, he did not have the ability to support himself and other friends. Seeing Suan leave without any reluctance, Wei Jia came to Sue and said, Brother Sue, I think Sister Sue and is a good person. Sue responded, and let's just believe that Suan was just helping them. If Suan had no other intentions, he would definitely remember her kindness. It was getting late when Suan left here, so he went directly to the bus station. When he arrived at the bus station, Suan didn't wait too long before getting on the bus back to the county. When Suan arrived at the Yudo village production team, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Fortunately, it was not too late, just in time for dinner. As soon as Suan got home, he smelled the familiar aroma of the dishes. Sun Xinshin's cooking skills are still good, and the food she cooks is more fragrant than that of state-owned restaurants. Sun Xinshin and Lu Wanting were very happy to see Suan come back. And in your back? Are you done with your work? Suan nodded. Yes, I'm done. Sister, and are you thirsty? I'll get you a cup of tea. Lu Wanting ran around diligently and brought a cup of tea to Suan. Suan did not refuse and said with a smile, Okay, I'm a little thirsty. Go and pour me a cup. Lu Wanting diligently poured a cup of tea for Suan. After Sun Xinshin greeted Suan, she went to the kitchen to cook. Seeing Suan come back, Sun Xinshin felt that the dishes originally prepared were not enough, and she had to add some more. So Sun Xinshin went to the kitchen and fried 2 more dishes. Suan crossed her legs and waited quietly for dinner. Before dinner, Guamiao and Lu Jinting came to Suan. Seeing Suan come back, Guamiao and Lu Jinting's eyes were also stained with a little joy. Especially Lu Jinting, he secretly glanced at Suan several times. This girl has not been away for a long time. It has only been 1 day since he last saw her. He always can't help thinking about her in his mind. It turns out that this is how it feels to like someone. Liu Jinting has made up his mind and is waiting for this. After completing a mission, he planned to confess his love to Suan and see if he could take the little girl home. However, he felt that pursuing Suan was quite challenging. After all, Suan was beautiful and capable, and such a woman was not something that ordinary people could get. Liu Jinting even felt that pursuing Suan was more difficult than catching a spy. However, for a girl he liked, he should always try hard to pursue her. What if she could accept him? Suan didn't know that Liu Jinting had been thinking about her, and she was just eating. She hadn't eaten the dishes made by Sun Xinxin for a day, and she missed them very much. Sun Xinxin also kept picking up dishes for Suan, asking her to eat more. After waiting for the dishes on the table to be swept away, Sun Xinxin asked Suan, "Is it enough? How about I go and cook 2 more dishes?" Suan waved her hand and said, "No, I'm full. Although I didn't eat too much, I was really full." Hearing Suan say this, Sun Xinxin didn't go to the kitchen. "Okay, and then if you are hungry, tell me at night, and I will make you a midnight snack." Seeing Sun Xinxin so considerate and caring about her, Suan felt very comfortable. Thinking about how she was cheated by other educated youths in the countryside in her previous life, and comparing it with this life, God was kind to her and finally arranged a few sincere friends for her. After dinner, Suan felt tired, so she went to bed at the table early. The next day, Suan slept until he woke up naturally. Unlike other educated youths and team members, Suan does not need to go to work now and can sleep as late as he wants. Who likes to struggle when you can lie down? Isn't Suan improving his own strength now to make it easier for himself to live in the future? In this life, she doesn't rely on the Shen family, and she can live a wonderful life alone. After breakfast in the morning, Suan did not go out, but repaired the radio she found at the scrapyard at home, and she would give it to Liu Peng when she went back to the city. The other 2 bicycles also had to be assembled, and they could be exchanged for money later. Sure enough, making money can make people happy. After a busy morning, Suan waited for dinner to be served before going back to rest. After lunch, Suan heard a knock on the door, and after opening the door, she saw that it was Tao Danny. When Tao Danny came over, she held some newly dug lotus roots in her hand and said to Suan, "Little Su Jiqing, this is the new lotus root my son-in-law sent me. I'll bring some to you to try." Although what Tao Danny brought to Suan was not a good thing, it was her own intention after all. Usually the little Su Jiqing brought a lot of good things to their family. Their family couldn't just take in and not give out, they had to give back something to others. Suan naturally wouldn't dislike whether the new lotus root sent by Tao Danny was expensive or not. The key point was her intention. She accepted it with a smile, and then thanked Tao Danny. Tao Danny hurriedly said, "Little Su Jiqing, what are you thanking me for? This is not a valuable thing." Suan looked at Tao Danny's hearty smile and suddenly thought of something and asked her, "Annie, do you want defective cloth? I'll give you some." "What? Little Su Jiqing, do you have defective cloth?" Suan nodded. "Yes, last time we went to the county supply and marketing cooperative, we happened to come across defective cloth. We thought it was not easy to come across it, so we bought more. And the price is not expensive, no tickets are required. I have enough clothes to wear, so it doesn't matter whether I keep them or not. Auntie, if you want, I can give you some." How could Tao Danny refuse such an opportunity? They were country people who lacked all kinds of tickets, so it was not easy to buy cloth even if they had money. Tao Danny was naturally very happy that Suan could give her some cheap defective cloth that did not require tickets. "Okay, Xiao Su Jiqing, if it's convenient, you can give me some, I want it. It just so happens that I want to make some clothes for my grandchildren, but I haven't got the cloth coupons." "Okay, Aunt Danny, I'll get it for you." Suan went to the house and took out the cloth. Although it is a defective cloth, it only has a few small defects, which will not affect the function. But it is also because of this that the price can be cheap and no coupons are required. Defective products like this that are handled internally are really not available to ordinary people. If the new salesperson had not offended them last time and deliberately tried to please them, they might not have given them these defective cloths. Suan bought a lot, so he could give more to Tao Danny. Tao Danny looked at the cloth that Suan bought and felt that the material was really good. And no coupons were required and the price was cheap. She really made a profit. Of course, Tao Danny knew that it was all thanks to Xiao Su Jiqing. If it weren't for the ability of the young educated youth Su, how could she get such cloth? Tao Danny took some cloth and continued to thank Suan. Suan hurriedly said, "Aunt, you're welcome. You and the captain uncle have taken good care of me. From now on, just treat me as your own family and don't be so formal with me." Tao Danny felt very comfortable listening to Suan's words. Look, they are all educated youth who went to the countryside, and the educated youth Shen Ruyi is not a little bit different from the educated youth Su. Tao Danny went back happily with the defective cloth that Suan had distributed. As soon as she got home, Tao Danny mentioned to Wang Weihua that Suan had distributed the defective cloth to their family. After Tao Danny finished speaking, she also praised Suan. Why is the educated youth Xiao Su so nice? This girl is really good at dealing with people. If all the educated youth who went to the countryside were like Xiao Su, we wouldn't be afraid of 100 of them coming to our production team, and we would welcome them very much. Wang Weihua found it funny to hear Tao Danny's muttering, "What are you dreaming about? It's good enough to have one person and you're thinking of 100? I'm just saying that, I know it's impossible." After Tao Danny finished muttering, she took the defective cloth and looked at it carefully. The more she looked at the cloth, the more she liked it. Suan asked Sun Xinxin to collect the lotus roots sent by Tao Danny. Looking at the new lotus roots sent by Tao Danny, Sun Xinxin muttered, "It's a pity that there is no fresh pork at home. Otherwise, it would be very good to make some lotus root clips with such new lotus roots." Suan heard the little girl's muttering and said, "Isn't this simple? Let's go up the mountain in the afternoon and bring back a wild boar." Sun Xinxin patted her head. She forgot that Suan could hunt wild boars. Suan was good at fighting and could hunt wild game every time he went up the mountain. As long as they were lucky enough to meet wild boars, they would not have to worry about wild boar meat. Liu Wanting was also very excited to go up the mountain to hunt. She had been practicing shooting skills at home for the past 2 days. This time she could go up the mountain to try the water and see if she could make progress and hunt more wild game. The 3 of them went up the mountain together. Although Sun Xinxin had little fighting power, she still wanted to follow Suan and Liu Wanting to join in the fun. Otherwise, she would be too bored at home alone. Suan and Liu Wanting walked for a while and shot a few pheasants, but did not encounter wild boars. Liu Wanting muttered, "We won't be unlucky and won't encounter wild boars today, right?" Suan heard the little girl's muttering and replied with a smile, "The wild boars in this mountain are not cabbages. You can meet them whenever you want." Liu Wanting thought about it, and it was true. The 3 of them continued to stay in the mountain for a while, but they didn't run into any wild boars. When they were about to go down the mountain, they saw Liu Jinting and Guimiao. At this time, Liu Jinting was carrying a wild boar down the mountain. Seeing Liu Jinting carrying a wild boar, Liu Wanting was immediately excited. "Brother, you actually killed a wild boar?" "Well, your brother Guimiao and I just happened to encounter a wild boar, so we just killed it and gave it to the team members as a snack." Liu Jinting and Guimiao both have good family conditions. Since coming here from the countryside, they know how difficult it is for the country people to live. They can't help too much, but they can still do things within their ability. "Brother, that's great. We wanted to get some wild boar meat, but we were unlucky and didn't encounter it. I didn't expect that we didn't encounter it, but you guys did. Well, let's go down the mountain to divide the pork." Okay. Several people went down the mountain happily. When they got to the foot of the mountain and saw the wild boar that Liu Jinting carried back, the team members were excited again. They just ate wild boar meat a few days ago. Now they can eat it again? Little Su Jiqing is too powerful. He can always help them hunt game. Hearing the mutterings of the team members, Suan felt that the wild boar was hunted by Liu Jinting, and she must not let people misunderstand and attribute the credit to her. Suan said everyone misunderstood. This wild boar was hunted by Liu Jinting, the Liu Jiqing. After hearing Suan's explanation, the team members' grateful eyes shifted from Suan to Liu Jinting. Many ants secretly felt sorry. In fact, Liu Jinting was a very outstanding young man, but he was infertile. Otherwise, they could really let their daughters marry him. Wang Weihua also happily arranged for people to come and let everyone deal with the wild boar and divide the wild boar meat. Knowing that Su En and the others needed wild boar meat, Liu Jinting asked Wang Weihua to divide 10 pounds of meat for them. They also asked for 5 pounds of spare ribs, and the rest were divided among other team members. After getting the meat and spare ribs, Sun Xinxin went home to deal with them and prepare dinner for the evening. For dinner, Sun Xinxin planned to fry some lotus root clips and make a portion of steamed spare ribs with glutinous rice. In addition, stir-fry a portion of spicy wild boar meat, and the dinner would be very rich. Of course, knowing that Su-en could eat, Sun Xinxin prepared more dishes. The dinner was good and Su-en ate until she was full. Guo Miao and Liu Jinting were also satisfied with the meal. On the way back, Guo Miao complained to Liu Jinting, "Brother Ting, to be honest, we eat well and sleep well here, and our life is much more comfortable than when we were in the organization. If possible, I don't want to complete the mission. It would be nice to stay here forever." Liu Jinting rolled his eyes at Guo Miao. "You are so useless. Have you forgotten the purpose of our coming here? How can our country progress if everyone is like you? Brother Ting, I have no future. If it weren't for my good relationship with you and my family's arrangement, I would not join the army. My dream is to eat and wait for death." Liu Jinting ignored Guo Miao. Anyway, although he felt that life here was indeed good, he couldn't give up his ideals and ambitions. Su-en stayed in the production team of Yudo Village for a few more days and planned to go to the city again. She had to give this batch of repaired radios and bicycles to Liu Peng, and by the way, take a look at the situation in the city and see if Huang Zhong had any actions. Since she was not visited by the police in the Yudo Village production team, it means that Huang Liang's case was not traced back to her. However, Huang Zhong had lost so many treasures, so I'm afraid the whole city would have to be investigated thoroughly. The captain continued to help Su-en open a letter of introduction. After getting the letter of introduction, Su-en went back. Early the next morning, Su-en set out for the city. After spending a whole morning, around 11 o'clock, Su-en arrived in the city again and found Liu Peng. Seeing Su-en coming to find him, Liu Peng guessed that she probably got some goods to send to him again. With the opportunity to make money, Liu Peng was naturally excited when he saw Su-en. "Sister, the TV you gave me last time was sold. Here is 700 yuan. Liu Peng said, handing Su-en 700 yuan. The currency in the 70s had small denominations, and the largest was 10 yuan, so 700 yuan was equivalent to 70 big unity notes, a thick stack. Su-en took the money and stuffed it directly into his pocket without counting it. Seeing Su-en like this, Liu Peng asked, "Sister, don't you count all the money?" Su-en said calmly, "What to count? Am I afraid that you will cheat me?" Liu Peng shook his head hurriedly. "Sister, of course not. I can cheat anyone but you. Su-en is his rich man, and he is counting on Su-en to live a good life. Once Su-en is cheated once, she will definitely not cooperate with him again in the future. Isn't this equivalent to cutting off his own financial resources? Liu Peng is not so stupid. In addition, Su-en is a person with deep unpredictability and cannot be offended at all. Although Liu Peng has no evidence, he is sure that the death of the seventh brother must be related to Su-en. In addition, Huang Liang's death is probably inseparable from Su-en's involvement. Otherwise, it is too coincidental. He just told Su-en the person behind the seventh brother, and Huang Liang died tragically. But everyone knows the cause of Liu Peng's death this time. His death was a bit bizarre. He was directly struck to death by lightning, which is not something that human power can do. Speaking of the strange cause of Huang Liang's death, in fact, the cause of the death of Brother Qi was also inexplicable. It's okay that people died, but how could so many things be moved away overnight? It is definitely not something that ordinary people can do to empty Brother Qi's house without anyone noticing. Liu Peng is sure that Su-en is not simple, and she is not someone he can afford to offend. As long as he doesn't play tricks on Su-en, he can eat meat and live a good life by following Su-en, and he is not stupid enough to commit suicide on his own initiative. After Su-en took Liu Peng's money, He gave Liu Peng a new batch of goods. Liu Peng's eyes lit up when he saw these things. He can make another fortune by selling this batch. Now that he has found the right way, the speed of making money is really fast. For example, the TV that Suan gave him, Liu Peng made 300 yuan after reselling it. The monthly salary of ordinary people is only 20 or 30 yuan, and 300 yuan is equal to the money that ordinary people earn in a year. After Suan gave Liu Peng the things, he asked Liu Peng about the recent situation in the city. Liu Peng guessed what Suan was concerned about, so he emphasized the recent situation with Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong almost investigated the whole city, and many of Huang Zhong's suspected enemies were targeted. Those who were retaliated by Huang Zhong were naturally miserable. From the information Liu Peng got, it can be seen that Huang Zhong never suspected Suan. Yes, normal people can't think of it who would suspect that she did it. The only one who suspected Suan was Liu Peng, but he had no evidence, and even if he had evidence, Liu Peng would not choose to betray Suan. After learning the news from Liu Peng, Suan planned to leave. Liu Peng called Suan again. By the way, sister, last time a child came to my place and asked me to help find a house. He said you asked them to find one. Is this true? Suan nodded. Yes, it was me. How are those children? I helped them find a place to live. They should be fine now. Suan was relieved when she heard Liu Peng's words. It's better now. When the weather gets colder, these children must have a stable place to live so that they won't be frozen. The place they lived before was a simple shed, which was not sheltered from the wind and rain. It was not easy to endure the winter. Especially in the winter in the northeast, it is very cold. Suan left Liu Peng and went to the state-owned restaurant. After eating a meal, Suan planned to go back. Unexpectedly, he met Su Wei on the way. Su Wei was very surprised to see Suan. Originally, Su Wei thought that he would not see Suan again, but he didn't expect to meet him on the road. Su Wei did suspect that Suan was plotting something before, but Suan never looked for them again after helping them. If he really plotted something, he should have taken action long ago. Su Wei was very defensive, but at this moment, he was willing to believe that Suan was a good person. So when he saw Suan again, Su Wei thought about it and decided to take the initiative to greet Suan and thank her. Sister Su and Su Wei came to Suan and called out. Suan saw that Su Wei was a little reserved and probably felt a little embarrassed in front of her. Yeah, Suan said, and then asked, Are you doing well now? Su Wei nodded heavily. Sister Suan, we are doing well now. Thank you for your help. We don't have to worry about being cold or hungry this winter. By the way, Haydn took the medicine and recovered from his illness. Su Wei had never thanked anyone before, but at this moment, he was really grateful to Suan. Suan patted Su Wei's shoulder and said, Okay, it's enough to know that you are doing well. Those children are still young, and you are the oldest. You can only take care of them more. If you need any help, you can go to Uncle Liu Peng again, and he can tell me. You are still young. Don't bear it alone when you have difficulties, and don't take extreme paths. Suan knew that although Su Wei was a gangster boss in the future, he had done a lot of illegal and criminal things, and his final end was very miserable. Now, knowing Su Wei's childhood experience, Suan believed that he was forced by life to take that illegal path. So if we help him more now, there might be a chance to prevent him from going down the illegal path and let him not end up like in his previous life. Suan did not talk much with Su Wei and left after saying these words. This child is quite defensive, and if she cares a little more, he will think she is plotting something. Looking at Suan's back as she left, Su Wei's eyes were filled with more gratitude. He would definitely remember Suan's help to him, and if he becomes powerful one day, he would definitely repay Suan. Suan went to the scrap yard again, picked up some things, and then took the car home. It was not too late to arrive at the Yudo village production team, and Sun Xinshin had just prepared dinner. Suan ate as soon as she came back, and after she had eaten, Wang Weihua came to her side. Wang Weihua knew that Suan had gone to the city today, so he just came to see her. It would be best if Suan was there, but if not, he would come again tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Suan went to the city in the morning and came back in the evening. Things were done quite quickly. When facing Suan, Wang Weihua was different from the other educated youth on the opposite side and seemed much more friendly. Little Su, you've come back, so soon after going to the city to do some work? Suan nodded. Well, there wasn't much to do in the city, so it didn't take up much time. Captain, is there something you want to talk to me about? Wang Weihua nodded. Indeed, there is something I want to discuss with you. Suan asked, Captain, what is it? It's like this. The autumn harvest of our Yudo village production team is coming to an end. With the 2 rice harvesters you assembled, the autumn harvest process of our Yudo village production team has been accelerated a lot. Now that our autumn harvest is almost over, the rice harvesters may not be needed by then. Other production teams in our commune are thinking of borrowing rice harvesters from us, and they will give us some subsidies at that time. But these 2 rice harvesters were assembled by you, and the materials were purchased by you out of your own pocket, which means that these 2 rice harvesters are yours. If other production teams want to borrow them, I have to ask your opinion and get your permission. Suan thought it was something else, but it turned out that he wanted to borrow the rice harvester she assembled. Captain, I have no objection to this matter. It's mainly about your arrangement. If you say to lend it, then lend it. Wang Weihua was very happy to hear Suan's answer. Sure enough, the girl's answer did not disappoint him. Considering the interests of the brigade, Wang Weihua naturally wanted to borrow these 2 rice harvesters. After all, other production teams did not lend them for free, but gave them benefits. For example, the Liujia village production team next door, their brigade is engaged in agricultural and sideline industries, and they have dug a lot of fish ponds to raise fish. The Liujia village production team said that if they can borrow the rice harvester, they will send some fish to the Yudo village production team. These days, every household is not rich, and even if fish is not as good as meat, it is also a good thing. If Liujia village can really send some fish, their team members will share it, at least they can have a feast and eat some meat. And on the commune side, the leaders of the commune hope that the various production teams will help each other. After the autumn harvest work of the Yudo village production team is completed, the rice harvester will no longer be used, right? In this case, it would be better to give it to other production teams so that the rice harvester can play its value. Of course, the leaders above would not let the Yudo village production team lend out the rice harvester for nothing. The leaders of the commune promised Wang Weihua that if Wang Weihua could lend out the rice harvester, more fertilizer would be allocated to the Yudo village production team next year. At this time, fertilizer is related to grain production. Only when the grain production is high can the members of the production team get more food rations. Faced with such a great temptation, it is difficult for Wang Weihua not to be tempted. But these 2 rice harvesters were assembled by Suan after all. Even if he wanted to lend them out, he had to follow the girl's wishes and only lend them if Suan said he could. Now that Suan said he could lend it, Wang Weihua was finally relieved. Okay, Xiao Su Jiqing, your contribution to our Yudo village production team. Uncle will remember it. Wait for good things to come. Uncle will definitely fight for you. After Wang Weihua and Suan finished talking about this matter, they went back with a smile. After dinner, Suan washed up and went to rest early. Although he didn't do anything after a day in the city, he was still very tired. After waiting for Suan to catch up on his sleep, he felt refreshed. After Suan woke up the next day, Sun Xinshin prepared breakfast for him. Suan ate a delicious breakfast and felt relaxed. She planned to take a rest in the morning and not go anywhere. She would go up the mountain again in the afternoon. The people in the production team of Yudo village began to relax in the past 2 days because after the autumn harvest came to an end, everyone didn't have to work as hard as before. The team members were very grateful to Suan because Suan's 2 rice harvesters helped everyone do less work. In the past, after an autumn harvest, people would be exhausted. But after this year's autumn harvest, everyone felt that their bodies were not as badly damaged as in previous years. Of course, the team members knew that it was not only because they did less work in the autumn harvest than in previous years, but also partly because they ate nutritious food during the autumn harvest this year. During the autumn harvest, Suan hunted several wild game and let the team members eat meat several times. After eating the meat several times, the body was nourished and of course it was better than before. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, without exception, Everyone has to thank Suin. So when Suin went out for stroll, the team members were very polite to Suin. Compared with Su An's glory in the production team of Yudo Village, Chu Qingyu and Shen Ruyi's life in the production team was much worse. After being beaten by Suin, the two of them are still unable to get out of bed and can only lie on the Kong. At first, the two were quite happy because they didn't have to work because of their injuries. But after lying for a few days, they couldn't stand it immediately. Lying for a long time feels that the body is sore, and the back is more difficult than working. But their injuries will not heal for a while, so they can only stay on the Kong. Shen Ruyi knew that her injury this time must be related to Suin. Although she has no evidence, she has never offended anyone except Suin. When she gets better, she will definitely make Suin pay the price. Suin has been quite leisurely these days. When she has nothing to do, she goes into the space to practice her supernatural powers. The fruits planted in the space before are almost ready to be picked. She has planted many fruit trees, and there are a lot of fruit trees in the space. Suin estimates that she can make a lot of money by waiting for this batch of fruits to be sold to Li San. Suin tasted this batch of fruits first. Needless to say, the products of a space must be top quality. The taste of the fruit is very sweet, and it tastes better than many fruits grown in their place of origin. Fruits are relatively rare now, especially in the Northeast. Apples can be bought, but tropical fruits such as bananas and lychees are not easy to buy. Because of this, the price of these fruits that are not available in the Northeast will be more expensive. Even in the 1970s, when there was a shortage of materials, there was no shortage of rich people. If Suin took these fruits out, there would definitely be people who would buy them. Suin went directly to Li San to ship them, saving herself the trouble. She first sorted out a batch of fruits in the space, and then went to the county town to find Li San. Seeing Suin coming, Li San was excited as if he had seen his ancestors. This lady hasn't come to see him for a long time. Li San thought that he had offended Suin and that this lady didn't want to cooperate with him. Now that Suin is here again, Li San is so happy. "Aunt, I thought you forgot about me. You haven't come to me for supply for a long time." Li San muttered in Suin's ear like a wronged wife. Li San's words made Suin feel cold, and his body shivered. A grown man. Is it necessary to be like this? I don't think I will sell those wild game anymore in the future. I can't get the goods for the time being. But even though I can't get the wild game, I have new goods. Do you think you are interested? Suin finished speaking and pulled off the cloth covering the baskets he brought. Seeing the things in the baskets, Li San's eyes lit up again. If the game that Suin sent before was a good thing, then the fruit that Suin sent this time was even better. Especially the fruits that Suin sent were not available in the Northeast. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about bananas, which cost several yuan per caddy in the Northeast. Scarcity makes things valuable, and there are still many rich people who are willing to spend money to buy these rare items. After knowing that it was a good thing, Li San nodded and said, "Auntie, you brought rare goods. How could I not be interested? I have accepted all of these. If you have such goods in the future, just send them to me." Suin nodded. "Okay, then you calculate the total price of this batch of goods." If it were anyone else, Li San would probably still want to cheat and lower the price. But now he is facing Suin, Li San dare not lower the price. Because Li San did not dare to treat her unfairly, Suin sold it at a satisfactory price. Looking at the fruits in the space, she estimated that she would make a lot of money in the future. It was really good to make money without working. Suin left after delivering the goods to Li San. She went to the scrap yard again and bought some materials. She has been idle at home these days. If she can get the materials, she will assemble something and make some money. When Suin returned from the county, she saw Tao Danny coming to her. "Little Su Jiqing, let's go and divide the fish. The fish has been delivered to us from Liujia village. Thanks to you this time, we can eat fish. Your captain uncle meant that you should go and pick it first. You can choose what fish you want to eat." Suin heard Tao Danny say this, so he followed Tao Danny to the rice field. This time, Liujia village sent several buckets of fish. These fish were very fat, and each one weighed about 10 pounds, and the big ones weighed 20 or 30 pounds. According to the population of the brigade, Families with more people can get a fish, and families with fewer people can get half a fish. In short, everyone can have a good meal. Seeing Suan coming, Wang Weihua directly called Suan to pick the fish. The team members knew that it was because the rice harvester assembled by Suan was lent to the Liujia village production team that they could eat fish. At this time, Wang Weihua and Suan chose first, and they had no objection. Suan thought that Sun Xinxin was responsible for cooking at home, so Suan let the girl choose. They usually don't lack meat to eat, so they don't ask for much, just enough to eat. It's better to leave more for the team members so that they can share more and eat more. After getting the fish, Sun Xinxin took it home and planned to make lunch. She planned to make black fish into pickled fish. Tao Danny sent a jar of pickled cabbage a few days ago, and there was still a lot left, which was just right for making pickled fish. As for grass carp, Sun Xinxin planned to make it into grilled fish. Suan was quite looking forward to hearing that this girl was going to make grilled fish. The grilled fish in later generations was delicious. I wonder if the one made by this girl is similar to that in later generations. Suan handed the kitchen to Sun Xinxin. She crossed her legs and waited happily for dinner. Sun Xinxin's speed was relatively fast. Lunch was ready in less than an hour. Suan had eaten the pickled fish made by Sun Xinxin before, and it tasted good. But this time the most fragrant thing was the grilled fish. Guo Miao and Liu Jinting came here at mealtime. As soon as they arrived in the yard, Guo Miao smelled the fragrance in the air and asked, "Sister-in, what are we eating? Why is it so fragrant?" Suan said, "Grilled fish, made by Xinxin." Guo Miao was not polite either. Several people sat down and started eating with chopsticks. After waiting for the meal, everyone was still reluctant to leave. Sun Xinxin was definitely a talent for making ordinary fish so delicious. After lunch, Liu Jinting took out a small notebook and handed it to Suan, then asked, "Su Jiqing, this is what we collected based on the radio station. Take a look and see if you can help the code." During this period of time, Liu Jinting and Guo Miao had been squatting in front of the radio station and finally gained something. However, the collected information seemed to be encrypted. Liu Jinting tried to decode himself, but unfortunately, he failed. Liu Jinting sent the collected information back to the army by telegram, but still did not wait for a reply from the army. It is estimated that this encrypted information is difficult too, so the organization will have to spend some effort. Liu Jinting knew that Suan was very capable, so he thought of letting this girl try. What if Suan can decipher it? Suan took the small notebook and saw a long string of numbers written down by Liu Jinting. She didn't say whether she could decipher it or not, so she had to try first. "Let me calculate it," Suan said, took out a pen, and began to calculate on the draft paper. Liu Jinting waited quietly by the side. He was very curious whether Suan could this secret report. At this time, Suan was calculating with a pen. Liu Jinting held his breath and did not dare to disturb Suan. It took more than an hour, and Suan finally deciphered this secret report. Holding the deciphered content, Suan handed it to Liu Jinting. "This is what I deciphered, and I don't know if it is correct. But you can try to investigate and check it according to the content of the secret report. At least there is a direction." After Liu Jinting got the content deciphered by Suan, his face changed slightly. Originally, he just tried it and didn't have much expectation. But unexpectedly, Suan could really complete the deciphering work. There were many experts in the intelligence department of their organization, but those experts were no match for a little girl like Suan. Fortunately, Suan was not a spy. If Suan was a spy, they would probably be killed by her. "Okay, Su Jiqing, thank you." Liu Jinting thanked Suan. She helped him so much, and he would find a chance to thank her again. Suan waved her hand. "You re-welcome. It's just a piece of cake. You are here to catch spies, but I am a Chinese. I don't want our Chinese interests to be damaged. It's my honor to contribute my contribution to the motherland." Liu Jinting didn't say any more thanks, but took Guo Miao and quickly reported the decrypted content to the organization, and then quickly arranged for an investigation. The two of them left and disappeared. For several days, Suan didn't see Liu Jinting and the others. But knowing that the two were busy with business, Suan didn't worry about when they would come back. Now the production team has completed the autumn harvest task and the public grain has been handed in. There is less farm work and many team members have free time. When this person has nothing to do, he likes to get together and brag. Suin has heard a lot of gossip in the production team of Yudo Village these days. For example, which daughter-in-law quarreled with the mother-in-law, which sister-in-law and brother-in-law had an affair, and which man sneaked into which widow's house. Suin happened to be free and had nothing to do, so listening to gossip was a bit of fun. After the fall, the weather got colder. Especially after the rain, the weather suddenly turned cold. Fortunately, Suin bought a coat before, and he can wear it now. Sun Xinshin has not been idle at home during this period. She knows that when the weather gets cold, she needs to wear more clothes. She bought some wool before, and she was busy knitting sweaters for Suin and herself. Sun Xinshin is dexterous, and the styles of the sweaters she knits are better looking than those bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. After spending several days knitting a sweater for Suin, Sun Xinshin gave it to Suin and said, "And try it on. Does this sweater fit you? If not, I can help you modify it." Suin tried on the sweater knitted by Sun Xinshin. Yeah, it fits. Xinshin, you are amazing.
You are so clever and deft.
You can do everything. This sweater you knit is better looking than the one sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Sun Xinshin smiled and replied when she heard Suin's praise, and then, "I figured it out myself. If you want a certain style, you can knit it out by thinking about it. The ones sold at the supply and marketing cooperatives are usually fixed styles, which of course don't look good." Suin pinched Sun Xinshin's little face. Her face full of collagen was really attractive and worth pinching. "My Xinshin is so amazing. Anan, please stop praising me. No matter how amazing I am, I'm not as amazing as you. We are good at different fields, so we can't compare each other." Liu Wanting added with a smile, "You are all amazing, each with your own strengths, so don't fight over it." Suin took off the sweater after trying it on. She didn't need to wear it yet. She would wear it when the weather got colder. Seeing that Suin liked the sweater she knitted, Sun Xinshin asked Liu Wanting, "Do you want a sweater? How about I knit one for you?" Liu Wanting waved her hand directly. "If I need it, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy two. I'm not picky about the style of sweaters, as long as they are wearable. I don't like those fancy ones, the simpler the better." Liu Wanting is different from Suin and Sun Xinshin. She is like a rough man. She doesn't like to dress up. She pursues comfort rather than style in her clothes. Seeing that Liu Wanting didn't need it, Sun Xinshin planned to knit one for herself. One sweater was probably not enough for Suin, and she would have to help knit another one later. It would take some time before winter officially came, so it would definitely be enough for Sun Xinshin to knit a sweater. Sun Xinshin put away her things and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. At this time, there was a knock on Suin's door. After Suin went to open the door, she saw Wang Weihua standing in front of her house. "Captain, do you want to see me for something?" Wang Weihua looked at Suin and said excitedly, "Little Su Jiqing, this time our Yudo Village production team performed well in the autumn harvest, and you helped the public security before, so this year our production team was selected as the advanced collective of the commune." Suin heard Wang Weihua say this, and she knew why the captain was so happy. At this time, the sense of collective honor was very strong, and every production team hoped to become an advanced collective. Wang Weihua was also the captain. Under his leadership, the Yudo Village production team was rated as an advanced collective this year, so he was naturally happier and more excited than ordinary team members. After talking about this, Wang Weihua got to the point because our Yudo Village production team was rated as an advanced collective. The 2 places for the workers, peasants and soldiers university exam were given to us this time. Little Su, the educated youth, I came here to inform you that our brigade cadres have discussed it together and will give you one of the places. Suin helped assemble the rice harvester, and he also helped the police make several contributions. If it weren't for Suin, their Yudo Village production team would not have been rated as an advanced collective. The brigade would not have any objections to giving Suin the exam spot for the workers, peasants and soldiers university this time. Suin was stunned. Did Wang Weihua come here to talk about this? She really had no interest. It would not be a pity if she did not study at a workers', peasants' and soldiers' university. Because Suan knew that the college entrance examination would be resumed in the near future. If Suan wanted to go to college, she could just take the exam based on her own ability. There was no need to go to the workers', peasants' and soldiers' university. After the college entrance examination was resumed, the value of the workers', peasants' and soldiers' university would not be as high as that of getting in through the college entrance examination. And Suan knew that if she went to the workers', peasants' and soldiers' university, it would not be easy to go to a top national university like Peking University. But with the college entrance examination, it would not be difficult for Su and to get into a top university. She was a top academic bully, with a photographic memory, and she really did not care about a little high school knowledge. In the future, where the competition for the college entrance examination was so cruel, Suan was admitted as the top scorer in science. In the first year after the college entrance examination was resumed, the difficulty of the exam was not great, and she was confident that she would be the top scorer in the country again. Seeing Suan's indifferent reaction and silence, Wang Weihua was still quite puzzled. "Little Su, the educated youth, are you not interested?" If it were an ordinary person, he would have gone crazy with excitement after hearing this news. Suan shook his head. "Uncle Captain, I am not very interested in going to the workers', peasants' and soldiers' university, and it will not help me much after going to college. Compared to going to college, I still think it is more meaningful to stay in the Udo village production team and contribute to the construction of the countryside. So you can allocate this examination quota for the workers', peasants' and soldiers' university to other people in need." Wang Weihua did not expect Suan to say this. But from what Suan said, it seemed that she stayed and did not go to college because she wanted to make more contributions to their Udo village production team. He was a little moved. What's the matter? This girl's ideological awareness is really incomparable to ordinary people. Since Suan didn't want it, Wang Weihua would naturally not force it. In fact, if Suan really passed the exam and went to the workers', peasants' and soldiers' university, he would probably be reluctant to let her go. After all, this girl could help the Udo village production team make contributions. "Little Su Jiqing, it doesn't matter if you don't want this assessment quota. You can give it to whoever you want. You can decide for yourself." Suan did not agree, but asked Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin first, "Are you interested in applying to the workers', peasants' and soldiers' university?" Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting shook their heads at the same time. They were not very interested in applying to the workers', peasants' and soldiers' university. If Lu Wanting wanted to go, her family's connections could arrange it, and she could go directly, without any assessment. As for Sun Xinxin, she deliberately chose to go to the countryside because of her family background. The city is more chaotic than the countryside, and she felt that she had a good time in the countryside during this period, so there was no need to go back to the city to study in college. Neither of them was interested and did not want this quota, so Suan said to Wang Weihua, "Captain, you and the team should arrange this quota. If you let me arrange it, I will easily offend people. After all, it would not be good to give this quota to anyone." Wang Weihua heard Suan say this and felt that it made a lot of sense. It was his negligence. The young educated youth Su helped the production team to make such a great contribution, and he could not cause trouble for others. "Well, since you don't want it, I will arrange this quota." After saying this, Wang Weihua went back first when he saw that there was nothing else to do. Although Suan and the others were not interested, the other educated youth became excited after hearing that their production team had 2 examination quotas for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. For these educated youth who went to the countryside, waiting to return to the city is a long way off. But if they can go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, it will be different. Once you can go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, you can return to the city, and after graduation, you can be assigned a good job in the city. With a job, why do you need to work hard in the countryside? The educated youth who went to the countryside can't stand the life in the countryside. If there is no other way, they would like to leave immediately. Now that there is a chance to return to the city, you must seize it. But there are only 2 places for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university this time. There are so many educated youth, and not everyone can compete for it. How the educated youth compete with each other is not something Suen needs to worry about. This matter has nothing to do with her anyway. Shen Ruyi's injury has just healed, and she can finally get out of bed, and then she heard this good news. She doesn't want to stay in this poor countryside for a day. If she can get into college and return to the city, it would be a good choice. If she can go to college, even if she doesn't rely on the Shen family and doesn't get close to Cheng Siyuan, she can live well on her own. Now, many families who can go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university have some background power. In college, she has the opportunity to meet many male classmates with good families. If she could get one of these students with good conditions, she would not have to worry about her future. Shen Ruyi thought so, and she felt that she had to get this quota. However, there must be many people eyeing this examination quota for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, and it would be difficult to fight for it. The team leader didn't like her, and Shen Ruyi didn't think that Wang Weihua would give her one. If she wanted to get it, she had to think of a way. She had a bad relationship with the team leader before, and now it seemed that she needed to try to repair the relationship. Fortunately, she was not short of money, so she would buy more things and send them to the team leader's family to see if she could change the team leader's attitude. Shen Ruyi thought so, and went to the county town in the afternoon. When she came back, she was carrying a lot of things. Shen Ruyi wanted to use her connections, but she knew that she couldn't use her connections openly, for fear that other educated youth would see and report her. When she went to Wang Weihua's house, Shen Ruyi put all these things in the backpack. Along the way, Shen Ruyi avoided people and finally arrived at Wang Weihua's house. At this time, Wang Weihua was outside and hadn't come back, but Tao Danny was at home. Seeing Shen Ruyi, Tao Danny's brows knitted up immediately. Completely different from her attitude towards Suen, when facing Shen Ruyi, Tao Danny directly pulled a face and asked her unhappily, "Shen Jiqing, is there anything you need?" Shen Ruyi was actually a little annoyed by Tao Danny's unfriendly attitude. Why should an old woman from the countryside give her the cold shoulder? But thinking of asking Wang Weihua for help, Shen Ruyi could only flatter Tao Danny when facing her unkindness. "Aunt, I came to discuss something with the team leader. The team leader hasn't come back yet. You can talk to him when he comes back." "Aunt, it's okay. It's the same when you're at home. I went to the county town to buy some things and sent them to you. It's my little gift," Shen Ruyi said as she took out the things in the backpack. Tao Danny took a look and exclaimed, "Wow." Shen Ruyi sent all valuable things. There were malted milk, brown sugar, white wine, daikyamen. Shen Ruyi took out these good things as if they were free. Looking at these good things, it would be a lie for Tao Danny to say that she was not tempted. But no matter how tempted she was, Tao Danny was not going to take them. As the saying goes, if someone is too nice to someone, he is either a traitor or a thief. She knew what kind of person Shen Ruyi was usually like. This female educated youth had always been high and mighty. Now she suddenly lowered her posture and gave her so many good things.
Why?
Without Shen Ruyi's explanation, Tao Danny guessed that it was probably related to the 2 examination quotas for the workers, peasants, and soldiers university allocated by their Yudo village production team this time. So Tao Danny directly stopped Shen Ruyi from taking them out and said to her, "Shen Jiqing, we country people can't afford these things of yours. Take them back. We don't want them." Shen Ruyi never thought that she had prepared so many good things, but Tao Danny was not tempted and actually pushed them out. "Aunt, what you said is just some daily tonics. What can't you and the team leader afford?" Tao Danny snorted. "Anyway, our family doesn't want it." "Aunt, I bought it for you. How can you not want it?"
What?
"I don't want to accept your things. We are not related, and these are so expensive. How dare I accept them?" Shen Ruyi pursed her lips and simply said directly, "Aunt, please accept it. In fact, I came here today to ask the team leader to help me arrange a quota for the workers, peasants, and soldiers university. These things are my intentions. This quota is given to others and to me. If you give it to me, you and the team leader can also get some benefits, so why not?" Tao Danny knew that this was the purpose of Shen Ruyi's coming today, but she didn't expect Shen Ruyi to say it so bluntly. She was right. The quota was given to anyone, and if there was a benefit, it would be better to give it to her. But Tao Danny felt that Shen Ruyi was unreliable, and it was best not to get involved with her too much. If they really accepted her things, who knows if she will go crazy and report their family one day. Tao Danny returned the things to Shen Ruyi and scolded Suan with a serious face. Shen Jiqing, take the things back quickly. You are offering bribes. Your thoughts are not correct. Your thoughts are polluted, and you think our family is the same as yours? My man will not accept benefits. Considering that it is your first time, I am just giving you a warning, but if you want to do this, we will report you, and don't blame me for not reminding you when you are sent to a farm for reform. Shen Ruyi never thought that this would happen. Is Tao Danny stupid? Why not take advantage? Seeing that Shen Ruyi was still reluctant to leave, Tao Danny stuffed the things into Shen Ruyi's arms. What? You don't understand what people say? Hurry up and leave. If people see this, they will think that our family really accepted bribes. Tao Danny said, and pushed Shen Ruyi out of their house. Shen Ruyi was driven out by Tao Danny. She didn't even have the chance to give away all the things she bought this time. If she couldn't give away the things, Shen Ruyi would naturally have no chance to strive for a place in the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. How could Shen Ruyi be willing to accept this? Standing at the door of Tao Danny's house, Shen Ruyi stamped her feet angrily and could only take the things and leave. She would wait and see if she could think of another way. Suan happened to come to Tao Danny's place. She had killed a silly roe deer today, and Suan divided a few pounds of meat and sent it over. Usually Wang Weihua and Tao Danny took good care of her. She got some good things here, so naturally they were willing to give her some. Unexpectedly, when Suan came here, she saw Shen Ruyi being driven out. Looking at the things in Shen Ruyi's hand, Suan's mind turned quickly, and then he immediately guessed what was going on. It was estimated that Shen Ruyi wanted to get a place in the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. Is she planning to give a gift? What a pity! The captain's family confiscated it. Suan had been in contact with Wang Weihua and Tao Danny during this period of time, and knew the personalities of these two people. Generally speaking, Wang Weihua is fair. If it was a small matter, Shen Ruyi would come to give gifts, and the captain's family would probably accept them. But for such an important matter as the number of places for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university exam, the captain would definitely not accept such a bribe. Shen Ruyi wanted to take the bribery step, but of course it was in vain. When Shen Ruyi was about to go back, she ran into Suan, who came over. Worried that she would be seen by Suan taking things, Shen Ruyi quickly put all the things in the backpack. Suan just sneered when he saw Shen Ruyi, but didn't say much. Shen Ruyi hurriedly left. Suan didn't get along with her, and if Suan knew that she was going to bribe, he would definitely report her. Seeing that Shen Ruyi was about to leave, Suan suddenly stopped her. Shen Jiqing. Wait a minute. Shen Ruyi stopped and looked at Suan nervously, wondering why Suan stopped her. What's the matter? Shen Ruyi asked Suan unhappily. Shen Jiqing, you came to the captain's house because of the quota for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university entrance exam, right? When Shen Ruyi heard Suan's words, her expression suddenly became tense, and then she said, Nonsense, it's nothing. Seeing that Shen Ruyi refused to admit it, Suan continued, if you want to get a place in the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, I can give you some advice. Shen Ruyi naturally didn't believe that Suan would be kind enough to help her. It would be great if this woman didn't cheat her. Knowing that Shen Ruyi didn't believe in herself, Suan said, Of course, there are conditions for me to help you. You have to give me some benefits. Hearing Suan's words, Shen Ruyi lowered his guard a lot. Shen Ruyi asked Suan, What conditions do you have? Let me give you some advice. If you try to get a place at the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, you will have to give me 200 yuan as a reward later. When Shen Ruyi heard that Suan wanted $200, she immediately shouted, 200. Why don't you go and grab it? Want so much? Suan raised his eyebrows and said, Don't you know how precious a place in the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university exam is? $200 is not too much for me, right? Shen Ruyi thought about it. Although 200 yuan is a lot if she can go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, spending 200 yuan is still a good deal. After weighing it, Shen Ruyi felt that it was worth it, but she had to scold Sue again. To be honest, this woman is really evil. Okay, 200 is 200. Do you have any good advice to help me get a place in the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university? Suan said quietly, you were thinking of giving a gift to the captain this time, but it was rejected, right? Our captain has always been upright, and it will be useless for you to find him. You can go to the commune and find the commune secretary. No matter how powerful the captain is, isn't it still the secretary who has the final say in everything in the commune? When Shen Ruyi heard what Suan said, she felt that it really made sense. Wang Weihua is just a fool, and he doesn't know how to take advantage of it. Okay, I understand. Shen Ruyi responded. Worried that Shen Ruyi would not take the bait, Suan added, Shen Jiqing, although we had some disagreements before, I am not someone who has trouble with money. I've given you my opinion. If you become the boss, remember to give me 200 yuan as a reward. Don't forget it. I know. Shen Ruyi responded impatiently and was very dissatisfied with Suan. She asked her for 200 yuan to come up with an idea, which was so easy to earn. But it was precisely because of Suan that Shen Ruyi did not suspect that Suan was trying to harm her. She thought Suan was really here for her money. Shen Ruyi was thinking about giving a gift to the secretary, so she didn't go to the educated youth point anymore, but hurried towards the commune and watched Shen Ruyi leave. Suan knows what to complain about. Is this woman really stupid? She has no interest in fighting with such a stupid woman. There was no chance for him to dance. Suan heard Tao Danny say that the commune secretary was more upright than Wang Weihua. If Shen Ruyi really went to give gifts, she would definitely be pulled out to set an example. She would have to go to the farm instead of going to jail. Set fire to kill her. Suan will not let Shen Ruyi end well. Looking away, Suan went to Tao Danny's door and knocked on the door. Tao Danny suddenly exploded. I said, Shen Jiqing, you are... Can't you understand people? What I said was not clear enough. Get your stuff and get out of here. Suan heard Tao Danny's roar in the room and said hurriedly, Aunt Danny, I am Suan, not Shen Ruyi. When she heard that Suan was coming, Tao Danny immediately changed her face. Tao Danny, who was still angry at first, suddenly changed her face and put a kind smile on her face. Then Tao Danny hurriedly opened the door and smiled at Suan and said, Little Sue. Educated youth, it's you. I thought it was Shen educated youth. Suan stuffed a bunch of meat to Tao Danny. Aunt Danny, I caught a stupid roe deer today. I'll give you and the captain this bit of meat as a tooth-beating sacrifice. Tao Danny looked at the meat that Suan brought over, and the smile on her face became even bigger. Oh, you kid, it's true. You always bring good things to us every 2 days. Suan said with a smile. Aunt Danny, you and the captain have taken care of me a lot. We are all for each other. Tao Danny was very relieved to hear Suan's words, but she knew that the little care she gave to Suan could not compare with the good things Suan gave her. But knowing that Suan was always generous, Tao Danny knew that the things she sent were basically Xanadu. Luoluo accepted it generously. After accepting the favor, she would try her best to repay Suan. After sending meat to Tao Danny, Suan went back to Wang Weihua to discuss this time with the cadres of the brigade, who will be given the university exam slots. There are only a few high school students in the Yudo Village production team, and the ones with higher academic qualifications are educated youths from the city. The cadres of the brigade decided to give one of the 2 spots to the team members and one to the educated youth, so that neither the team members nor the educated youth would have any objections. However, Wang Weihua could not decide by himself, so he asked the cadres of the brigade to discuss the quota. The one who was selected was a gay man named Wang Guobing from the production team. The one who was selected for the educated youth side was Lin Xiaoxiao, the captain of the educated youth team. Wang Guobing usually performed well in the team and was diligent, and his team members had a good reputation. Not to mention Lin Xiaoxiao, who's been in the countryside for so long, he must have enough qualifications. In addition, he is the captain of the educated youth, so the educated youth will not have any objection to Lin Xiaoxiao's examination quota. Wang Weihua called the team members together and announced the matter. It was hard for the educated youth to have any objections when they learned that Lin Xiaoxiao was the one chosen. In terms of qualifications, Lin Xiaoxiao was quite qualified, and Lin Xiaoxiao, the captain, was usually doing things. They are all very considerate and have a good relationship with the educated youths. Everyone is embarrassed to compete with Lin Xiaoxiao for the spot. However, the educated youth, who was not selected, is a little disappointed. After all, who wouldn't expect such a good opportunity to fall on him? After the quota was announced, the educated youths congratulated Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao, congratulations. Yes, Lin Jiqing, congratulations to you. Lin Jiqing, congratulations. Whether it's sincere or fake, everyone must say a few words of congratulations to save face. Thank you, everyone. Lin Xiaoxiao could see the excitement and joy. At this time, Wang Zhaodi asked Lin Jiqing, for such a big thing, do you have to treat us to dinner? Wang Zhaodi asked for a dinner treat, and Zhang Liping, another female educated youth who liked to take advantage, immediately followed behind and said, Yes, Lin educated youth, it's such a great thing. Why don't you treat us to a meal and be happy together? Seeing that everyone asked him to treat him to dinner, Lin Xiaoxiao felt that this request was not too much. If he really gets admitted to the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University, he will be able to return to the city in the future and be assigned a job in the city after graduation. Even if the educated youth do not when he proposed it, Lin Xiaoxiao would probably take the initiative to treat everyone to a meal. Lin Xiaoxiao agreed. Okay, then I'll treat you all to a meal. I'll see if I can exchange some meat tickets and treat you to a meal. Hearing that Lin Xiaoxiao invited people to eat meat, the educated youth who were a little jealous of him at first felt a little more balanced. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't have meat tickets in his hand, but he had money, so he could try to find someone to exchange for some meat tickets. Speaking of the entire production, who is the richest person in the team? It must be Suan. Suan built her own house and received several rewards from the police. She may have meat tickets in her hand, so she went to Suan's house, asked Suan if she had any meat tickets.
He wanted to buy a meat ticket.
Suan did have a meat ticket, but she planned to buy pork for herself. She usually hunted a lot of game, but she ate too much of it. She would also be tired of it, so she had to keep the meat tickets for a change. So Suan said to Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Jiqing, I have to use my meat tickets myself, so I can't sell them to you. But I have meat here, and I can sell you some. How about you? The purpose of Lin Xiaoxiao buying meat tickets is to buy meat. Since we already have meat, why do we need meat tickets? Yes, this is raw, deer meat. See how much it costs. It costs 1 yuan per pound. The price of 1 kilogram of meat that does not require tickets is definitely very fair. Seeing that the price charged by Suan was not high, Lin Xiaoxiao thought that he could buy more. He directly asked for 2 kilograms. There are many educated youths who only want 1 kilogram. It was definitely not enough, and those educated youths would probably say that she was stingy. He bought 2 kilograms, which was almost enough. Suan weighed 2 kilograms of raw deer meat and gave it to Lin Xiaoxiao. The educated youths were very happy to see meat to eat in the evening. Who wouldn't be greedy after not eating meat for a while? Lin Xiaoxiao came back with the meat, and the educated youths were busy preparing dinner. In fact, it's not time for dinner now, so everyone is greedy and want to eat meat quickly. Wang Weihua announced the quota for the examination at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. Just as he was about to go home and rest, he saw 2 officials coming from the commune, followed by Shen Ruyi. Seeing the people coming from the commune and seeing Shen Ruyi on them, Wang Weihua suddenly felt his head pounding and had a bad premonition. Is this Shen Ruyi causing trouble outside? Wang Weihua immediately went to the 2 commune officers and asked them, 2 comrades, what are you doing here? One of the commune officers said to Wang Weihua with a serious face, Captain Wang, this is the educated youth from your production team in Yudo village? Wang Weihua nodded. Yes, she is an educated youth from our production team. Did she commit any crime? The commune officer asked sternly. She ran to the commune and wanted to ask our secretary Jiang to give gifts. Captain Wang, how do you discipline the educated youth in the brigade? Is she willing to do such things as bribery? Isn't this what Wang Weihua heard from the commune officer? If so, my vision almost went dark. This Shen Ruyi actually went to the commune to pay bribes? Tao Danny mentioned to him that Shen Ruyi wanted to come to him for bribery. Wang Weihua originally thought that this matter would be over and that he would just forget it. Who knew Shen Ruyi was so bold and went directly to the commune. I'm afraid this girl doesn't know what kind of character a commune secretary is, right? The atmosphere has been tense recently, and if she went to pay bribes at this time, she would definitely be pulled out by the commune secretary to set an example. Wang Weihua didn't care what kind of punishment Shen Ruyi received, whether he was unlucky or not. What he cared about was the impact on the reputation of their Yudo Village production team. No matter what, Shen Ruyi is an educated youth from the production team of Yudo Village, so he is a member of them here. Such a big problem with her ideological consciousness shows that he, the captain, usually does not do a good job in the ideological work of the educated youth. Now that Shen Ruyi has committed a crime, he must be involved. Shen Ruyi was usually not at ease in the production team of Yudo Village, and Wang Weihua turned a blind eye to many things. Who would have thought that she would be able to make such a big mess in the end? Wang Weihua immediately went to the commune officials to apologize. He will definitely take good care of and educate Shen Ruyi in the future, and will definitely not let Shen Ruyi or other educated youth do anything that harms the rights and interests of the commune. After Wang Weihua finished speaking, the commune officer said, "Captain Wang, our secretary Jiang has said that this educated youth Shen must be punished severely. You ask her to pack her things, and we will send her directly to the farm for renovation." Shen Ruyi heard the officers. If so, I would immediately panic. She thought it was enough to be criticized and educated, but she was still sent to the farm? Life in the countryside was already difficult, but if she went to the farm for renovation, Shen Ruyi felt that her life would definitely be even more difficult. Shen Ruyi shouted hurriedly, "I won't go to the farm, I don't want to go." Seeing Shen Ruyi making a fuss, Wang Weihua immediately scolded Shen Ruyi with a straight face. "Shen Jiqing, the commune leader is doing it to you by asking you to go to the farm for transformation. A lighter sentence. Bribery is a crime. You are not grateful, but you still dare to make a fuss? With your ideological consciousness, you need to be reformed." Wang Weihua was happy that Shen Ruyi was sent away. Otherwise, if this girl stays in the production team of Yudo Village, she will cause many troubles. When Shen Ruyi heard Wang Weihua's words, she suddenly realized that she had been tricked by Suan. She said, how could Suan be kind enough to help her? It turns out that he dug a hole on purpose for her to jump into. It's a pity that she was dazzled by the quota for the workers, peasants and soldiers university, and was fooled without thinking much. Suan cheated her so much. How could Shen Ruyi make her feel better? Shen Ruyi ran towards Suan's house. She wants to kill this woman. Seeing Shen Ruyi running away, Wang Weihua and two commune officials hurriedly followed her. We can't let Shen Ruyi run away. Otherwise, the commune will definitely blame me. Shen Ruyi rushed directly to Suan's house. At this time, the door of Suan's house was closed. After Shen Ruyi passed by, she banged on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Liu Peng opened the door angrily. What are you doing? You knocked on the door so loudly. Can you pay if the door is broken? After waiting for a closer look and saw that the person who came was Shen Ruyi, Liu Peng's face showed displeasure. The joy became stronger. Shen Jiqing, what do you want to do? Shen Ruyi's eyes wanted to kill someone at this time. She asked angrily, where's Suan? Get out of here. Seeing that Shen Ruyi wanted to fight with Suan, Liu Peng became vigilant. Shen Ruyi, what do you want to do? I'm looking for Suan. Let this witch come out. Suan naturally heard the noise in the room. She came out slowly and saw Shen Ruyi. When Shen Rujian saw Suan, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Suan, it's all you. It's you who hurt me. You witch, you just tricked me on purpose, right? Seeing Shen Ruyi's reaction, Suan guessed that this time Shen Ruyi's gift-giving incident would be exposed. Of course, she would not admit that she encouraged Shen Ruyi to give gifts. Suan said quietly, Shen Jiqing, what are you crazy about? I can't understand what you're saying. Seeing Suan's dumbfounded expression, Shen Ruyi was even more sure that Suan had tricked her on purpose. Suan, why are you so vicious? It was you who asked me to give gifts to the commune secretary. It's all your fault that I will be punished by the commune. When Shen Ruyi finished speaking, she saw the team leader and the two commune workers coming over. An officer pointed at Suan and said to them, Suan ordered me to bribe this time. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Even if she had to be punished, she would have to involve Su and stay together. Otherwise, Shen Ruyi will not be reconciled. When Wang Weihua heard Shen Ruyi's words, he immediately defended Suan. I say, Shen Jiqing, you have been framed against Su Jiqing. Our entire Yentu village production team knows what kind of person Su Jiqing is. She must have a high ideological consciousness and will definitely not do such a bribery thing, nor will she will instigate people to pay bribes. She has also helped the police several times. Do you think she has the same character as you? Suan glanced at Wang Weihua, and he really protected her. Wang Weihua held her up, and Suan felt a little guilty. Her ideological consciousness is not as high as Wang Weihua said. Shen Ruyi was almost furious. It was clearly Suan who instigated her, so why didn't others believe it? Why is Suan so noble in the eyes of others? Suan, this little witch, really knows how to pretend.
She didn't know she was deceived.
Captain, I didn't lie. Su Jiqing ordered me to pay the bribe. She didn't deal with me before, so she deliberately wanted to trick me and harm me. I accept the punishment imposed on me by the commune. But Suan is the instigator. He must also be punished. Shen Ruyi thought that he couldn't escape, so he had to drag Suan into the water. Suan looked at ease and asked Shen Ruyi, you said I instigated you. Do you have evidence? You have to provide evidence for everything, right? If you can't provide evidence that I instigated you, then it's just empty talk. No proof. After Suan finished speaking, Wang Weihua hurriedly responded, yes, Su Jiqing. Everything must be based on evidence. You said that Su Jiqing instigated you. Do you have evidence? Only if you can prove that it was Su Jiqing who instigated it. Punish her. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin both spoke up. That's right, Shen Jiqing, don't throw dirt on Su Jiqing if you can't provide evidence. You are so dark that you can do such a shameless thing. Thinking of seducing educated youth, Su? It's a pity that you can't just talk about this kind of thing. You have to have real evidence. Where did Shen Ruyi get the evidence? There were only 2 of them at the time, and there was no one to support her. Shen Ruyi felt that Suan deliberately instigated her when no one was around, so that no one would testify. This woman is really vicious. In a fit of anger, Shen Ruyi suddenly took out a dagger from his arms and rushed towards Suan. Suan, you witch, I'm going to kill you. I won't let you go. Shen Ruyi came to suddenly, and she saw that the dagger in her hand was about to stab Suan. Suan watched the dagger coming, but she was very calm because she knew she could avoid it in time. But when Lu Wanting saw that Suan was in danger, she subconsciously stretched out her hand to help Suan block it. Then blood flowed down Lu Wanting's arm. Suan frowned immediately after seeing this scene. Her eyes, which were originally calm and unwavering, now had a bit of sternness and coldness in them. Suan raised his foot and kicked the dagger in Shen Ruyi's hand to the ground. Shen Ruyi's wrist hurt as she looked at it, and she screamed. Suan continued to kick her, and Shen Ruyi was kicked to the ground, unable to get up from the pain. Waiting for Shen Ruyi to leave, the educated youths no longer cared about eating meat and discussed together about Shen Ruyi's intention to pay bribes. The educated youth naturally criticized Shen Ruyi. This woman relied on her good family conditions to look down on others and put on a high profile all day long. It's okay now, you finally hit a wall, right? She is so self-righteous that she thinks everyone will take bribes. Now, what the educated youth are curious about is whether Shen Ruyi will have a chance to turn over after going to the farm. After all, Shen Ruyi's family is unusual, and Shen Ruyi also knows the deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau. If the back end is strong enough, it might be able to help Shen Ruyi get out of the farm. After hearing everyone's discussion, Wang Zhaodi said directly, I don't think it's possible. If Shen Jiqing is really so powerful, would he go to the commune secretary to bribe him? Her family will help arrange an exam spot at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. No more? Wang Zhaodi reminded the educated youths. Oh, yes, if he was really that good, would he still need to pay bribes to get an exam spot at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University? Therefore, the good conditions at home that Shen Ruyi pretended to have before were probably all fake, and she was just an empty shell. As a result, Shen Ruyi was labeled as too pretentious by the educated youth. Xu Qingyu felt that he had been tricked by Shen Ruyi. If he had known Shen Ruyi's conditions, why would he have sacrificed so much? So angry. He was actually fooled around by a woman. Lin Xiaoxiao was secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, the commune secretary is selfless and does not accept bribes. Otherwise, if Shen Ruyi went to pay bribes this time, the exam spot at the workers, peasants and soldiers university would have to be given to Shen Ruyi instead of him. Naturally, Suan didn't know the situation at the educated youth point. Sun Xinxin was cooking in the kitchen, while Lu Wanting and Suan were resting outside and waiting for dinner. Lu Wanting rested for a while and said to Suan's sister, "Your medicine is really amazing. Now I feel that my hand doesn't hurt at all, as if it's not injured." Suan looked at this silly nurse. He held his little girl, feeling warm in his heart. No one was sincere to her in her previous life, but in this life, she met someone who was willing to protect her with his life. Suan was moved, but he did not forget to remind Lu Wanting, next time you encounter something like this, you must not rush forward. I can deal with such a situation. You don't worry about my safety. Lu Wanting nodded heavily. What happened today was actually her subconscious behavior, not as much as she thought. Now think about it. Sister N can handle such a danger by herself. She has to be careful next time, otherwise she won't be able to help Sister N and will only cause trouble for her. Okay, Sister N, I understand.
Yeah.
Sun Xinxin prepared the meal and fried a lot of meat in the evening. Suan told Lu wanting to eat more. Only by eating well can the injury recover better. Lu Wanting was very obedient and ate a lot of meat. Wang Weihua only informed Su and of the results of Shen Ruyi's treatment the next day. The commune did not plan to report it to the police, but asked Shen Ruyi to go to the farm for renovation. But this time, after all, Shen Ruyi planned to kill someone and hurt Suan, and Lu Wanting was also injured because of it. The commune felt that they must give them some compensation. So the commune secretary made the decision, and Shen Ruyi compensated the two of them 100 yuan each. 100 yuan is not a small amount at this time, and the commune is really trying its best to compensate Suan and Sun Xinxin. Knowing the result of Shen Ruyi's treatment, Suan was not too surprised. At this time, the sense of collective honor is important, and the incident caused by Shen Ruyi has a great impact on the honor of the commune. Generally speaking, if the collective can handle it, they try to handle it privately without causing a fuss. Even if Shen Ruyi was not sent to prison, it would be equally difficult for Shen Ruyi to be sent to a farm to participate in labor reform. Suan began to look forward to Shen Ruyi's next life. It would be pointless to just let her die, but let her live a life worse than death. The news that Shen Ruyi paid bribes and was sent to the farm for renovation also spread throughout Yudo village. The team members didn't have a good impression of Shen Ruyi before, but now that Shen Ruyi was sent to the farm for transformation, many people applauded. With Shen Ruyi's comparison, the team members felt more and more how rare it was to be like Suan. It would be great if all the educated youth in the brigade were like Xiao Su. Suan accepted the praises from the team members and was almost immune to the praises. Hey, she is too good, there is nothing she can do. Although Shen Ruyi was sent to the farm, Suan felt that she had to do something more. So one dark and windy night, Suan quietly slipped out and went to the commune farm. Suan directly found Shen Ruyi's residence on the farm. Before taking action, Suan drugged everyone on the farm. After waiting for these people to be stunned, Suan entered the room where Shen Ruyi slept. Needless to say, the environment on the farm is dirty and messy, almost as good as the cow sheet of the production team in Yudo village. Because it was dirty, the smell inside was not good. Shen Ruyi, who was originally aloof and dignified, became a completely different person after just 2 days of training. Shen Ruyi no longer had the arrogant and petite little princess attitude she had before, but instead looked in a state of embarrassment. After participating in the labor reform, even the most decent people will be dulled by the hard work. Suan found Shen Ruyi and then began to check her luggage and clothes. Her purpose was to collect all Shen Ruyi's money. If she had money, Shen Ruyi could survive. Without money, Shen Ruyi's life would be worse than death. Here on the farm, there is endless work to do every day, and no one can survive such a life without enough food. Suan looked through Shen Ruyi's luggage and couldn't find Shen Ruyi's money. I guess this woman hid the money somewhere. Suan quickly used her powers of perception, and then discovered that there was a purse sewn into Shen Ruyi's underwear, and all her money and tickets were placed in the purse in Shen Ruyi's underwear. No wonder she couldn't find it. This woman hid the money very secretly. Call Shen Ruyi stupid, but it doesn't seem that stupid. Suan directly cut open Shen Ruyi's pocket and took away all the money and tickets she had hidden. After finishing this matter, Suan clapped her hands and left. It's a pity that we can't see Shen Ruyi's reaction after knowing that he lost the money. You can't see it, but you can guess it through imagination. It must be wonderful. Suan arrived home soon, returned to her room, and fell asleep. After Shen Ruyi was drugged, she didn't wake up all night and slept straight into the next day. When she woke up early in the morning, Shen Ruyi felt that the position of her underwear was not right. There is money hidden in this place, it has a feeling, but now it just feels empty. Shen Ruyi suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. It's over, her money must have been stolen, right? Now that the farm has been renovated, she relies on the money to survive. With money, although you have to work hard every day, at least you don't have to go hungry. Buy some more tonics and replenish them, she can still hold on. But once the money was lost, she was completely done. Shen Ruyi immediately put her hand into her underwear to check. Sure enough, the result was as she expected. All the money originally hidden in it was lost. The pockets sewn into the underwear were clearly visible and had been ripped open. Shen Ruyi almost fainted out of breath. She tried hard to calm down and then asked the other people living on the farm, "Where's my money? Which of you stole my money?" When Shen Ruyi shouted, the people who lived on the farm also frowned.
Brow.
Did this girl lose her money? They knew clearly whether they had taken it or not. So, after Shen Ruyi yelled, they all told her that they didn't take it. Did she remember it wrong, and where did she put it? Let her look for it more carefully. I remember correctly. I remember clearly where I put it. It was stolen. Seeing that Shen Ruyi was so sure, these people could only say that they definitely didn't steal Shen Ruyi's money. If it was really stolen, it would be stolen by outsiders. Didn't you steal it? Who else could it be if it wasn't you? It's you. There are no outsiders here except you. Only you have the motive and opportunity to commit the crime. Shen Ruyi said, directly asking everyone who lives with him to turn over their belongings. Take it out and let her check it out. Seeing how domineering Shen Ruyi was, no one on the farm was willing to spoil her. Do you really think you are the eldest lady? Why are you unjustly accusing them of stealing and asking them to cooperate with the inspection? You said what we stole was what we stole. Do you have evidence? Why should we cooperate with your investigation? That's ridiculous. I also asked you if you deliberately said that you lost your money. That's it. Who do you really think you are? We haven't heard of anyone throwing anything here before, and you said it was us or you who had the problem. I said you were trying to frame us. Shen Ruyi heard this. As he spoke, his body trembled with anger. Why are you like this? I have lost my money, and you are still not cooperating with my investigation? You must have stolen my money. Are you guilty? I will report it to the police and arrest you. After hearing Shen Ruyi say report to the police, but these people on the farm are not afraid at all. They did not steal Shen Ruyi's money, so even if she did report it to the police and let the police investigate, they had nothing to fear. If you want to repay, go and repay. We did not steal your money. That's right, if you want to repay, just go and repay. Who is afraid of you? Okay, just wait for me. Shen Ruyi left angrily. After leaving the farm, we went directly to the county town. Shen Ruyi originally wanted to find Qing Siyuan to stand up for her. After all, they knew each other, and now that she was in such misery, Qing Siyuan would definitely sympathize with her when he saw it. Men like to protect the weak. Now that she has been reduced to this, I don't believe she can't arouse Qing Siyuan's protective desire. If Qing Siyuan could help with something, her life wouldn't be as difficult as it is now. As long as Qing Siyuan is willing to take action, he can easily fish her out of the farm. Based on the background of the Chung family, it is not too easy to do these things. But Shen Ruyi's luck is really bad. Basically, every time she goes to look for Chung Siyuan is not there. This time Chung Siyuan went to the city to investigate some matters concerning the collusion between enemy agents and local officials. He had already left the county for a while, but Shen Ruyi didn't know it. Huang Yu met Shen Ruyi again, who came to see Chung Siyuan and had a very bad impression of this woman. Huang Yu also admired Chung Siyuan, so naturally no other Ying Yen Yen came to Chung Siyuan. She was deeply impressed by Shen Ruyi because Shen Ruyi had come to see their director Chung many times. But Huang Yu could tell that Director Chung didn't want to talk to this woman at all. Haha, Director Chung's conditions are so good, it's normal for those women to miss him. Huang Yu looked at Shen Ruyi, who had found him, and said impatiently, "Come back next time. Director Chung is not in the bureau." Shen Ruyi was visibly disappointed when she heard that Chung Siyuan was not there. Then Shen Ruyi asked reluctantly, "When will Director Chung come back?" Huang Yu said in a very coping manner, "I don't know, but he probably won't be back in the near future. Director Chung has very important things to do. It needs to be done." Shen Ruyi's heart became heavier. Unable to find Chung Siyuan, she had no choice but to rescue other police comrades and ask them to help find out about the theft of her money. Huang Yu saw that Shen Ruyi was here to report the crime, and they couldn't ignore it, so he arranged for 2 comrades from the bureau to follow Shen Ruyi to the farm. Huang Yu was quite surprised to learn that Shen Ruyi was now sent to the farm for rehabilitation. When I met Huang Yu before, she looked very beautiful and dressed like a girl from a big city. Since he has known Director Chung for a long time, he must have been from Beijing before. A female educated youth from Beijing was reduced to the stage of farm renovation. She was curious about what Shen Ruyi had done. Of course, Huang Yu had no sympathy at all for Shen Ruyi being reduced to farm renovation. The worse Shen Ruyi is, the happier she is. Even if this woman has thoughts about Chung Siyuan, Director Chung will not take a fancy to her as a person who participates in the transformation of the farm. The public security arranged for 2 comrades to follow Shen Ruyi to the farm to investigate. But the final investigation results came out, and nothing was found among the luggage of the roommates. And there is no evidence to prove that these people stole Shen Ruyi's money, so the matter can only be left alone. Shen Ruyi felt that his money was lost in vain, and no one on the farm was held accountable, and he became extremely angry. Wasn't the money she gained was lost in vain? Why is she so miserable? It was already very pitiful to be sent to a farm for rehabilitation. It's fine now. The money is lost, and her life will be even more difficult in the future. Because Shen Ruyi reported it to the police and even accused them, the people on the farm, of stealing her money. People on the farm had some complaints against Shen Ruyi. After this incident, everyone started to target Shen Ruyi and even deliberately bullied her when nothing happened. Then Shen Ruyi felt what it meant to be miserable. She does endless dirty and tiring work every day, and without money, she still doesn't have enough to eat. Forget about having to work and endure hunger. After a tiring day, she still had to be bullied when she returned to her residence. Days like this, there is no end in sight. Shen Ruyi felt that it would be better to just die. She really didn't want to go through another day. Thinking of her current life, Shen Ruyi really hated Suan. If it weren't for Suan, she would definitely not be in this situation. Shen Ruyi is holding on now, waiting for the day when he has the chance to take revenge. Suan caused her such misery. She must pay it back and make Suan's life unhappy. Suan's situation is different from Shen Ruyi's. Lu Diandian lives in the production team of Yudo Village. Without such as Shen Ruyi, Suan feels that life is much more pleasant now. Without Shen Ruyi, the educated youth area felt a lot cleaner. Now that the weather is getting colder, the farm work in Yudo Village is basically over. Although the farm work is over, the team members are not idle, because everyone has to prepare for winter. The weather here in the northeast is cold, so you have to stock up on more firewood, grain, and pickled vegetables before the winter. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to go out when the real cold winter comes. Sun Xinshin also mentioned it to Suan, and they went back to the county town to buy some fabrics to make 2 more cotton padded clothes. Make a thick cotton coat, so you won't get cold in the winter. Suan thinks this suggestion is good. She can make 2 sets of thick winter coats. In the middle of winter, if you don't have a thick jacket, you will definitely get cold when you go out. In fact, I still have some fabric left at home, but I can continue to buy some more. It doesn't matter if you buy more cotton. After discussing this matter, Suan and the other 3 went to the county town and made a large purchase. Suan thought that life in the bullpen would probably be difficult. In the middle of winter, would Wu Mingzhong and his wife be freezing? How about giving them some cotton-padded clothes and quilts to keep out the cold? In fact, she already has these things in her space, and she can just give them to people directly when the time comes. After going to the county town to buy fabric and cotton, Sun Xinxin took the time to make winter clothes at home these days. Seeing that Sun Xinxin was sewing by hand, Suan asked, "Xinxin, would it be faster if I used a sewing machine?" Sun Xinxin heard Suan's question and hurriedly said, "That's for sure. If there is a sewing machine, it will be much faster to make clothes. In that case, I will make one later." Suan has a sewing ticket in his hand, and he will probably buy a sewing machine. Unlike other machines, the materials for assembling a sewing machine are difficult to obtain, so Suan plans to buy a sewing machine directly. Anyway, she is not short of money or tickets, so spending some money is really nothing to her. Hearing Suan's wealthy words, Sun Xinxin couldn't help but ask, "Anan, are we being too high-profile like this? The conditions of the country people are not good, and one of them, an educated youth who went to the countryside, bought a sewing machine. Someone is jealous behind your back." Suan said, "That's not the case. I have won so many awards. Everyone knows that I have this ability. Forget it, and then it's just a few sets of clothes. We don't make clothes every day. Buying a sewing machine is too luxurious. I'm not in a hurry now, I'll just spend a few more days, don't worry." Suan thinks this makes sense, they really don't have many opportunities to use it. "Okay, Xinxin, then you have worked hard to make winter clothes these days." Sun Xinxin waved her hands hurriedly, "And it's not hard. You and Wanting will be responsible for collecting firewood, and I will be responsible for making clothes. We each have our own responsibilities. In comparison, it is more tiring for you 2 to go up the mountain to collect firewood." What Sun Xinxin said was true. It is always easier to stay at home than to go out. Now every household goes out to collect firewood for the winter, and firewood is not so easy to collect now. Suan and Lu Wanting have to go deeper into the mountains. But if you go into the deep mountains, you have to walk more to go up and down the mountain, and it takes a lot of effort to go back and forth. For many team members who have no ability, they will not choose to go into the deep mountains because there is a greater chance of encountering wild beasts in the deep mountains. They are not Suan, and they do not have the same ability as Suan to deal with these wild beasts. In addition to collecting firewood, Suan also went to the county town. She harvested a lot of fruits in the space and sent some to Li San every time. Unfortunately, the fruits that Li San can eat are limited. Suan thought that when he goes back to the city, he can also send some to Liu Peng so that he and his childhood friends can sell them. These fruits are not difficult to sell, and the risk is not great. In addition to sending fruits to Li San, the ginseng that Suan had planted in the space before has almost grown. The ginseng looks like it is several decades old, but in fact it has not been too long since she planted it. Ginseng is a good thing. Even if it is not 100-year-old ginseng, a few decades old can still be sold at a good price. Suan transplanted about dozens of plants in the space, but she did not dare to sell them all. Selling too many at one time would first arouse suspicion, and secondly would lower the unit price. Scarcity makes things valuable. No matter what it is, if there are too many of them, they are worthless. The same is true for ginseng. If there are as many ginsengs that are several decades or hundreds of years old as cabbages, can you expect to sell the ginseng at a good price? Suan only brought 2 plants to Li San this time. Seeing the fruit sent by Suan and the 2 ginsengs that are several decades old that she brought, Li San's eyes suddenly lit up. "Auntie, you are so good to me. You actually got me such a good thing this time." Suan didn't listen to Li San's smooth talk, but asked him directly, "Knowing that I'm good to you, shouldn't you give me a good price? You name a price for these 2 ginsengs." Li San looked at the 2 ginsengs and then said, "Auntie, We are old acquaintances, and I will definitely not cheat you on the price. If it were someone else, I would definitely only give 500 yuan per plant. But since you sent it, I will give you 800 yuan per plant. What do you think? Suan was very satisfied with the price Li San quoted when she heard it. She also knew that this was the market price. Although Li San was a bit cunning, after being taught a lesson by her, he didn't dare to play tricks in front of her now. Seeing that Suan didn't say anything, Li San didn't agree with Suan at that time, and said to Suan with a pitiful face, "Annie, I've offered a very high price. It really can't be higher. If it's higher, I won't have any profit margin. You can see that I have so many subordinates, and they all rely on me for food. I have to earn a little to support my brothers." Suan spoke at this time. "I didn't say the price is not good. It's just as you said, 800 per plant." Li San was very happy to see Suan agreed to the price. "Okay, Auntie, if you have more goods next time, you must send them to me. I'm not bragging, except for me. Other places can't afford such a high price." Suan knew that Li San was not bragging. If it were someone else, they might want to make more money from her, so they would indeed lower the price. Li San settled the bill for the fruit and ginseng, and Suan left after receiving the money. This money is really easy to make. It would be great if she could get some Ganoderma lucidum to plant later. But her luck was not very good. She had been in the mountains for so long, but didn't find any Ganoderma lucidum. Ganoderma lucidum can be bought in the pharmacy, but those are processed ones and are not suitable for transplantation. It is best to have freshly unearthed Ganoderma lucidum so that it can survive after transplantation. Suan felt a little regretful. People should not be too greedy. She will definitely make a lot of money with the ginseng in the space in the future. As for the rest, it depends on fate. After Suan sold the goods, she went to the scrap yard again and bought some things by the way. Another team member of the production team is getting married woman and asked her to assemble a bicycle. Suan saw that there was money to be made, so of course he would not refuse. Today, he came to the scrap station and bought some materials. But today's luck seems to be good. While buying materials, Suan also found several ancient medical books at the scrap station. Suan took a look and it seemed to be ancient Chinese medical books. At this time, Chinese medicine was more sensitive to opposing feudalism and was easily associated with feudal superstition. Therefore, Chinese medicine at this time was not taken seriously and was even suppressed. It was also because the inheritance of Chinese medicine was interrupted in the past few years, and many precious ancient Chinese medical books were destroyed and burned. Now that Suan encountered these things, he thought that since he was destined to, he would collect them all and keep them safe.
Keep it.
Who knows, it may be able to contribute to the inheritance of Chinese medicine in the future. Suan left the scrap yard and went to the flea market to buy some old fabrics. She planned to send some warm clothes and beddings to Wu Mingzhong. Last time, she took away so many things from the seventh brother, including a lot of winter clothes and beddings. So Suan thought about covering the outside with old fabrics. Otherwise, someone of Wu Mingzhong's status would be easily reported for using new things. After buying these, Suan went back. When it was night, Suan went to Wu Mingzhong in the dark. When Suan went there, Wu Mingzhong and his wife had already gone to bed. Hearing the knock on the door, the couple were quite curious about who was there in the middle of the night. To find them, after opening the door, they saw Suan standing at the door. When they saw Suan, Wu Mingzhong and his wife were surprised and happy. During this period, Suan helped them a lot. If it weren't for Suan, they might not be able to survive now. Suan would send them some game from time to time. Because they ate meat, their bodies were replenished with nutrients, and their health was much better than before. But they didn't understand why Suan came in the middle of the night. In the past, when Suan sent meat, he would choose a time when no one was there during the day, put the game for them, and leave. Before the old couple could ask, Suan put down a big package, and then said to Wu Mingzhong and his wife, "Winter is coming soon, and the weather is cold in the northeast. I sent you some warm clothes and bedding." "Ah, this. How can I be so embarrassed? These things are not cheap." Old Mrs. Wu really felt embarrassed. Before, when Suan sent her wild game, She could say that she had hunted it in the mountains and it was free. But these warm clothes and beddings should have been bought by Sue-in herself. The old couple felt guilty for making them spend money. But Sue-in said, "You can keep it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. If you really feel embarrassed, wait until you have the ability to repay me in the future." "Okay, I have delivered the things to you. I'm leaving first." Sue-in put down the things and didn't delay here for any longer. She was just helping the couple with a little help, not really thinking about asking them to repay her in the future. She said this just to make the old couple feel better. Looking at Sue-in's departing back, Wu Mingzhong and his wife knew that Sue-in left so quickly. Was she worried that they didn't want these things and would refuse her? Looking at Sue-in's back, old Mrs. Wu sighed. "I don't know what to say to this girl. Hey, we have received so many benefits from her. How can we repay her kindness? Given our current situation, will we have the chance to repay her in the future?" Wu Mingzhong's own wife had a similar idea. In their current situation, it is difficult to turn things around, and it is not easy to survive. Under such circumstances, how can they have the opportunity to repay Sue-in? As for Sue-in's kindness, they can only remember it in their hearts and find a way to repay it in the future. The couple took the cold-proof clothes and bedding sent by Sue-in into the house. After checking these clothes and beddings, they found that the outer fabrics were old, but the cotton inside was new cotton. Such new cotton is the warmest. Both cotton-padded clothes and quilts are very thick. With such thick cotton-padded clothes and quilts, they don't have to worry about being frozen this winter. Old Mrs. Wu muttered in front of Wu Mingzhong, "This child is thoughtful. The inside is all new cotton, and the old fabrics are used outside. We can use them openly without worrying about being discovered and reported." Wu Mingzhong agreed with his wife's words. Although Sue-in seemed to be a cold and aloof person, she was very considerate. This girl was capable and kind. Wu Mingzhong felt that Sue-in had a promising future. After Sue-in sent Wu Mingzhong bedding and winter clothes, she continued to go up the mountain with Liu wanting to collect firewood and mountain products the next day. The mountains in the northeast are very rich, and there are many good things in the mountains. For example, when Sue-in and Liu Wanting went up the mountain to collect mountain products, they encountered a lot of pine nuts. Pine nuts are rich in nutrients and taste good. It's just that picking pine nuts is quite dangerous. You have to pick them on high tree trunks. If you are not careful, you may fall. It's a big deal if they catch fire. So sometimes even if the team members find pine nuts, many of them won't risk climbing the tree to pick them. Sue-in and Liu Wanting are different. They are flexible and won't fall down accidentally. So after encountering a pine forest and seeing so many pine nuts on the trees, Sue-in and Liu Wanting picked 2 full sacks. It's estimated that the 3 of them can't finish these 2 sacks of pine nuts in one winter. But it doesn't matter if they can't finish them. They can send some to the people in the production team who have a good relationship with them. Sue-in and Liu Wanting went down the mountain carrying 2 large sacks of pine nuts. Seeing that they were carrying 2 large sacks of pine nuts, Sun Xinxin couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh, so many pine nuts? How long will it take us to eat them?" Sue-in said, "It's okay if we can't finish them. We can give them away. Pine nuts are good things. We'll fry more later and eat them like sunflower seeds at home." Sun Xinxin felt that what Sue-in said was right. After all, it was good stuff and more was not too much. It was not bought with money. Sun Xinxin immediately said that she would go and fry some herself. Sue-in took out some pine nuts and planned to send them to Tao Danny. Some can also be sent to the old educated youth. They are all educated youth who went to the countryside, so it's okay to send them some things. They can't eat these pine nuts, and they are not valuable. By the way, some should also be sent to Su Fengxia. Both Tao Danny and Su Fengxia are good ants in the production team. Of course, in addition to them, some ants are also very good. Sue-in took the things and delivered them to each family. She went to Tao Danny's house first. Seeing the pine nut sent by Sue-in, Tao Danny said, "Oh, Su Jiqing, why did you send so many pine nuts? I'm so embarrassed." Sue-in said, "And Danny, my family picked up 2 large sacks. There are only 3 of us, and we definitely can't finish them, so I sent some to you as well." Seeing that Suan had left a lot for himself, Tao Danny accepted it generously. Okay, then I'll take it. By the way, my family also picked a lot of chestnuts. I'll give you some too. Suan nodded. Okay, and then you give me some. Suan was not pretentious in front of Tao Danny. Tao Danny packed about 10 kilograms of chestnuts for her, which filled a large bag. Fortunately, Suan was very strong, otherwise, it would be difficult for most people to carry such a heavy thing. After Suan delivered the things to Tao Danny, he went to deliver some to Su Fengxia. Seeing that Suan brought so many pine nuts, Su Fengxia also thanked Suan. She gave Suan a return gift and gave him about 10 kilograms of melon seeds. These melon seeds were grown by Su Fengxia's parents. His parents sent her a lot and Su Fengxia shared some with Suan. Suan saw that he had chestnuts and melon seeds, so he didn't have to worry about eating roasted nuts during the new year. Thinking of this, Suan happily took the things back. Then Suan packed some more pine nuts and went to the educated youth site. Seeing Suan coming, Li Chunling greeted Suan enthusiastically. Su educated youth. Why are you here? Suan handed the prepared pine nuts to Li Chunling. I got some pine nuts and sent them to you. Li Chunling didn't dislike it when she heard it was pine nuts. Pine nuts taste good, and they can fill your stomach to some extent. You can eat them to kill time. Okay, Su Jiqing, thank you. Suan waved his hand and said, You re-welcome. Suan said, and left. Looking at Suan's departing back, Zhang Liping whispered in Li Chunling's ear, I thought they were sending us meat, but it turned out to be some pine nuts. How stingy. Hearing Zhang Liping's muttering, Li Chunling frowned slightly. She didn't like Zhang Liping's words, nor did she agree with them. People think of us and send us something. We should be grateful. Why are you disliking it? If you don't like these pine nuts, don't eat them later. We can share more. After Li Chunling finished speaking, Tao Xiangqin responded, Yes, Zhang Jiqing, if you despise the pine nuts sent by Su Jiqing, then do and eat them. You don't appreciate them, but we do. Zhang Liping didn't expect that she just complained, but the two of them would just scold her like this, which made her lose face. What she said was not wrong. Suan could obviously send them more meat, but she only sent some pine nuts. Fortunately, other people didn't know what Zhang Liping was thinking, otherwise they would definitely say a few words. What is she dreaming about? What is your relationship with her? Why should she give you meat? You are not related to her. Even if she doesn't lack meat, there is no need for her to give it to you, right? Suan didn't know what was happening at the educated youth point. When she went back, Sun Xinshin had already fried the pine nuts. The pine nuts just out of the pot were very fragrant. Suan grabbed a handful and slowly ate them. Sun Xinshin also ate some and continued to work in the kitchen. She fried the melon seeds and chestnuts sent by Su Fengxia and Tao Danny. Both melon seeds and chestnuts are good things. But before frying the melon seeds, Sun Xinshin asked Su and Lu Wanting, I'm going to fry the melon seeds. What flavor do you want to eat? Suan asked, What flavors can you cook? Sun Xinshin thought for a moment, then said, I can cook the ingredients at home into original flavors, salt and pepper flavors, milk flavors, and 5 spice flavors. Oh, and caramel flavor is also okay. Suan didn't expect this girl to be so talented that she could cook so many flavors of melon seeds. Suan knew that it would be troublesome to cook all kinds of flavors, so she chose caramel-flavored melon seeds, and Lu Wanting ordered 5 spice flavors. After the two of them ordered the flavors, Sun Xinshin went to the kitchen and fried the 2 flavors of melon seeds. Sun Xinshin fried all the 10 pounds of melon seeds that Su Fengxia sent. This amount of melon seeds is enough for them to eat during the new year. If it is not enough, Suan will buy some more and let Sun Xinshin fry more. As for the simplest way to cook the chestnuts sent by Tao Danny is to cook them directly. But Sun Xinshin thinks that it is a waste to eat them like this. Sun Xinshin plans to fry some sugar-fried chestnuts and then save some to make some chestnut cakes. Speaking of which, chestnut cakes taste very good, and she even wants to eat some. Sun Xinshin mentioned her idea to Suan. Suan could feel that this girl wanted her to make the decision, no matter what happened. In fact, for some small matters, Suan felt that Sun Xinshin could make her own decisions, and there was no need to ask her opinion on everything. Suan said to Sun Xinshin, from now on, the food at home will be arranged by you. We will eat whatever you cook. Sun Xinshin had said this before, but Sun Xinshin still couldn't help but want to ask Suan's opinion. Okay, and I get it, Sun Xinshin said, and went to the kitchen to fry some sugar-roasted chestnuts. When they were done, she took them out for Suan and Lu wanting to eat. When the roasted nuts were almost done, Sun Xinshin took a break to eat the sugar-roasted chestnuts together. While eating the chestnuts, Lu Wanting praised Sun Xinshin, your cooking skills are really good. These chestnuts are so fragrant. It's not that Lu Wanting hasn't eaten sugar-roasted chestnuts before, but how can the sugar-roasted chestnuts she ate compare to those fried by Sun Xinshin? Suan also thought that Sun Xinshin's sugar-roasted chestnuts tasted good, and he ate 2 large plates by himself. After eating so much dry goods, several people had no appetite for dinner. Oh, I can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore either. Sun Xinshin and Lu Wanting looked at Suan and asked if she could eat more. Suan ate more melon seeds, pine nuts, and sugar-roasted chestnuts than them. They didn't know if she was full. Suan felt a little embarrassed when they looked at her. Should she say that she was not full and could still eat more? Her appetite is not ordinary. Fortunately, she is capable and can support herself. If she is incapable and incompetent, Suan feels that daily food rations are a problem. Suan had to eat, so he said to Sun Xinshin, make me a plate of egg fried rice and don't cook any vegetables. Sun Xinshin heard Suan's request and hurried to the kitchen to prepare. Making egg fried rice is much faster than cooking. A plate of egg fried rice can be done in more than 10 minutes, which does not waste time at all. Although it is just a simple egg fried rice, Sun Xinshin still tries her best to make Suan eat well. In addition to eggs, Sun Xinshin also put some diced ham and carrots in the egg fried rice. Heat the lard in the pan, and the aroma of the lard bursts out immediately. The next step is to add eggs, ham, and carrots and fry them together. Then add the beaten white rice. Add a little soy sauce when frying and sprinkle a handful of green onions when it comes out of the pan. The fragrance is very tempting. Knowing that Suan was a big eater, Sun Xinshin fried more, enough for 3 bowls of rice. After making the egg fried rice, Sun Xinshin also gave Suan a pickled salted duck egg. The salted duck egg was dripping with butter, and it was definitely the most delicious salted duck egg Suan had ever eaten. In addition to the salted duck egg, Sun Xinshin also packed some kimchi she had made before. So although Suan only ate egg fried rice, she ate it very well. After eating a few bowls of egg fried rice, Suan was finally full. This feeling of being full is really good and comfortable. After eating, Suan washed up and went to bed. Maybe because of the large amount of activities during the day, Suan slept very sweetly. The next day, Suan continued to go up the mountain with Lu wanting to collect firewood. The 2 of them were capable and collected more firewood than ordinary people. Suan estimated that if they collected firewood for a few more days, there would be enough firewood for this winter. Of course, Suan didn't mind collecting more for backup. Thinking that the old couple Wu Mingzhong were old and had various physical inconveniences. If it really didn't work, she would help to collect more firewood and send some to them. The winter in the northeast can be said to be freezing cold. Even if there are warm clothes and bedding, there must be enough firewood, otherwise heating is a big problem. At night, you have to burn the Kong to sleep. If there is not enough firewood, people will easily get sick from the cold. Suan and Lu Wanting were busy for another day. They were lucky today and encountered a wild goat. I don't know if it was because Suan had killed too many wild boars before, but Su Shan had not encountered wild boars in so many times recently. If he encountered wild boars, he could also kill a few wild boars and bring them back for the team members to share some meat. Suan and Lu Wanting carried the wild goats back. There were about dozens of kilograms of goat meat. Suan sent a few kilograms to the captain's house as usual. After distributing some, they had about 30 kilograms of mutton left. It was a pity that Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were not here, otherwise they could have had a few meals of mutton. Without them, 30 kilograms of mutton could not be finished in a short time, so Sun Xinxin kept a few kilograms of fresh mutton and hung the rest to air dry. The air-dried mutton can be stored for a period of time and can be used to cook mutton pot later. Thinking of the mutton pot, Suan swallowed her saliva. In the winter, it was not too happy to eat a mutton pot. After Sun Xinxin air-dried the mutton, she started to get busy again. The remaining mutton offal had to be processed, and she planned to make braised mutton offal. With so much mutton offal, she could have a few good meals. In addition to braised mutton offal, she also planned to make a mutton rib hot pot. Sun Xinxin was busy, and Suan and Lu Wanting were helping her. Although Suan and Lu Wanting could not cook, they could wash the mutton offal. The three of them were busy, and they had mutton rib hot pot and braised mutton offal for dinner. Now that the weather has cooled down, it is okay if you can't finish the braised mutton offal. If you keep it for a few days after it is braised, it will basically not go bad. Suan felt that the most amazing taste was the mutton spine hot pot, which tasted really good. I don't know if it was Suan's illusion, but I always felt that Sun Xinxin's cooking skills had improved again. After eating and drinking, the next day, when Suan and Lu Wanting were planning to go up the mountain to collect firewood, they received a message from the educated youth. The result of Lin Xiaoxiao's recommendation to take the workers, peasants and soldiers university exam came out. Lin Xiaoxiao was very motivated and seized this opportunity, and he was actually admitted to the workers, peasants and soldiers university. Their Yudo village production team had one more person admitted to the university, which was naturally an honor for the production team. Many people were congratulating Lin Xiaoxiao. This kid is really awesome. Even if many people have the recommendation quota, they will definitely be admitted. For example, this time, there were dozens of people recommended to take the exam in Qingshui County, but only 3 people actually passed. Lin Xiaoxiao is one of them, which shows that he has some strength. Of course, compared with the college entrance examination that was resumed later, it is much easier to get into the workers, peasants, and soldiers university at this time, because many people who take the exam may not have studied for a few years. As long as they have a high degree, finish high school seriously, and don't forget the textbook knowledge outrageously, they will basically not be bad. In any case, it is very difficult to go to college at this time. Many people envy Lin Xiaoxiao, and his future is bright. The most envious of him are the educated youths in the educated youth point. Now Lin Xiaoxiao has been admitted to the workers, peasants and soldiers university, which means he has made it through and can return to the city earlier. But what about these people? I feel that there is no hope for the future, and I don't know when I can make it through. Lin Xiaoxiao accepted the congratulations from the team members and the educated youth. Lin Xiaoxiao himself was also very happy to be admitted to the workers, peasants and soldiers university this time. He waited for this day for a long time. Fortunately, this time he waited. In the future, he doesn't have to stay in the countryside, and Lin Xiaoxiao feels that his life is hope. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao is completely different from before, and he is more spirited. Many ants in the brigade saw that Lin Xiaoxiao was admitted to university and would be a college student in the future, so they immediately set their sights on him. College students are amazing. After graduation, they can be assigned a job and a good job. If they marry their daughters to Lin Xiaoxiao, won't they have no worries about life in the future? Seeing these old ants approaching Lin Xiaoxiao, Tao Danny couldn't help but hit these shameless old women. What are you thinking about? Lin Jiqing is a college student. Even if he is looking for a partner, he will definitely find someone who is well matched. How can he find a country girl? It's obviously impossible. Why are you still jumping in front of Lin Jiqing? You have to be rejected directly by him, and you have to lose face before you are happy? After being scolded by Tao Danny, many old ants gave up their thoughts.
Tao Danny was right.
These educated youths from the city are very arrogant now. How can they look down on country girls? Lin Xiaoxiao was admitted to university again, and it is even more impossible for him to look down on their country girls. These old ladies only regretted their poor vision. They didn't expect that Lin Xiaoxiao would go to college one day and become successful. If they had known this day would come, they would have let their daughter get in touch with Lin Xiaoxiao before he passed the exam. Maybe he would be attracted to her? Now there is no hope anyway, so they can only let it go. After accepting everyone's congratulations, Lin Xiaoxiao planned to buy some candy and treat everyone to candy. He can't stay in the production team for long. He will pack up these days and go home first. After the spring of next year, he will have to report to school. After going to the countryside, although life in Yudo village is quite hard, Lin Xiaoxiao is still very grateful for the care of the people here. Generally speaking, the team members here are good, better than many places. Lin Xiaoxiao has heard some of his classmates mention that some of them went to the countryside in bad places, and the team leader and local team members bullied these foreign-educated youth. But their Yudo village production team is different. Although the team leader is sometimes a little serious and cold, generally speaking, he is still very upright. If it weren't for Wang Weihua's integrity, he would not have been given the exam quota for the workers, peasants and soldiers university, and it could have been given to Shen Ruyi. In addition, although there are some weirdos who like to haggle, they are generally good and don't bully the team members who go to the countryside. Since we are leaving, it's not too much to treat people to candy. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't have any candy tickets. If you want to say who has the most tickets, it must be Suan. Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to exchange some candy tickets to buy candy, so he went to find Suan. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao coming, Suan congratulated him first. Lin Jiqing, congratulations on your admission to the Workers, Peasants and Soldiers University. Wang Weihua and Lin Xiaoxiao mentioned before that if Suan hadn't been unwilling to take this quota, his quota would have been given to Suan. So Lin Xiaoxiao knew that the person he should thank the most for being able to be admitted to the Workers, Peasants and Soldiers University this time was Suan. Facing Suan's congratulations, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, "Thank you, Su Jiqing. I was able to be admitted to the Workers, Peasants and Soldiers University this time. Thanks to you for giving me this place." No, Lin Jiqing, this is your own credit, don't thank me. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled, and then started the main topic of today's visit. Su Jiqing, do you have any candy coupons? I want to treat everyone to candy, but I don't have any candy coupons. Can you give some to me? Suan had a lot of candy coupons in her hand. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao needed them, it was okay for her to give some to him. $1 per pound of candy coupons. How many do you need? 2 pounds of candy coupons. 1 pound of candy is definitely not enough to eat. If everyone is given one candy, so many people in the production team may not be able to share it. Buy at least 2 pounds so that you can barely get enough.
Okay.
Suan came out with 2 kilograms of candy coupons, and Lin Xiaoxiao also came out with 2.5 yuan. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao took an extra 50 cents, Suan asked curiously, "Why did you give me more money?" I said, $1 a pound. Su Jiqing, I want to go to the county town. Can you lend me one of your bicycles? The extra 50 cents is the rent I pay. Lin Xiaoxiao was embarrassed to borrow Suan's bicycle for nothing, so he could only take out the money. Suan waved his hand and said, "You can take the 50 cents back. The bicycle is lent to you for free." Lin Xiaoxiao was quite surprised when he heard Suan's words. Because he had seen Suan refuse Shen Ruyi's offer to borrow a car before, but he didn't expect that Suan would agree to his request so readily, without paying his rent. "You yourself go push the cart, it's in my yard." Lin Xiaoxiao came to his senses, then hurried into Suan's yard and went to push the cart. Su Jiqing, thank you. Suan waved her hand. "It's just a small matter. You're welcome." Lin Xiaoxiao left on his bicycle to buy candies in the county town. About 2 hours later, Lin Xiaoxiao came back with a bag of candies in his hand. Lin Xiaoxiao first came to Suan's house to return the car. "Su Jiqing, thank you for the bicycle, and I'll treat you to this candy." Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed a handful of candies and gave them to Suan. As for Liu Peng and Sun Xinxin, they each got a few, but not as many as Suan. These are wedding candies, and Suan will naturally not refuse.
Wait.
After Lin Xiaoxiao delivered the car, he went to distribute candies to other educated youths and team members. Everyone followed suit and ate Lin Xiaoxiao's wedding candies. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished doing this, he went back to the educated youth point. About the university, the educated youths gathered together for dinner again. This time it was Lin Xiaoxiao who invited everyone to eat. However, Lin Xiaoxiao had no meat tickets and had treated everyone to meat before, so everyone just had a simple meal together. Okay, Lin Xiaoxiao brought out the fine grain. After knowing that Lin Xiaoxiao was admitted to university and had a good future, the female-educated youths had some small ideas. If they could win Lin Xiaoxiao, they would wait for Lin Xiaoxiao to graduate from university. Now, wouldn't it be possible to take them back to the city? After dinner, Su Nana arrived in front of Lin Xiaoxiao and asked Lin Xiaoxiao, "Lin Jiqing, do you have time? I have something to say to you." Lin Xiaoxiao didn't think much about it, thinking that Su Nana really wanted to talk to him alone about something. So Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Su Nana pointed to the educated youth and said, "Let's go to the back and talk." Lin Xiaoxiao responded and walked towards the back of the house. At this time, Zhang Liping happened to see two people going out alone and was curious about what they wanted to do, so she followed them quietly. After waiting to follow, Zhang Liping hiding and observing in secret, Lin Xiaoxiao asked Su Nana, "Su Jiqing, what do you want to say to me alone?" Su Nana fiddled with her hairstyle and then said to Lin Xiaoxiao coyly, Lin Jiqing, actually, I never told you before, I like you. I want to ask, is there any chance for us to be in love?" Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that Su Nana was here to confess to him. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao was silent, Su Nana looked at Lin Xiaoxiao affectionately. "Lin Jiqing, you don't want to try it with my partner?"
Try it?
"I really like you." After hearing Su Nana's confession, Zhang Liping secretly cursed Su Nana as a shameless woman. She had complained to her before, saying that Lin Xiaoxiao was old and an old man. She is stupid and doesn't know how to adapt. It's good that she confessed to Lin Xiaoxiao. As for the reason, Zhang Liping could guess it with her eyes closed. The reason why Su Nana liked Lin Xiaoxiao was mainly because Lin Xiaoxiao was admitted to university and could return to the city in the future. Su Nana is somewhat pretty at best, but her body is not clean enough to be popular with men. Su Nana often uses these men who like her to help her with her work. Moreover, Su Nana will coax the men to get food for her. They all have a hard time, but Su Nana can make those male team members happy. The family gave her food. Zhang Liping saw that Su Nana was living a happier life than many people in the city. How could a woman who sold her body for profit be worthy of Lin Xiaoxiao? I guess Lin Xiaoxiao doesn't know. Not to mention that many people here in the educated youth area don't know that Su Nana is a woman who has never exposed herself because she was accidentally caught. I saw her and her team members digging into a haystack with my own eyes. The other party had a family. Zhang Liping didn't expose Su Nana at first, but she blackmailed Su Nana and took 20 yuan from her. Later, Zhang Liping could blackmail Su Nana from time to time. She took another advantage. If it weren't for the hush money, Zhang Liping would not help such a slutty woman keep the secret. Because no one knew Su Nana's true identity, Zhang Liping was worried about Lin Xiaoxiao agreeing to Su Nana's request. After all, Su Nana is indeed pretty. Apart from Su En, Sun Xinxin, and Lu Wanting, Su Nana can be said to be the most beautiful among the female educated youths. Fortunately, Zhang Liping's worries are unnecessary. Agreeing to this matter, he said to Su Nana, "Thank you for appreciating me and liking me, but Su Jiqing, I don't have feelings for you, so I can't be with you. Do you have nothing else to do? If not, I will go back first." Lin Xiaoxiao said, "Turn around," and left. When she heard Lin Xiaoxiao's footsteps approaching, Zhang Liping hurried back. Seeing that Su Nana was rejected by Lin Xiaoxiao, she felt relieved. Fortunately, Lin Jiqing had discernment and did not fall in love with Su Nana like that woman. Thinking that Su Nana had confessed to Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Liping wondered if she should give it a try. Lin Xiaoxiao rejected her, but Zhang Liping felt that she was not ugly, even though she was not as ugly as Su Nana. That would be nice, but it would still be pretty. Thinking about this, Zhang Liping decided to give it a try. If she could become the best, she could wait for Lin Xiaoxiao to take her back to the city after graduation. She didn't want to live in the countryside for a day. Life is not as good as in the city. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. The worst is, it will be embarrassing. Anyway, Lin Xiaoxiao won't be able to stay here for a few days. Once Lin Xiaoxiao leaves, there will be no more embarrassment. Zhang Liping did not plan to confess to Lin Xiaoxiao directly. She was not as shameless as Su Nana. After deciding, Zhang Liping wrote the love letter quietly the next day. Zhang Liping gave the written love letter to Lin Xiaoxiao. Originally, Lin Xiaoxiao was shocked when Su Nana confessed to him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Liping also wrote a love letter to express her love to him. Lin Xiaoxiao had never felt that he was so popular before. All the educated youths suddenly fell in love with him. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't like Su Nana, and he didn't have any interest in Zhang Liping. So after receiving Zhang Liping's love letter, Zhang Liping didn't wait for Lin Xiaoxiao's response, so she probably guessed. When it came to Lin Xiaoxiao, he didn't like her and didn't want to be with her. But things were different now. He was a college student in the future, so he could definitely find someone with better conditions. Fortunately, Zhang Liping didn't have high expectations in this matter. So, Zhang Liping didn't feel particularly sad before Lin Xiaoxiao's response. Because Lin Xiaoxiao was about to leave, the captain of the educated youth point had to be re-elected. No, the educated youth held a meeting together and called Su En and Sun Xinxin. And Lu Wanning came together and asked them to vote together to choose the captain of the educated youth team. Su En felt that the three of them did not live here, so it didn't matter who they chose as captain, but the others. The educated youth thought that Su En and the others were educated youth who went to the countryside after all. As members of the educated youth, all the educated youth who went to the countryside had to vote to elect the educated youth captain. Su En saw that the educated youth wanted them to participate. Come and vote, just vote, it won't waste too much time anyway. As a former captain, Lin Xiaoxiao suggested, I think Su Jiqing is very capable, and I recommend her to be the next captain of Jiqing Point. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao said this, other educated youths who wanted to compete for the captaincy of the educated youth point were unwilling. Lin Xiaoxiao, I don't think this is appropriate. After all, Su Jiqing is just a female comrade. We must choose a male comrade as the leader of our educated youth camp. This was said by the male educated youth, Hu Ziqiang. Hu Ziqiang also wanted to be the leader because after becoming the leader of the educated youth camp, he would have the opportunity to return to the city or take the examination for the workers, peasants and soldiers university in the future, and he would be given priority compared to other educated youth. For example, the reason why Lin Xiaoxiao got the examination quota for the workers, peasants and soldiers university this time was partly because Lin Xiaoxiao was the leader of the educated youth camp. After Hu Ziqiang finished speaking, Tao Xiangqin directly retorted, "What's wrong with a female comrade? How can a female comrade be the leader of the educated youth camp? Hu Jiqing, you're a male comrade. Are you as good as Su Jiqing?" I support Lin Jiqing's proposal. Among all of us educated youth, no one is more capable than Su Jiqing, and no one is more capable than Su Jiqing. Let Su Jiqing be the leader of the educated youth camp. I vote in favor. After Tao Xiangqin expressed her thoughts, Li Chunling followed behind and said, I also agree that Su Jiqing should be the leader. She is capable and more suitable than any of us. Although some of the educated youth had some small ideas, they were all convinced of Su En's strength. In terms of martial arts, they were no match for Su En. In terms of brain power, they were also no match for Su En. If someone else was the captain, they could still refute 1, 2, and 3, but when Su En was the captain, no one could jump out and say that they were more capable and more suitable than Su En. Su En did not expect that these people wanted to push her to be the captain. Being the captain of the educated youth does have some benefits, but Su En is not interested. She is a very troublesome person. If she really becomes the captain, there will probably be many trivial matters waiting for her. Isn't it good to live a quiet life? She doesn't want to come here to mess around. Even though these educated youth supported her to be the captain of the educated youth, Su En took the initiative to refuse. I'm not interested in being the captain. You should nominate someone else. These educated youths did not expect Su En to take the initiative to refuse. But Su En's refusal gave others a chance, and those educated youths who were vying to be the team leader were still very happy. Everyone wanted to be the team leader, so it all depended on who had more votes. So, everyone had a secret ballot. According to each person's votes, they would choose who would be the team leader of this educated youth point. Of course, each person's name on the ballot could only be written as the person who was willing to run for the election. People like Su En, Liu Wanting, and Sun Xinxin were unwilling to run for the team leader, so they did not take up their seats to participate in the election. After the results of the last round of voting came out, Chen Ping was elected as the team leader of the educated youth. Apart from Lin Xiaoxiao, Chen Ping and Hu Ziqiang had been in the countryside the longest. Originally, Hu Ziqiang hoped that he would be elected, but he did not expect that Chen Ping would get there first. Hu Ziqiang was visibly unhappy. The two went to the countryside together. Although they were good friends at ordinary times, when it comes to interests, one's own interests are not as important. After seeing Hu Ziqiang's performance, Su-en sneered in her heart. These women have fake sisterhood, but she never thought that men also have fake brotherhood. I hope Chen Ping will see clearly in the future and don't treat others as his good brothers with all his heart. The team leader of the educated youth has been selected, and Li Chunling is still in charge of the affairs of the female educated youth. After finishing this matter, Su-en, Liu Wanting, and Sun Xinxin left the educated youth point. Sun Xinxin went back to make winter clothes, while Su-en and Liu Wanting continued to go up the mountain to collect firewood. More and more firewood was prepared for the winter, and looking at the firewood piled up in the yard, it also made people feel safe. If there is enough firewood, there is no need to worry about being frozen in winter. Su-en came back after a busy day. Not long after arriving home, there was a knock on the door. It was Lin Xiaoxiao who came to knock on the door. When he saw Lin Xiaoxiao, Su-en subconsciously asked Lin Jiqing, "Are you here to exchange tickets again?" Lin Xiaoxiao shook his head. "No, Su Jiqing, I have something I want to talk to you alone. Do you have time?" Su-en looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and felt that he suddenly became a little shy. Su-en was just confused for a moment and didn't think much about it. "Lin Jiqing, if you have anything to say, you can tell me now." Su-en asked Lin Xiaoxiao to follow her to the back of her house where there was no one. When Lin Xiaoxiao faced Su-en alone, he was a little nervous. Then he took a deep breath and asked Su-en seriously, "Su Jiqing, I like you very much. I wonder if we can be together." After Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, his heart started beating wildly. God knows how difficult it was for him to make the decision to confess. In fact, he had a crush on Su-en for a long time. It was hard not to be moved by such a powerful and beautiful comrade. But no matter how moved he was, Lin Xiaoxiao knew that his conditions were not good, and a comrade as outstanding as Su-en was not something he could dream of. So Lin Xiaoxiao never expressed his love for Su-en. The reason why he confessed to Su-en this time was inspired by Su Nana and Zhang Liping's confession to him. He would soon leave the Yudo village production team. If he didn't confess to Su-en now, he would never have another chance in the future. If it didn't work out this time, it wouldn't be that embarrassing. After all, he would never meet Su-en again after he left here. In addition, he was admitted to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university this time. Once he went to university, he would have a good future. Before, his conditions were not good, and if he confessed to Su-en, it would be like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Now he is a college student, and he can barely stand in front of Su-en and tell her that he likes her. Su-en was a little confused when she heard Lin Xiaoxiao's confession.
What?
Lin Xiaoxiao likes her? What's going on? She didn't feel any admiration from Lin Xiaoxiao before. But now Lin Xiaoxiao told her that he likes her? Su-en was more shocked than embarrassed. Actually, Lin Xiaoxiao is a good guy. Mature, stable, and responsible. Now he has been admitted to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, and he will have a good future in the future. But she doesn't have any feelings for him in that aspect. Su-en admitted that she is a face control and Lin Xiaoxiao's appearance is average, which can't make her heart beat. The only man who made Su-en's heartbeat was Liu Jinting. Facing Lin Xiaoxiao's confession, Su-en directly refused, "Lin Jiqing, I only regard you as a friend, and I don't have any other thoughts. Thank you for liking me, but I can't agree to be in a relationship with you. But you are so outstanding now, I believe you will definitely find who suits you." After being rejected by Su-en, although Lin Xiaoxiao felt a little disappointed, he did not feel unacceptable. Because Su-en is so outstanding, before confessing, Lin Xiaoxiao had prepared himself mentally for being rejected by Su-en. Now that he was rejected by Su-en, he was naturally mentally prepared. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be rejected by Suin, but thinking that he had tried his best, at least he would not have any regrets in the future. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, and then said to Suin, "Okay, Su Jiqing, I got it. I wish you can find someone you like in the future." After saying this, Lin Xiaoxiao was too embarrassed to face Suin again, and turned around and left for something. Suin admired Lin Xiaoxiao's character. He was frank after being rejected, and did not get angry with her. While waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao to leave, Suin also went home. When Lu Wanting saw Suin coming back, she came up to her and asked curiously, "Sister, and what did Lin Jiqing ask you to do?" Suin didn't tell the truth. After all, she was embarrassed to tell it to others. "Nothing, just ask me some questions."
Oh.
Lu Wanting didn't expect Suin to fool her, but she didn't ask more. Lin Xiaoxiao left the Yudo village production team 2 days later. Suin and Lu Wanting had almost finished collecting firewood in the past few days, and their yard was full of firewood for the winter. After she was fully prepared, Suin went to Hu Mingzhong at night and delivered a large amount of firewood to the old couple. Hu Mingzhong and his wife didn't know what to say. Suin really took good care of them. When can they repay such a favor? Suin didn't expect the 2 old people to repay her. It would be better if they could remember her and repay her in the future. Forget about the reward. She just thinks that she has done good deeds and accumulated merits. After preparing for the winter, Suin took time to go to the city. She hadn't been to the city for a long time, and she didn't know what the situation was like in the city. She had accumulated a lot of goods during this period, and she had to give them to Liu Peng to sell. After Suin asked the captain to issue a letter of introduction, she went to the city. When Suin came to the city again this time, she obviously felt that the situation this time was different from the last time she came to the city. This time, the situation in the city was more tense, and it seemed to be more chaotic than last time. Suin guessed that it was related to the intelligence she deciphered for Liu Jinting last time. She really didn't expect that our country's layout was so large and there were so many traitors. It would definitely be a good thing if they could all be arrested. As a Chinese, Suin didn't think she was a good person, but she still had a basic sense of national honor. If you want to find out the specific situation in the city now, just go to Liu Peng and ask. So Suin went to Liu Peng's house. Suin came after a long absence this time, which made Liu Peng miss her very much. He now relies on Suin to make money. Suin has not come and has not replenished his goods. How could Liu Peng not be anxious? Now Suin is here. Liu Peng has been looking forward to her for a long time, and finally, she has come. "Sister, you finally remembered to come to me. I thought you had forgotten me." Facing Liu Peng's flattering look, Suin explained, "How could I forget you? You have to be more confident. I have something to do recently. I came to see you today and brought you more goods." Liu Peng then noticed that Suin brought a lot of baskets this time, and there were really a lot of goods in them. In addition to large items such as radios, there were also many rare fruits. Liu Peng has been in the black market for a while, and he has a clear grasp of the prices of many things in the black market. Like these fruits, they are all rare goods and they can be sold at a very good price. Suin got him so many goods this time. If he can sell them all, he will make a lot of money, right? At this moment, Liu Peng looked at Suin as if he was looking at the god of wealth. Isn't Suin his god of wealth? Giving him so many goods is like rushing to give him money. "Sister, you are so good to me. My parents are not as good to me as you are. You take care of me so much. I will remember your kindness, and I will definitely serve you wholeheartedly." How could Suin not know that Liu Peng was showing his loyalty? She chose to cooperate with him and let him help sell things just because she saw that Liu Peng was doing things properly and reliably. At first, Suin wanted to help Liu Peng. But now, Suin thinks it's not bad to cultivate her own power. She can use Liu Peng and his childhood friends. When cooperating with others, it is better for others to have the right to speak than for herself to have the right to speak. If you work hard, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. It will probably take a while for these goods to be sold. Tell me now, what is the situation in the city now? Seeing Suin asking about the situation in the city, Liu Peng told everything he knew. The city is in a mess right now. I heard that an inspection team came from above and is investigating the city officials. I heard that some officials from the province are also being investigated. Anyway, this matter is very serious. Originally, the GW Association was still investigating the death of Huang Liang by lightning. But suddenly, for some unknown reason, the GW Association stopped investigating. Huang Zhong, the director of the GW Association, seems to have gotten into some trouble and is now unable to take care of himself. Even if he wants to investigate, he is somewhat powerless. Anyway, the various forces in the city did not dare to make any moves during this period. Seeing that the city was so chaotic, Liu Peng also told Suan with concern, "Sister, the various forces in the city are keeping a close eye on you during this period. No matter what happens, you must not act rashly." Suan couldn't help but look at Liu Peng more. Why did she feel that this kid had something else in his words? Was he implying that she should not make trouble? Or did he guess that some of the recent things in the city were caused by her? But thinking that Liu Peng was kind enough to remind her, Suan had to accept this kindness. Suan nodded and said, "Okay, I know, don't worry. I'm not the kind of impulsive person, and I don't like to make trouble." Liu Peng. This sister won't make trouble? Well, she asked herself whether she believed it or not. Liu Peng thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to expose Suan. Anyway, he had reminded Suan that even if this sister wanted to make trouble, he hoped that she would keep some and not get into trouble. If this sister got into trouble, his god of wealth would be gone. In Liu Peng's view, Suan is now his breadwinner, and he doesn't want to see Suan get into trouble more than anyone else. After Suan delivered the goods to Liu Peng, she roughly understood some of the current situation in the city and left. After Suan left, she went directly to the state-owned restaurant. It was time for lunch now, and she had to go to eat. Suan now felt that everything could be postponed, and she was not in a hurry, but eating could not be postponed. Especially when she was hungry, she had to eat quickly. Suan went to the state-owned restaurant. After looking at today's supply, the food in the state-owned restaurant was not bad today. Unfortunately, the food in the state-owned restaurant is not as good as that in the machinery factory. However, since she did not contribute to the machinery factory, she certainly could not go there for free. At this moment, Suan was somewhat thinking about the call from the machinery factory asking her to help with something. Although Suan missed the cooking skills of the master chef in the machinery factory, she could only eat casually at the state-owned restaurant. It is said to be casual, but it is not very casual, because all the dishes ordered by Suan are good. Suan ordered a braised pork elbow, a chestnut roast chicken, and a steamed pork with rice flour. In addition to the 3 meat dishes, it is definitely not enough to eat only meat. Suan continued to add 2 vegetarian dishes and a soup. Seeing Suan order so many dishes, the waiters in the state-owned restaurant have become accustomed to it. Because it is not the first time that Suan has eaten here, she has eaten here several times before. At first, the waiters in the state-owned restaurant also felt very strange. Suan is not very old, and is A. How can she eat so much? Later, after seeing it a few times, the waiters became calm. Some people just have a good appetite. They have money, so what's wrong with eating more? It's not like they don't pay. If they don't pay, I can still say a few words. But if they pay, there's really nothing to say. After Suan ordered the dishes, she sat down and waited quietly for the meal. She didn't wait too long before the ordered dishes were served. Suan was hungry at this time, so she ate the table full of sumptuous food happily. Suan felt very comfortable after eating and drinking. Just as Suan got up and was about to leave the state-owned restaurant, she heard gunshots outside. Suan frowned immediately. Oh, gunshots were heard in broad daylight. What kind of serious situation did they encounter? No matter what the matter is, once a shooting is fired, it must be serious. Suan saw that there was something exciting to watch and thought that she must go to join in the fun of such things. Suan hurried out of the state-owned restaurant. Compared to Suan, who rushed out, most people hid inside the house. With such a liveliness, ordinary people like them should try not to be curious so as not to attract trouble. Especially when holding a gun, who can guarantee that the bullets will not hit them. If they are hit by a bullet, they will die. Suan went out for a while and saw a law enforcement team chasing out. In the middle of this law enforcement team, Suan also saw Liu Jinting and Guimiao. Suan knew that they came out to perform a mission this time, but she didn't expect to meet these two people in such a scene. Suan watched them run away from her. Liu Jinting and Guimiao seemed to be busy chasing people and didn't notice her. But Suan didn't care. They were busy with their own things, and Suan didn't think about letting them know that she was here. Suan waited for the team to go away and just wanted to go for a walk somewhere else, but she didn't expect to hear a familiar voice. Sister Su, and Suan turned around, and wow, it was Su Wei. When he saw Su Wei again, Suan found that the child's mental state was much better than before. Probably because he didn't have to go hungry, the child's complexion was much rosier than before. I didn't expect that we would meet again. How are you now? Are the children okay? The weather is getting colder now. Have you bought warm clothes?
Su Wei not that.
Speaking of this, Su Wei was very grateful to Suan. If it weren't for the money and tickets Suan gave them, how could these children have the life they have now? Now, they don't have to live in a leaky place anymore. Although the current residence is not luxurious, it is at least not leaky. And now they can eat enough and wear warm clothes. Such a life is definitely their dream. At the beginning, Su Wei was indeed worried that Suan, a stranger, helped them and other children for some purpose. Now it has been a long time, and Suan has never found them. So Su Wei thought that he should believe it just once, and was willing to believe that Suan was a good person and did not want to harm them. Suan could actually understand the defensiveness of these children. It is a good thing to be more cautious for such young children. After all, there are many bad people in the world. What if they meet a bad person instead of her? Once they choose to believe it easily, it may cause very serious consequences. Suan was not angry about Su Wei's attitude of being on guard against her, but was very happy to see this child like this. That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. But if you need any help with anything else, you can come to me. If you can't find me, go find Liu Peng and tell him. He can tell me. Su Wei heard Suan's words and said to her, Sister Suan, I have something to tell you.
Suan asked, Tell me what you want to tell me now.
Sister Suan, I found a place with a lot of treasures hidden in it. Suan was stunned when she heard Su Wei's words. Treasure? This kid found a treasure? Treasure is good. She is the most greedy person. If she can find the treasure, Suan will be so happy that she can't wait. Suan looked at Su Wei. There is a treasure? Are you sure? Su Wei nodded heavily. Yes, Sister Suan. There is a treasure. Suan saw that Su Wei did not seem to be lying, so she said, Do you want me to take the treasure? Su Wei continued to nod. Yes, as my reward to my sister. Okay, where is it? Take me there. Su Wei led Suan there, but when he went there, Su Wei also reminded Suan that there might be someone guarding that place. So when he went there, he must be cautious and pay attention to safety. Okay, you don't have to worry about safety, just tell me the place and I will handle the rest myself. Su Wei took Suan to the place. But what Suan didn't know was that Su Wei took her to the residence of the seventh brother. Suan couldn't help but ask Su Wei, Are you sure it's here? Didn't she take it all out last time? Suan didn't expect that there was still a fish that slipped through her net. If that's the case, she must reflect on herself. After Suan and Su Wei arrived at the place, they did not go in, but climbed up the wall. Su Wei said to Suan, Sister Suan, The treasures are hidden in that well. Su Wei said, pointing to a well in the yard for Suan to see. Suan then noticed that there was indeed a well at the corner of the yard. But if you don't pay attention, no one knows that there will be things hidden in it. When she searched for the treasure of the seventh brother last time, she searched directly from several houses, but didn't find this place. Because of this, she missed the treasure hidden in the well. At this moment, there was no one in the seventh brother's yard, so Suan said to Su Wei, It seems that no one is there. I will go in and take a look. Su Wei responded, Okay, Sister Suan, I will keep watch for you outside. If there is any situation, I will notify you in time. But if you go down alone, you must pay attention to safety. Suan nodded, Okay, don't worry, sister is not a weak chicken. Suan said, and turned over neatly and jumped into the yard. Then Su and went to the well. She looked down and saw that the well was dry. No wonder it could hide treasures.
I don't know how Su Wei found it.
Suan didn't care and jumped in. After she went down the well, she found that there was really a different world inside. The space inside was not small, and there were a lot of things piled on the ground. Suan looked around and saw a lot of things, including antique calligraphy and paintings, medical books, and gold bars. In short, there were more treasures piled in here than Suan had looted from her seventh brother and Huang Liang before. After Suan saw these treasures, she had only one thought in her mind. That is, she was going to get rich. Suan felt very happy when she thought about taking away so many things. Just after Suan saw what was in it, she heard a noise outside. When Suan saw the noise, she immediately entered her own space. Compared with other places, the space must be the safest, and no one could find her. After Suan entered the space, she didn't stay for long before she heard someone go down the well. Judging from the noise, it was not just one person but a group of people. Suan used his supernatural perception to predict that there were about 10 to 20 people. Fortunately, Suan entered the space in time. If not, it would be difficult to deal with so many people. He used supernatural powers last time, but he didn't plan to use them this time. If he used supernatural powers twice in a row, Suan was worried that someone would find out. Outside, Su Wei was helping Suan keep watch. He was very anxious when he saw so many people coming suddenly. He shouted a few times into the yard, but he didn't know if Suan heard it. He hoped that Sister Suan would hide in time after hearing his reminder, but she must not be discovered by these people. At this time, Suan was listening to the movement outside in the space. After hearing these people come in, one of them said, "Brother Zhong, let's escape from this secret passage quickly. As long as we get out of here, someone from Country R will pick us up, and we can live in Country R in the future." Suan frowned when he heard this. There is a secret passage here? These people are in contact with Country R, so needless to say, they must be spies. Hearing the name Brother Zhong, Suan wondered if it was the director of the GW Club, Huang Zhong. After this idea came into his mind, the more Suan thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Who else could it be but Huang Zhong? Thinking of the people that Liu Jinting and Guo Miao were anxiously chasing, could it be them? If so, it would be even more impossible for Huang Zhong to escape. Suan hated and despised this kind of traitor who colluded with foreign countries the most. Oh, it's a pity that we can't take away so many good things. We have fought for so long. Are we just going to give up everything? Huang Zhong was very unwilling to see his men urging him to escape. If he didn't take away the wealth in the well, he would have worked in vain. He was originally going to transfer these things and go abroad after the transfer. Who knew that he was targeted before the transfer? Brother Zhong, there is a saying that goes, if you keep the green mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. We can't take these things away, so let's leave them here first. Now go out and hide from the limelight. Maybe we'll have a chance to come back and take them away in the future? Hearing this, Huang Zhong also felt that it made some sense. If you keep the green mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Now, for them, the most important thing is to save their lives. Only if their lives are saved can they have a future. If their lives are not saved, these treasures are things that you can't bring with you when you die. Okay, then run away quickly and open the secret passage. After Huang Zhong gave the order, he heard the sound of a stone door being opened. Seeing these people want to leave, how could Suan be willing? Suan directly took a pack of drugs from the space, and after catalyzing the supernatural power, these people who were drugged all fainted on the ground. Waiting for these people to faint, Suan came out of the space. Fortunately, she was there, and none of them escaped. Looking at the people lying neatly on the ground, one of them was really Huang Zhong. Haha, these traitors must be punished. After Suan dealt with these people, she felt that she had to notify Liu Jinting and the others to come over. But before notifying them, Suan first collected all the treasures in the well into her space. How could she not pick up some of these treasures? She was reluctant to give up so many good things. With a thought, all these things entered Suan's space. After collecting the treasures, Suan climbed out of the well. Seeing Suan coming out, Sue asked nervously, Sister Suan, are you okay? Did those people find you? After Sue asked, she felt that this was nonsense. If those people found Suan, how could Suan get out? Seeing that Suan was safe, Sue also breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. I knocked down everyone who went in. You stay here. These people are bad guys. I have to report to the police. Sue nodded heavily. Okay, sister, and then you go quickly. Yes, Suan said, and ran directly to the police. After waiting for Suan to go to the police, she did not ask the police from the municipal bureau to follow her to arrest people, but asked them to help contact Liu Jinting. Suan was not sure whether there were spies in the police team. The best thing was to inform Liu Jinting, so as to avoid unexpected situations. The police saw that Suan wanted to find Liu Jinting and helped to contact him. About half an hour later, Liu Jinting rushed to the police. Liu Jinting was surprised when he saw Suan. He received a notice saying that Suan was looking for him for an emergency. Liu Jinting thought it was a joke at first, but who knew that he really saw this woman when he came to the police. Liu Jinting was of course happy when he saw Suan. He hadn't seen this little girl for a long time since he came to the city. Seeing Suan again at this moment, Liu Jinting's heart was filled with sweetness and joy. But this was not the time for Liu Jinting to think about these things. He was curious about what urgent matter Suan had to find him for. Before Liu Jinting asked Suan what urgent matter she came to him for, he heard Suan ask first, Liu Jinting, is the person you are chasing today the director of GW, Huangzhong? Liu Jinting didn't expect Suan to know about this. Seeing her asking so seriously, Liu Jinting nodded and said, yes, but it seems that there is a spy on our side who leaked the news of this arrest in advance and let him escape. Speaking of this, Liu Jinting was very regretful. It was obviously the final moment, but the big fish slipped away. If the big fish didn't slip away, it would be good. This time they could punish those who undermine the interests of China. The higher-ups were also very disappointed with the failure of this operation. Unexpectedly, Suan said, he didn't escape. To be more precise, he almost escaped. I ran into him by accident. Come on, follow me to catch people. When Liu Jinting heard Suan, he was more shocked than happy. Suan actually helped to catch those people? I really didn't expect it. Liu Jinting suddenly felt like a new hope. Really? Do you think I would lie to you? Liu Jinting shook his head. He had an inexplicable trust in Suan. Okay, I'll take people with you. Liu Jinting immediately took a team of people and followed Suan to the place. Then they caught Huangzhong and his group in the dry well. After waiting for the people to be caught, Liu Jinting and other law enforcement officers felt like they were dreaming. People who were thought to have escaped were caught again? This is incredible, right? At the same time, when they came to the dry well, they found out that there was an underground secret passage here, which could lead from the urban area to the suburbs. If Suan hadn't discovered these people in time, Huangzhong and his group might have escaped from this secret passage. Once they escaped, it would be difficult to catch them later. Sister N, how did you find these people? Guamiao really admired Suan. How did she know that these people were wrong and were the ones they wanted to arrest? Could Suan tell the truth? Could she say that she was treasure hunting and happened to meet them? Suan didn't intend to hand over the treasure below. In this case, she could only make up some other excuses. Suan said, I saw these people walking hurriedly and stealthily on the street, and I thought they must be not good people, so I followed them here. When I saw they were trying to find a secret passage to escape, I quickly drugged them. I didn't expect that my guess was right. These people are not good people. Guamiao looked at Suan with admiration and continued to flatter her. Sister N, you are really amazing. You have a keen eye. You can tell at a glance that they are not good people. Fortunately, you took action this time. Otherwise, these people would definitely escape punishment. Suan has become immune to Guamiao's flattery. She was not modest at all, and even a little narcissistic. I can't help it. I'm smart. Since these people have been caught by you, it's none of my business. I'm leaving first. Suan was about to leave, but Liu Jinting stopped her. Wait a minute, Su Jiqing. Today's matter is more complicated. I wonder if you can go with us to the public security department and make a record of what you know. Suan nodded. Okay, no problem. So Suan went to the municipal bureau with Liu Jinting and others. Unexpectedly, when waiting for Suan to go over, Cheng Siyuan was also here. When he saw Suan, Cheng Siyuan was stunned. Comrade Suan, why are you here? Suan didn't expect Cheng Siyuan to be here. I'm here to do something. Then Cheng Siyuan knew that Suan was the one who helped them capture Huang Zhong. Thinking of how Suan had helped them with their public security several times before, and seeing Suan help with another great merit this time, Cheng Siyuan's eyes became more and more burning. He had never seen a so smart and outstanding. Cheng Siyuan had already developed a good impression of Suan, and now he admired her even more. Liu Jinting was standing by and felt that Cheng Siyuan looked at Suan with ill intentions. They were all men, so how could Liu Jinting not see what Cheng Siyuan meant by this? Did he have a good impression of Suan? Thinking that Suan was so outstanding, Liu Jinting felt that it was nothing strange for Cheng Siyuan to like Suan. But Liu Jinting felt a sense of crisis when he thought that if one more person liked Suan, he would have one more competitor. Suan was his, and Liu Jinting didn't want to see Suan being taken away by someone else. Just like the previous plan, after this mission was completed, Liu Jinting planned to confess to Suan. He hoped that Suan would accept him and date him. After Suan finished the registration, he said, "Okay, I'll tell you everything I need. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Cheng Siyuan was still thinking about treating Suan to dinner and a movie. But Huang Zhong's matter has not been resolved yet, and their current focus is to focus on this matter. Hearing that Suan was leaving, Cheng Siyuan was just a little reluctant, but he did not stop Suan from leaving. Liu Jinting was the same. Seeing Suan was leaving, he was also reluctant. Now, deal with Huang Zhong's matter as soon as possible. After the matter is over, you can find Suan. Before Suan left, he suddenly thought of something and said to them, "I helped you catch someone this time. Does it count as meritorious service?" Cheng Siyuan responded immediately, "Yes, Comrade Suan, you have not only made meritorious service, but also made great merit." Suan nodded. "Okay, since I have made meritorious service, remember to apply for the reward for me later. Don't forget it." Cheng Siyuan continued to nod. "Okay, Comrade Suan, this is a must." Suan left the public security with peace of mind. As soon as Suan went out, he saw Suwei squatting not far from the public security. After seeing the child, Suan walked towards him. "Sister Suan, if you report it to the police, won't you be unable to get those treasures?" Suwei thought of the treasures in the well and felt that it was irrational for Suan to report it to the police. Suan pulled Suwei and said, "I have moved those treasures. You don't have to worry. As for the treasure in the well, you have to keep it to yourself, okay?" Suwei nodded heavily. "Okay, sister, I get it." After saying this, Suan asked Suwei curiously, "Since you found so many treasures in the well, why didn't you take them yourself?" Suwei can just take it for herself, and she won't be short of money in the future. After all, selling a gold ingot casually is enough for those children to live for a long time. Suwei explained, "Sister, I just found that place 2 days ago. When I found it, there were people guarding it all the time. I didn't see anyone today. Then I met you and told you about it." Suan. So that's how it is. She is so lucky. This fortune is specially prepared for her. But no matter what, she was able to plunder such a large fortune because of Suwei. Suan felt that she must repay this child. "You have helped me earn a lot of money. I will take care of your life in the future. You can take these money and tickets first," Suan said, and stuffed Suwei with some money. Suwei looked at the money Suan handed over, and it was estimated that there was another 500 yuan. He didn't take it, but said to Suan's sister, "No need. I haven't used up the money you gave me last time, and I have a lot left. It's okay, you can take these too. Buy more things, it's easier to get things done with money. Just buy whatever you need. Don't be harsh on your life." Suwei stopped being polite when he saw Suan say that. "Okay, sister, I got it. Thank you, I'll take the money." "What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten such a big bargain. Just tell me if you need anything in the future." Su Wei hesitated for a moment and finally asked Suan, sister, many of our children have reached school age, but we don't have a hukou, so we can't go to school even if we have money. Sister, can you help us get a hukou? I want to send my school-age children to school. Su Wei felt that only reading could change his destiny. The more books he read, the more principles he would understand, and the more skills he would learn. This was what his parents told him when he was very young. His parents told him that no matter what time it was, he must attach importance to the importance of reading and learning. But before, they couldn't even fill their stomachs, let alone consider studying. Suan didn't expect Su Wei to make this request. This child's vision is really not comparable to that of ordinary children. Many adults don't know the importance of reading, but he knows it. Speaking of this, Suan thought of the gossip he saw when reading a magazine. Although Su Wei is a gangster, he secretly donated to poor places, built many schools, and helped many children go to school. Some people said this was a rumor, but Suan, looking back now, Suan feels that this matter is somewhat true. Because of this incident, Suan feels that Su Wei is still a kind person by nature, at least not a bad person in the strict sense. When Su Wei embarked on that path, perhaps he was forced by life and had his own difficulties. Fortunately, he has met Suan now. I believe that with her help, this child will definitely be able to get on the right track and make his own achievements in the future. Suan thinks that this matter is not a big deal, so let's help. She should be able to use her connections. Handling household registration is the job of the Public Security Household Registration Section. Isn't Chung Siyun the Deputy Director of the County Public Security Bureau? Now that he has been transferred to the Municipal Public Security Bureau, it should be no problem to ask Chung Siyun for help. So Suan agreed to Su Wei's request. Okay, I will help with this matter later, but the person I'm looking for may not be able to spare the time to help me now, so you have to wait. Su Wei was not in a hurry about this matter. It was already winter, and even if Suan helped to complete the household registration, they would not be able to enroll in school this semester. If they wanted to enroll, they would have to wait until next spring. Okay, sister, don't worry. In fact, Su Wei was already very grateful that Suan could help them with this matter, and he couldn't ask others to do it so quickly. Suan nodded. Okay, I'll notify you when there is news. Where do you live now? How about I go to see you? Now Su Wei had let down his guard against Suan, and of course he didn't mind taking Suan to see his friends. Okay, sister, I'll take you there. Suan did not follow Su Wei immediately, but said to Su Wei, I'll go to the department store to buy some fruit candies first. How can I come to someone's house without buying some gifts? Children, what they like most is eating candy. Suan didn't need to buy anything else, just buy some candy, and the children would be very happy to see it. Su Wei saw Suan going to buy candy and didn't stop her. They hadn't eaten candy for a long time. Although their conditions have improved now, Su Wei also has some money. But because he was hungry when he was wandering before, Su Wei felt very insecure. Su Wei basically used the money Suan gave to buy food and didn't buy snacks for the children, because they might starve to death without food, but without candy, they would not be affected much. Su Wei followed Suan to the department store. In addition to buying 2 kilograms of candy, Suan also bought 2 bags of peach cakes. The children must like to eat peach cakes. After buying the things, Suan followed Su Wei to their current residence. The house was found by Liu Peng and the place was not very big. But there was a small yard and a total of 4 rooms, which must be enough for these children to live in. When Su Wei took Suan to the place, the children happily surrounded Suan as soon as they saw Suan. Sister Suan, you are here to see us? It's Sister Suan. I finally see Sister Suan again. Sister Suan. Looking at the little kids who gathered around her, Suan didn't know that she was so popular. These children like Suan very much, because Suan is one of the few people who show kindness to them. When they met for the first time, Suan treated them to meat buns. Moreover, it was because Suan gave them money that they can have the good life they have now. If it weren't for Suan, how could they have the opportunity to live in such a warm house without worrying about the wind and rain? How could they wear thick clothes and not be hungry anymore? Suan smiled and said to the children, Hello, sister brought you delicious food again this time. Come on,
Line up and share it together.
Hearing Suan say there were delicious foods, the children lined up obediently. Suan took out the candies and peach cakes that he had bought. Each person got a handful of candies and a peach cake. The children were even happier when they saw that Suan actually bought candies and peach cakes. For these homeless children, getting enough to eat was a problem before, let alone snacks. But after all, they were all small children who wouldn't want snacks. After Suan distributed the candies to each child, there were still some left, which he stuffed directly into Suwei. Take the rest, and you can distribute them later.
Suwei not dead.
After the children got the candies and peach cakes, they all sat down and ate happily. Each one of them ate with satisfaction, with a happy and satisfied smile on his face. Suan looked at the smiles on the faces of these children and was also infected by their emotions. The world of children is still simple and cute, and they can be happy with a little bit of food, unlike adults who have many desires and can never be satisfied. Suan saw that other children were eating, but Suwei didn't eat, so Suan asked him, "Suwei, why don't you eat? Everyone has eaten, you should try it too." Suwei shook his head and said, "Sister Suan, I am an adult now, so I won't eat these snacks. Leave them for the children." Hearing Suwei's words, Suan looked at him with some heartache. Suwei can only be regarded as a big child, not an adult, right? Children from poor families have to take charge early. He is obviously not very old, but he is forced to grow up and think of himself as an adult. Suan thinks that children sometimes don't need to be too sensible. Many of those sensible children have no one to rely on and can only be forced to grow up. It is a good thing for children to be a little willful sometimes because they know that someone loves and cares for them. Suan walked up to Suwei, patted him on the shoulder and said, "How old are you? And you say you are an adult? If you are an adult, am I not an old aunt? Everyone has a share of these things, and you have to eat them together." Suan said, and added, "You are still young. I am here, don't worry, sister can be your support. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink. From now on, as long as I have something to eat, you won't go hungry." Suwei looked at Suan deeply and then asked, "Sister Suan, this is what you said. You won't forget it in the future. You won't suddenly ignore us, right?" Suan heard Suwei's question and knew that the child was insecure, so she gave a very affirmative answer. "Of course not." After hearing Suan's affirmative answer, Suwei took the peach cake and ate it happily. Suan had never seen Suwei smile before. Although he was not very old, this child was as deep as an old man. But at this moment, Suwei smiled, a smile from the heart. It turned out that he also had the innocence of a child when he smiled. Suan stayed here, accompanied the children for a while, and told them a few fairy tales. Soon, the children became closer to Suan. It is really hard not to like a sister who gives them candy and tells them stories. Suan saw that it was getting late, and she had to go to dinner. Because there were many delays today, Suan could not rush back to the production team and could only wait until tomorrow to go back. Fortunately, there was no rush because Sun Xinxin was not alone, and Lu Wanting was with her. Lu Wanting, that girl, is now quite skilled. Originally, she had some basic martial arts skills, and during this period, she was training with Suan. Not to mention how powerful she became, it was no problem for her to fight 3 or 4 men alone. So, with Lu Wanting around, Sun Xinxin's safety could be guaranteed. There was no need to worry about the two of them at home. Suan only needed to take care of himself. Suan went to the state-owned restaurant, and after he got there, he ordered several dishes as usual. Thinking of the many treasures he had pulled out today, Suan would not let himself down, and he had to order a few more good dishes to celebrate. While waiting for Suan to go to the state-owned restaurant, he found that many people were talking about Huang Zhong's arrest. The people were applauding this matter because Huang Zhong was the director of the GW Association, and he had used his power to harm people. Who would have thought that the once glorious director of the GW Association would end up like this one day? Have you heard about it? This time, Director Huang was not only arrested for corruption and bribery, but it was also said that he colluded with the enemy's spies, thinking of passing on our country's intelligence and reselling our Chinese treasures by the way. Oh, no wonder the incident caused such a sensation. It turns out he did such a big thing behind the scenes. Bah, it's fine that he bullies our people. How can he be a traitor? He is even selling out the interests of our country. Is he still a Chinese? Some people only have money in their minds, but not the country. If he has such ideological awareness, he will not do things to persecute our people. Anyway, it's a good thing that something happened now. Officials who oppress the people and traitors who collude with foreigners must be punished. Yes, fortunately the police caught him. Don't let such people slip away. Hearing the indignation of the masses, Suan felt as if she had done a good thing inadvertently. If it weren't for her coincidence, Huang Zhong would have really slipped away this time. If such a person is allowed to escape punishment, wouldn't it be a good thing for him? Suan, who felt that she had done good things and accumulated merits, was in a better mood, so the meal was more delicious. Maybe because she was so beautiful, Suan saw a male comrade staring at her. And next to this comrade was a female comrade. Seeing her object staring at Suan, the female comrade immediately became unhappy and then rolled her eyes at Suan. Fox spirit. Suan. She looks good, so she is a fox spirit? She ate well and didn't throw a wink. Suan is not a good-tempered person, and of course he doesn't want to be said that. So Suan directly questioned the female comrade, "Who are you talking about as a fox spirit?" Zhang Qinghong looked at Suan, then at Zhao Feng. If Suan liked him, would he choose Zhao Feng? Doesn't it mean that Suan doesn't like him and has to choose Zhao Feng? Seeing Zhang Qinghong's reaction, Zhao Feng immediately ran out of the state-owned restaurant angrily. Seeing Zhao Feng running away, Zhang Qinghong hesitated for a moment and did not chase after her immediately. Instead, he came in front of Suan and said to her, "Comrade, I think you are very beautiful, and I fell in love with you at first sight. I wonder if I can have a chance to become your partner?" Zhang Qinghong was really attracted by Suan's appearance. He had never seen a more beautiful than Suan, the kind that he really fell in love with at first sight. In Suan's opinion, Zhang Qinghong was just lustful. A man who has a partner and can do such a thing means that he is unreliable. Not to mention Zhang Qinghong's other conditions, just based on what he did today, she would never accept him. Zhang Qinghong waited for Suan's answer with anticipation. If Suan said she was willing to date him, he would be with Suan and would not pursue Zhao Feng. But if Suan rejected him, Zhang Qinghong would still have to pursue Zhao Feng. After all, he was of marriageable age, and his family conditions were not very good. He had to at least catch one, otherwise he might not be able to get married. Suan did not agree to Zhang Qinghong, but pointed to the dishes he ordered and said, "I can eat a lot. One person can eat so much. Do you think you can support me?" Zhang Qinghong took a look at the dishes ordered by Suan. She was a female comrade, but she ordered so many dishes by herself. With such an appetite of Suan, it was really not something that ordinary people could support. Zhang Qinghong was still self-aware. With his family conditions, how could he support Suan? Zhang Qinghong waited. Although he liked Suan, such a woman was really not easy to support. It was better to choose someone like Zhao Feng, who not only did not need him to support her, but could also support him.